Hello guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this WhatIf story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗘 on Wattpad. Now, let's start. A cheerful girl with short brown hair, visible pink blushes on her cheeks, large round eyes and soft pads on fingertips named Yuraraka Ochako was on her way to Ua High School. The high school which she was currently attending to learn how to be a pro hero had recently built some dorms for students to live in. Considering recent events, including the villain attack during summer camp and All Might's retirement after fighting a certain terrifying villain, she understood why the school deemed it necessary to build the dorms for the students' safety. Speaking of safety, Ochako frowned in worry as she thought about her friend, Midoriya Izuku, a boy with bright green eyes, fluffy dark green hair, and freckles on his face. The boy had suffered much due to his fight with an infamous villain known as Muscular during the summer camp attack. Her heart could not help but clench at the awful memory of his broken body as he cried in despair due to failing to save Bakugo Katsuki from getting kidnapped by the villains. Although Izuku's injuries had healed and Katsuki had been rescued, she still worried for the boy whom she could not help but like a lot. She was so distracted by her thoughts that she failed to notice that a small blob of pink slime slipping into her luggage bag at the UA dorms after her homeroom teacher, Izuku, told her and her classmates their room arrangements. Ochako immediately went to her room to unpack her belongings. Due to being poor, she did not have much to unpack. However, just as she was opening her luggage bag, the blob of amorphous pink slime which had been hiding inside it suddenly leapt out and covered her face. Too shocked by the sudden attack to even scream, she struggled futilely as the slime started to engulf her face and even probe into her ears. After a few seconds, her weakening struggles stopped entirely as the slime oozed into her head through her ears. As soon as the last of the slime entered her head, her eyes opened and she wore an uncharacteristic smirk as she thought, "Finally, I thought I'd never get myself a new host." Getting up onto her feet and looking over herself, the obviously parasitic being inside Ochako thought to itself, "Not a bad body to stay in if I have to say so myself." It then looked into Ochako's memories and thought, and a student of Ua High School itself no less. "I can definitely make use of this situation. What's going on? Why am I not in control of my own body, and why do I have a voice in my head?" cried the real Ochako, who was basically trapped in her own mind. The parasitic being made Ochako's body strike a villainous pose as it mentally replied to her, "Well, if you must know, I'm what you may call a villainess. You can call me Brainjacker." Realization hit Ochako as she replied, "You're that slime that jumped out of my bag and onto my face just now." Bingo! I barely survived the Kamino incident which forced All Might to retire after defeating that monster of a villain, replied Brainjacker, who mentally scowled as she added, "If it wasn't for the fact that I could move around and survive for a few days without a host, I would have been trapped under all that rubble along with my last host. Why, you won't get away with this. Deku will notice something is wrong with me and—" "No, he won't," said Brainjacker, who then smugly explained, "You see, my quirk, Parasite Slime, allows me to gain control over any biological woman that I inhabit. Not only that, I can read your memories to not only mimic your behavior and mannerisms perfectly, but even uncover certain secrets about you, such as your crush on a certain someone." Ochako was panicking as she mentally squeaked, "Well, you know that already." Brainjacker smirked in her finger with eager anticipation as she mentally replied, "That's right, and I know exactly what I'm going to do while I'm in your body. You see, I'm the kind of villainess who enjoys toying with my victims by making them have SEC with men." Suddenly, she saw images of Ochako's fears and her visage became a disgusted scowl as she added, "Hey, just because I enjoy making my victims have SEC with men doesn't mean that I don't have standards. So you're not going to force me to have SEC with random men or break Deku's heart?" asked Ochako, who was hoping that such would be the case. "Don't get me wrong, I am certainly in control of your body. However, if your emotions get too strong for me to ignore, for the lack of a better term, I'll start feeling them as though they are my own. Needless to say, I'd rather not feel your feelings of despair and hatred if I can help it," explained Brainjacker, who then added, "Of course, There is the option of suppressing your consciousness so that I do not have to put up with your emotions and thoughts, but even I can't forcefully suppress it indefinitely unless you let me do so. The longer I forcefully keep your consciousness suppressed, the harder it will be for me to do so without losing control of your body. That said, I can freely alter your energy and fill your mind with lewd ideas, so there's always the possibility of you becoming the cum dump of your class by the time I'm through with you. But you won't as long as I strongly refuse to submit, and you wish to avoid feeling my negative emotions, said 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘, who was beginning to have a grasp of Brainjacker's abilities and limitations. Brainjack nodded and replied, "That is undeniably true, unless you change your mind at some point and decide to be a complete slut. So what will stop you from making me so pent up that I would allow even 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧 to have a CC with me?" 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧 was talking about 𝗏𝗏𝗧 Minoru, a short boy with purple ball in place of hair on his head and a complete pervert whom the girls had beaten up on more than one occasion due to his perverted antics. Understandably, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧 did not want to even think about the idea of having SEC with him. To be perfectly honest, it's mostly up to your feelings and morality. If your feelings for that Deku boy wins out, the worst I can do is make you his personal PP sleeve, replied Brainjacker. That's already more than awful enough, cried 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧. And I'm a villain, so I don't really care as long as I can have my fun, replied Brainjacker, who then gloated. Tonight's going to be a fun night. A short while later, the currently brainjacked 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 had just finished unpacking her things and decided to approach a room which belonged to her friend 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏. A frog-like girl who has long dark green hair, large oval eyes, and an impressively long and dexterous tongue, 𝗬𝗎𝗓 seemed to be upset about something ever since the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 incident. Although Brainjacker had no reason to care about the girl who often wore a vacant expression and spoke bluntly, she knew that 𝗬𝗎𝗓 was 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's friend, and the villainess was more than happy to add 𝗬𝗎𝗓 in her collection of brainjacked victims by using her ability to create mentally linked copies of herself to brainjack more victims. "Please, leave 𝗬𝗎𝗓-chan out of this," begged 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. "Nope, I'm going to take over her body and then make the both of you have your way with that boy," declared Brainjacker. Although there was no denying that 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 was strongly against her plans, Brainjacker had enough experience with controlling unwilling hosts to know how to handle the issue. The first step which she took was to be frank and honest with 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 about her quirk and its limitations to prevent 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 from feeling too much panic or fear towards the villain. The second step was to limit her villainous actions to one step at a time so that 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 would not have enough emotional strength to overwhelm the villain's ability to ignore her feelings. The final step was to play along with 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's personal, including romantic and RDC fantasies, as she would be less able to resist Brainjacker's decision to essentially fulfill them. Brainjacker especially loved the third step, as she pointed out. Besides, who would have thought that you would be so open to the idea of being more than just a friend with that girl, 𝗬𝗎𝗓? That's because you filled my head with all those perverted ideas, argued 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. True. But the fact that you're actually interested in them means that you're not as pure-hearted as you think, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏chan, replied the villain, who said 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's name with a deliberately affectionate manner. Even if you're right, that doesn't mean that I want you to take over her body and force her to do all of those things to me against her will. Deny your perverted interests all you want, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏chan, but even you can't deny that 𝗬𝗎𝗓's tongue offers so many fun possibilities, replied Brainjacker. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's mind seemed to shut down in response, due to sheer shame and embarrassment, as she failed to stop herself from imagining 𝗬𝗎𝗓 using her long frog-like tongue to pleasure her nether parts. Certain that 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 would be unable to stop her no matter how strong she tried, Brainjacker almost smirked as she knocked on 𝗬𝗎𝗓's door. Later that night, Izuku was puzzled when 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 sent him a message after their classmates held the dorm room showcasing competition. His puzzlement changed into concern and nervousness when 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 requested him to visit 𝗬𝗎𝗓's room, as the frog girl wanted to tell him something important in private. Although nervous, he was a kind-hearted boy who cared for 𝗬𝗎𝗓, so he did not think twice about making his way to her room to find out what she wanted to speak to him about. Before long, he stood in front of her door and was about to knock it when he heard 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's voice. "It's open, Deku. You can come in." Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Izuku opened the door and was surprised that the light in the room were not on. In spite of being puzzled by the lack of lighting, Izuku stepped into the room and said, "Pardon me for intruding." Suddenly, the door closed behind him and someone hugged him from behind. Shocked by the sudden embrace, Izuku panicked and almost tried to break free when he turned around and saw 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. He was so surprised by the sudden embrace from the girl whom he secretly pined for that it took him 5 seconds to notice that she was dressed only in a pink pair of cat-themed mittens which she probably wore to keep her touch-dependent quirk under control. When he finally noticed her state of dress, Izuku's entire face flushed red in embarrassment as he stuttered as quietly as he could to avoid being overheard by others. "Uraraka-san. Why are you dressed like that?" Ochako's embrace tightened as she nuzzled her face into his back and said, I want to be close to you, Deku." Hearing the vulnerability in her voice, Izuku stopped panicking as he continued to listen to her. "We all have been through so much recently, and you got hurt so badly after your fight with that villain." Ochako's body trembled to hold back her tears as she continued to speak. "You could have died back there, and I don't want to lose you." Filled with caring sympathy, Izuku all but forgot about Ochako's current state of dress as he spoke to her. "Uraraka-san, it's okay. I'm still here after all." "But what if there's another villain attack?" asked Ochako, who looked into Izuku's eyes as she continued to speak. "We have already gone through 2 villain attacks, even though we're just students here, and there's no way to be sure that you'll still be here after the next attack. Just thinking about losing you hurts so much." Realization dawned upon Izuku as he tentatively asked, "Uraraka-san, do you like me as more than a friend?" Uraraka nodded with tears in her eyes as she replied, "I do, Deku. As do I, Kero." Surprised by the familiar voice, Izuku turned around and his eyeballs nearly popped out of his head when he saw you stand before him without any clothes on. As strong as he tried to avoid looking at her, the image of her attractive naked body was permanently seared into his mind. Turning his face away from Tsuyu with his eyes shut, Izuku stammered, "Aden. Why are you naked too?" Seemingly unconcerned about her current state of dress, or lack thereof, Tsuyu approached Izuku and hugged him from the front. She then said, "Midoriya-chan, I want to apologize to you." "I apologize?" asked Izuku. Tsuyu nodded and explained, "I always say what's on my mind, but there are also times when I have no idea what I should say. Do you remember what I said back at the hospital?" Recalling how Tsuyu said that he and 4 of their fellow classmates would be no different from villains if they violate the rules to rescue Katsuki from the League of Villains, Izuku hesitantly replied, "Yeah, I do. Even though I sympathize with you and the others, my choice of words were severe. I was shocked beyond belief when I heard this morning that the 5 of you actually threw with it. I was so frustrated by my own cowardice, and I had no idea what I could even say to any of you, explain to you." Izuku could feel her body tremble with barely repressed tears as she added, "I couldn't bring myself to have fun and chat with any of you as though nothing had happened between us. Just thinking about it made me feel so sad and lonely. That's why I have to apologize to all of you." "And not that I don't appreciate the thought, but couldn't you have just spoken to all of us at the same time instead of doing this?" asked Izuku. "I wanted to apologize to you first, Midoriya-chan. I like you the same way Ochako-chan does." Really?" asked Izuku. Although Izuku was undoubtedly on friendly terms with Tsuyu, he did not expect her to have any special feelings for him. Considering that he was essentially a quirkless loser prior to being accepted as a student of UA High School, it was tragically understandable for him to not consider the possibility of being romantically liked by more than one girl. Tsuyu nodded and said, "Why else would I keep reminding you to call me Tsuyu-chan instead of letting you call me Zen?" Izuku was at a loss for words when Ochako spoke to him. "Deku, do you accept us?" Izuku turned around and looked into Ochako's eyes, which were brimming with tears. His heart clenched at seeing her longing expression while Tsuyu nuzzled into his eyes. Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes as he made his decision and said with a nod, "Ito, I honestly don't know where to even start with this relationship, but I'll do my best to make the both of you happy somehow." "Thank you, Deku," said Ochako. Suddenly, Izuku felt something slimy enter his ear and blacked out. Immediately after Izuku's blackout, "Where am I?" asked Izuku. Just a moment ago, he was in Tsuyu's room and was being embraced by both Ochako and Tsuyu. As for the current situation, he was in some sort of black void. "You're in, for the lack of a better term, a mindscape." Surprised, Izuku turned to see a appealing woman who was well-built, had sharp, intelligent eyes, and had dark, straight hair. As he had never met the woman before, Izuku hesitantly asked, "Who are you and what do you mean by mindscape?" Instead of answering his question, the woman asked, "What is the last thing you remembered before coming here?" Well, I was in a room with two of my friends and I suddenly felt Izuku's face paled as he then asked, "Are you telling me that a villain with some sort of brainwashing quirk managed to take over all of our bodies?" His expression fell into despair as he asked, "And that all those things that they said just now were just lies?" "Not quite. For one thing, that villainess did manage to take over your two girlfriends, but she has not taken over your body yet. In fact, my friends are keeping that villainess at bay just like how we helped you break free from that brainwashing quirk back at the sports festival." Confused, Izuku asked, "What do you mean by helping me with that brainwashing quirk back at the—" He then remembered his fight with 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘, a boy with indigo hair, very dark rings under his eyes, and a brainwashing quirk which could only be activated by verbally responding to him. Upon realizing whom the woman was talking about, he pointed at her and exclaimed, "You're one of the former wielders of One for All." The woman nodded with a smile and said, "That's right, 𝗵𝗫𝗧𝗟𝗘. My name is 𝗔𝗫𝗧𝗟𝗘 Nana, 𝗧𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗔𝗍𝗍's predecessor and teacher." Bowing to the former wielder of One for All, a powerful quirk which had the ability to stockpile power and be passed down to a chosen successor, Izuku said, "It's an honor to finally meet you in person, 𝗔𝗫𝗧𝗟-san." Chuckling at Izuku's earnest attitude, Nana smiled in a motherly way towards him and said, "I'm not all that great, 𝗵𝗫𝗧𝗏. If I was, I would have been able to defeat All for One and not leave that burden to 𝗧𝗓𝗏." Her expression became sad as she added, "Not to mention that I would have been able to protect my husband and not need to leave my own son to foster care for his own safety." "I'm sorry to hear that, 𝗔𝗫𝗧𝗏-san," said Izuku, who thought about how his mother felt about his near death at the hands of that murderous villain muscular. Nana shook her head and said, "It's all in the past. As I am now, I'm little more than a memory of the person I once was before I gave my power to 𝗧𝗓𝗏." Also, her eyes hardened as she added, "We still have a pinch to get you out of. That villainess is trying to take over your body, and while my friends can keep her at bay, we can't keep doing it forever. Sooner or later, one side will have to give in." Izuku wore a determined expression as he asked, "What can I do to break free of that villainous control and save my friends?" Nana smiled in approval as she replied, "The good news is, you are essentially linked to not only the villainess but also to your two friends. If you can reach out to them and work together, you might be able to break free of her control." "Then that's exactly what I'll do," said Izuku, who then sheepishly added, "So how do I get to them?" "Just think about them and call out to them with all your heart. Which reminds me, that villainess may have taken over their bodies, but my intuition tells me that their feelings of love towards you are very much real," replied Nana. Armed with Nana's guidance and reassurance, Izuku smiled at her and said, "Thank you, 𝗔𝗫𝗧𝗏-san." He then took a deep breath before he called out to Ochako and Tsu the same way he used his quirk, "One for all, clench my butthole super tight and scream from the bottom of my heart. Ochako-chan." Meanwhile, Brainjacker was metaphorically gritting her teeth in frustration as she tried to take control of Izuku. She knew from past experience that male hosts were harder to control than female hosts, but Izuku was the most difficult host she had ever tried to control. Unlike female hosts, male hosts were more resistant to her ability to control their bodies, and she could neither suppress their consciousness nor read their memories without their consent. That said, she could immobilize their bodies, influence their energy, and fill their minds with lewd ideas, so it was possible for her to manipulate them to a limited degree. As for Izuku, his body was somehow rejecting her to the point that it took all of her effort to just immobilize his body to prevent him from struggling or calling out for help. Suddenly, she heard a loud mental yell which she immediately recognized. As soon as she heard the mental yell, both of her female hosts started to twitch against her will. Realizing that was she somehow losing control over them, Brainjacker mentally yelled back, "Don't you dare F with me." She then pushed her brainjacking abilities to the limit, back to the mindscape, who blinked owlishly as he stared at the scene before him. What? A small malnourished girl with pink hair was being beaten by a woman, whom Izuku somehow instinctively realized was her aunt. As for why the girl was being beaten, she recently discovered that her aunt had been cheating on her husband with another man. Needless to say, her aunt refused to allow the affair to be revealed to anyone, and she was abusing the girl to keep her quiet. Speaking of the aunt, the girl's loving mother and father had died in a tragic accident years before the beating took place. No one on her father's side of the family wanted to take the orphan girl in, as her mother was actually a former SECSLV before she got married to her husband, who was a pro-hero responsible for freeing her from her ill fate. As for her mother's side of the family, none of them ever tried to reach out to her or even her mother. In the end, the girl was adopted by her aunt, who was her father's sister, and her husband. Both her aunt and uncle made no secret that they did not care about her and saw her as little more than a burden to tolerate. The fact that the girl seemed quirkless in spite of her unusual hair coloration only made the emotional neglect and abuse worse. Even her peers, including her younger cousins, treated her with disdain due to her parentage and quirklessness. Even though Izuku knew that what he was seeing was just a memory, he still felt angry at his own inability to somehow stop the abuse. He also could not help but think about his own past suffering as a quirkless boy who was bullied and mocked by his own peers, including his former childhood friend, Bakugo Katsuki. Suddenly, a horrific sound was heard as the girl's ribs broke and punctured her lungs due to her aunt kicking her ribs repeatedly. She then started to cough out large mouthfuls of BLD from her mouth. Her aunt seemed horrified by what she had done and did not know what to do. However, just as the girl was about to die due to BLD loss, her consciousness was somehow transferred into her BLD, which changed into a pink slime. The slime then clung onto the woman's leg and quickly made its way up to her ear. Not surprisingly, the woman panicked and tried to get it off, but to no avail. When the slime entered her ear, her struggles and screams ceased suddenly as it took over her body. The slime brainjacker soon realized just how much of a callous hypocrite her aunt really was. As it turned out, Brainjacker's aunt not only cheated on her husband, but even considered him as nothing more than a mere source of income for her. What was more, she enjoyed being a complete slut who would have sex with multiple men, and yet she had the sheer gall to claim that her own brother had brought dishonor to the family's reputation in spite of being a hero by marrying a former 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘. Brainjacker's cruel aunt was not even remorseful over the fact that she had essentially beaten her own niece to death, but was instead mainly worried about how her niece's death would affect her reputation among both her family members and her own peers who also enjoyed cheating on their husbands. Outraged by her aunt's hypocritical and uncaring nature, Brainjacker forced her aunt to reveal all records of her perverse acts on the internet, and even made her reveal the names of the men she had sex with and her peers who also enjoyed cheating on their husbands. She then forced her aunt to tie herself onto the bed naked after writing vulgar words such as public cum dump and loose PP sleeve around her womanhood. Once the vengeful deeds were done, Brainjacker exited her body and abandoned her to suffer the consequences. Alone in a world which she was convinced did not care for her due to her parentage, Brainjacker decided to live for herself, even if it meant becoming a villainess who would harm or corrupt others. For the next few years, Brainjacker took over the bodies of various women to survive as a brainjacking parasite, including housewives, high school girls, prostitutes, villainesses, and even a low-ranking pro-heroine. In spite of being a self-serving villainess, as well as an undeniable pleasure-seeking pervert due to her memory-reading abilities, she never forced anyone to do something which they truly refused to do unless she felt that they deserved it, like her cruel aunt. In fact, she actually protected a few of her hosts from actual by forcefully immobilizing their bodies with her copies, helped a few women realize that their husbands or boyfriends were cheating on them, and even helped some women become more honest towards their husbands or lovers. In theory, she could simply take over one host and stay within that host for the rest of her life. However, she never did that, as she either felt no real emotional connection with her host or was too afraid to let go of her control over her host to be truly connected. As a result, she had been alone from the day her family died in the accident up to the present day and had never felt any true happiness in spite of being a pleasure-seeking villainess. That's just horrible. Izuku turned around and saw Ochako and 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 behind him, who both wore horrified expressions on their faces. Tears streamed down their faces as they realized just how much Brainjacker, who was actually supposed to be a girl as old as they were, had suffered. "You three saw everything, didn't you?" Izuku, Ochako, and 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗓 turned to face Brainjacker, who was currently in the form of her 13-year-old self before she died and became a slime. She glared at them with tear-filled eyes as she growled at them, "Don't even think that I'll let you three go after what you have done. By the time I'm done with your three, you'll all be nothing more than mind-broken toys." Realizing what he must do, Izuku stepped forward towards her with a determined expression on his face. Shocked by the boy's action, Brainjacker stepped back and asked, "What the hell are you doing, you demon freak?" As Izuku continued to move towards her, The villainess yelled. "Stay back, IF mean it." Suddenly, pink tentacles emerged from around her and lashed out at Izuku in an attempt to keep him away from her. However, her attack did not hit him as the tentacles seemed to phase through him like intangible phantoms. Shock was apparent on her face as she tried to strike down Izuku again, only for her attack to pass through him harmlessly. Her shock turned into a mixture of panic and anger as the tentacles attacked Izuku repeatedly without any success. Frustrated by her ineffective attacks, the brainjacker resorted to insulting Izuku as she closed her eyes shut and yelled, "You think you can beat me and win the day? You're nothing more than AF limp-dicked loser of a hero wannabe. You're the kind of worthless piece of SHT who'll get cucked the moment those two girls realize just how much of a whiny beach you really are. I bet even your mom thinks you're failure in the making. So stop wasting everyone's time and just leave me the F alone." When Izuku stood before Brainjacker, she opened her eyes and looked up to see his kind, sympathetic eyes. Unable to comprehend the sight, she asked, Why aren't you angry at me or looking at me like I'm trash?" She then limply fell to her knees and tears flowed down her cheeks as she continued to ask, "Why do you even bother to care about me?" Izuku knelt down to her eye level and said, "That's because it's a hero's duty to save people, even if it means getting involved into things that should have nothing to do with him." He then reached out to hug her as he continued to speak, "So please, let me save you because I am here." Realizing that Izuku sincerely wanted to help her, and realizing why her attacks could not even touch him, Brainjacker gave in to her longing to be finally accepted by someone and cried. Before long, both Ochako and Tsuyu hugged them as well, and all four teenagers cried together as their memories became open to one another. Back in the physical world, Izuku opened his eyes and looked at both Ochako and Tsuyu. They both looked exhausted and had tear stains on their faces. Considering his own exhaustion, Izuku was quite certain he looked the same as them at the moment. He wore a tired smile and said, "This wasn't what I expected when I thought about spending my first night here." Ochako snorted and chuckled weakly as she replied, "Me neither, Deku. So do either of you want to go back to your rooms or stay here?" asked Tsuyu. "Staying here sounds pretty good at the moment," said Izuku, who was too mentally and emotionally drained to care about what would happen the next day. All he wanted to do was rest, and he would rather rest in the arms of people whom he knew cared about him than be alone. Ochako nodded her head in agreement with Izuku and said, "I'd like to stay here too." "Well, feel free to make yourselves comfortable," said Tsuyu, who tiredly nuzzled into Izuku's knee. In spite of his exhaustion, Izuku knew that sleeping on the bare floor was not a good idea, so he got up and wordlessly beckoned Ochako and Tsuyu to get into bed with him. Both girls did not protest as they got up to join him in bed. Izuku idly noted Ochako's sweaty naked body as she got onto Tsuyu's bed. Feeling uncomfortably hot in his own sweaty clothes, Izuku decided to take them off, including his All Might-themed underwear. Before long, all three teenagers were on the bed and, feeling comfortable in the arms of two girls who truly loved him, and with the villainous brainjacking slime girl residing in their heads, Izuku smiled and tiredly said, "Good night, everyone." The following morning, Izuku drowsily opened his eyes and soon realized that he was indeed in Tsuyu's room with both Ochako and Tsuyu embracing him in their sleep. Smiling affectionately at the two naked girls, Izuku was about to allow himself to go back to sleep when he noticed that the door into Tsuyu's room was open. As soon as Izuku realized that the door was open, his eyes grew to the size of dinner plates as he slowly turned his attention towards it in fearful anticipation. Just as he had feared, the door was not only open but was occupied by the girls of his class, Class 1A, who were all staring at him, Tsuyu and Ochako. All of the girls, other than a certain invisible girl who was wearing clothes that showed her a fairly curvaceous slender body known as 𝗂𝗂𝗧𝗟𝗘, had obvious blushes on their shocked or gaping expressions. Izuku's face flushed brightly enough to be mistaken for a firefighter siren as he desperately tried to find a suitable answer to explain the situation he was currently in. However, all that came out of his lips were half-chalked stutters. Awakened by his stuttering, Ochako sleepily woke up and asked, "Deku, what's wrong?" As sleepy as she was, Ochako did not notice that the door into Tsuyu's room was open, nor did she notice that her female classmates were staring at her. She also sleepily mistook Izuku's choked stuttering as merely the result of him realizing that they were all naked in the same bed. Blissfully unaware that she was being watched, Ochako smiled affectionately at Izuku and nuzzled into his sis as she spoke to him. Deku, it's okay. Yesterday wasn't a dream. We all love you. TTT, that's not what I'm worried about. Confused and feeling more awake, Ochako blinked at Izuku before turning her attention towards the door and realizing what got Izuku so worked up. As soon as Ochako saw her female classmates staring at her, Izuku and Tsuyu, her face flushed red before she buried her face into Izuku's bare seat to stifle her scream. Tsuyu, who woke up roughly at the same time as Ochako, simply blushed in embarrassment before closing her eyes and suddenly disappearing by making her own body match the colors of her surroundings. As for Brainjacker, whose real name was Yamanaka Sumomo, she wisely decided not to do anything other than mentally apologizing to her three hosts. Sorry about this. Later that day, Izuku, Ochako, and Tsuyu were all standing before a mouse-like quirked animal named Netsu, who was also the principal of UA High School. Standing on either side of the principal were Yagi Toshinori, a skeletal blonde man with blue eyes who was the retired #1 pro hero, All Might himself, and Aizawa Shoyuta, a scruffy-looking pale-skinned man with dark hair who was also a pro hero known as Eraserhead. Netsu formed a tent with his paw-like hands and asked, "So, care to tell us about what has happened back at the dorm?" All three students were blushing in embarrassment as Izuku replied, Ochako-chan and Tsuyu-chan invited me to their bedroom last night to confess their feelings towards me, and we spent the rest of tonight sleeping while naked. Netsu nodded in response and said, "And did any of you have any intercourse last night?" All three students shook their head in unison as Izuku replied, "No, we didn't. I mean, we did cuddle while naked, but we didn't do that." "So tell me, Uraraka-san, why did you and Azui-san suddenly decide to hug Izuku while naked?" asked Netsu. Ochako looked downwards as she bashfully replied, "Tsuyu-chan and I both like Deku, and we almost lost him back at the training camp, so..." Netsu raised his paw to stop Ochako and then said, "You answer, while perfectly understandable given recent incidents, is not the answer that I need to hear." All three students were surprised for a moment before they realized what they were talking about. Their feelings of embarrassment and shame evaporated as Tsuyu asked, "Do you know about what really happened to us?" Shoyuta stepped forward and explained, "Given recent incidents, including the summer camp attack which should not have happened, we have been increasing our surveillance and security to prevent any possible information leak which could be used by malicious villains. While I will not explain how we managed to find out that something was wrong, we did manage to uncover the fact that something less than normal had happened to all three of you yesterday night, even after considering recent events." His stern expression hardened into a glare as he asked, "Therefore, the important question is, what really happened to you three yesterday?" Izuku and Ochako looked at one another and nodded in agreement before the boy spoke. "Principal Aizawa-san, do the two of you know about All Might's connection with me?" Shoyuta raised an eyebrow in surprise while Netsu nodded and said, "Yes, I do. Although Aizawa-san has not been informed about the connection, he can be trusted as both your homeroom teacher and as a pro hero." The mouse-like principal then turned his attention towards Toshinori, who nodded his head in agreement before he turned his attention back towards Izuku to ask, "So tell us, what does your connection with All Might have anything to do with?" The principal and two teachers wore shocked expressions on their faces as pink slime started to ooze from the three students' ears into their waiting hands. Before long, each student held onto a small ball of pink slime which had simple black eye spots on its face. Izuku then explained about what had happened last evening. One explanation later, Netsu took a sip of tea and sighed as he carefully contemplated over what Izuku had revealed to him, Toshinori and Shoyuta. While the quirked animal was in deep thought, Shoyuta spoke to him. "Principal Netsu, I would like to have your permission to take out a bottle of strong sake from your hidden collection and, pardon my language, take a goddamn drink. This bloody mess is almost as bad as the worst-case scenario I have been fearing." Well aware that Shoyuta was having a massive headache from both the revelation of the brainjacking Sumomo, whom all three students wished to protect in spite of being a villainess no less, and Izuku being All Might's successor as the ninth holder of One for All, Netsu smiled sympathetically to him and said, "All right, you can have one bottle. Just leave the best ones at the back alone." Shoyuta nodded to Netsu before making his way to Netsu's hidden stash of alcoholic drinks, which were kept inside a concealed fridge. Netsu then turned his attention towards Toshinori and said, "I know that you can't take alcohol, All Might, but I do have some cold tea if you're interested to have some." Toshinori smiled at Netsu and replied, "That won't be necessary." It was apparent that 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟 took the news better than 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟. Considering that Izuku had once again proven himself to be a worthy successor of One for All, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟 had no reason to be as exasperated by the whole affair as 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟, who was already wondering if he should retire at that point to avoid the stress of being Izuku's homeroom teacher. As for why the principal and two teachers had no reason to doubt Izuku or the two girls, there were a few reasons. For one thing, no brainwashing villainess in her right mind would allow any of the three students to reveal her identity and abilities unless the said villainess wanted to stop being a villain. Another reason was that Izuku had managed to overcome brainwashing before during the sports festival, so the idea of him overcoming a different kind of brainwashing from an actual villain was certainly possible. Arguably, the most compelling piece of evidence was the simple fact that Izuku had actually talked to Nana in his mindscape before attempting to break free from the ex-villainous brainwashing. No villainous liar in his right mind would make up such an unbelievable story, even after considering the possibility of the liar knowing that Izuku is a ninth holder of One for All. In addition, considering that 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟 had not told Izuku much about Nana, Izuku's description of her and his knowledge about her tragic family circumstances were simply too accurate to be mere lucky guesses. Izuku made an effort to ignore 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗧, who was drinking sake straight from the bottle, as he nervously asked, "So what will happen to all four of us?" Under normal circumstances, we would have to capture the villainess who has made the three of you act inappropriately on school grounds, and then send her to the police to receive her punishment. However, given recent revelations, I am inclined to agree with you that simply sending her to police to be punished is not the correct answer to dealing with her, replied Nezu, who then added, "That said, doing nothing about having her in all three of your heads is far from an ideal response to her attempt at villainy, especially in the eyes of the public if they ever find out about it. Therefore, I would like to have all three of you come back to see me, Aizawa-san and 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗧 later today, after I have decided on the best course of action to deal with not only her but you three as well." Understanding the fairness and logic in Nezu's response, Izuku bowed and replied, "Thank you very much, Nezu-sensei." Nezu smiled reassuringly at the three students and the three copies of the brainjacking slime girl before he said, "Before I dismiss all of you, please make sure that no one else find out about what has actually happened to the three of you or about Yamanaka-san. We do not need anyone panicking about a brainjacking slime girl being present on school grounds or having another victim of her brainjacking." Izuku, Ochako, and 𝗏𝗧𝗍𝗏 chuckled, sheepishly in agreement, before allowing the three copies of 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 return into their respective heads. After each of them had a copy of 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 in their heads, the three students respectfully excused themselves and left the principal's office. After the three students had left, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗧 turned his attention to Nezu and asked, "What exactly are you planning to do about Yamanaka Shoujo, Nezu?" Nezu had a near-malevolent gleam in his beady eyes as he chuckled and replied, "Well, given the fact that we have an ex-villainess who has brainwashing abilities and sincerely wants to stay with Midoriya-san, Uraraka-san, and Azui-san, I have a few ideas." 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗧 and even the apparently tipsy 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗧 gulped in response to Nezu's reply. A short while later in Class 1A, originally, Class 1A was supposed to have a special training session to help the students develop their finishing moves. However, given the incident at the dorms, the special class was postponed to the following day. While a certain boy with spiky blonde hair and sharp red eyes named Bikugo Katsuki was angry about the postponement and blamed Izuku for it, most were shocked that Izuku, Ochako, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 were involved in such a scandalous situation. Although basically everyone in Class 1A knew that Ochako and Izuku had feelings for each other, none of them expected the two to actually sleep together while naked, and with another naked girl no less. Among the four girls who saw the three in 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's room, a tall girl with a mature physique and long hair tied into a ponytail named Jirozu Momo was the most appalled by what she had seen. Given her background as a sheltered girl from a rich family, it was understandable why she found the scene so scandalous. Jirukyuka, a slender and petite girl with lazy-looking eyes, short hair and plug-like earphone jacks hanging from her earlobes, was also appalled by what she had seen, albeit to a lesser degree. Unlike Jiru and Momo, both Toru and Ishido Mina, a pink-skinned girl with pink fluffy hair, a pair of yellow horns on her head and eyes with black sclera and yellow irises, were thrilled to have witnessed such romance from their three classmates. Needless to say, the two of them planned to demand answers from Izuku, Ochako, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 as soon as they possibly could. As for the boys, a few of them were angry at Izuku for being so lucky. Among them were Mineta Minoru, a blonde boy with slanted triangular eyes named 𝗂𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘, and a boy with black hair, almond-shaped eyes, and large straight teeth named 𝗬𝗏𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪�ึ a boy with short dark blue hair, square-shaped eyes, and large calves with engine exhaust pipes protruding from them, was shocked that Izuku, Ochako, and 𝗬𝗓 would do something so immoral and was determined to chastise them for their actions. Todoroki Shudo, a boy with a burn scar on the left side of his face, a turquoise-blue left eye, and a dark gray right eye, and hair that is split between crimson-red on the left side and white on the right side, was surprised that Izuku was able to get into bed with two naked girls and was curious about how in the world he had managed to accomplish such a feat. Shudo's curiosity was shared by many of the other boys in the class, including Kirishima Ijiru, who had red eyes, spiky hair that is, dyed red and pointed teeth, and Ojiro Mashirao, who had short blonde hair, thin eyes, and a long thick tail with a hairy tip. Not surprisingly, as soon as Izuku, Ochako, and 𝗬𝗓 returned into the classroom, Mina and Toru quickly took Ochako and 𝗬𝗓 away for interrogative questioning, while Mineta, Denki, and Hanta took Izuku away for similar reasons. At Ochako's and 𝗬𝗓's corner, "All right, you two, start talking," said Mina, who had a cheeky grin on her face. Although both Ochako and 𝗬𝗓 blushed in embarrassment, 𝗬𝗓 was more composed than Ochako, who was nervous and panicky, and thus replied bluntly, "Ochako-chan and I both love Izuku-chan, and we both wanted to tell him our feelings before something bad happens to him." Mina, along with the three other girls who were interrogating Ochako and 𝗬𝗓, quickly realized that both Ochako and 𝗬𝗓 were actually serious about their relationship with Izuku. Given Izuku's injuries from his fight with Muscular, it was easy to understand why Ochako and 𝗬𝗓 would want to confess their feelings towards him before it was too late. Also, the four girls knew that both Ochako and 𝗬𝗓 cared about Izuku, although they did not expect 𝗬𝗓 to have the same feelings towards Izuku as Ochako, who was more obviously in love towards him. Nevertheless, Momo had to argue, "While I'm sure all of us can understand the reasoning behind your to express your true feelings to Midoriya-san, I still fail to understand why you both decided to go about it in such an improper way." The blushes on Ochako and 𝗬𝗓's faces deepened as both girls seemed unsure on how to respond to Momo's admittedly logical argument. Spending a night sleeping together was one thing, but doing so while naked was another matter altogether. Fortunately, a certain slime girl named Sumomo suggested an answer to 𝗬𝗓, who then said, "To be perfectly honest, I also felt guilty about being too cowardly to help Izuku-chan save Bakugo from the villains and telling him that breaking the rules would make him no better than a villain." 𝗬𝗓 allowed Sumomo to influence her emotions to show remorse on her normally blank face as she added, "The last thing I wanted was him assuming that I do not want to be with him anymore because he broke the rules." The frog girl then turned her attention towards Momo to say, "I also want to apologize to you and the others who went with Izuku-chan to save Bakugo." Momo, who went together with Izuku, Ida, Shudo, and Ijiru to rescue Katsuki, smiled at 𝗬𝗓 and said, "You don't have to apologize, Izuku-san. We all knew that what we were doing wasn't in accordance to the rules, even if we felt that it was the right course of action to take." Jiru, on the other hand, noted something and said, "Say, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 knew that 𝗬𝗓 normally referred to Katsuki as Bakugo-chan. Both 𝗬𝗓 and Ochako wore similar scowls as Ochako replied in 𝗬𝗓's behalf. Let's just say that Izuku told us things he normally wouldn't tell anyone about and leave it at that. Mina, Toru, Jiro, and Momo were shocked by the response. Deciding against pressing the two girls for answers concerning Katsuki, the four other girls decided to ask them about other questions, such as how the two of them came to care for Izuku at Izuku's corner. Okay, Midoriya, spill it, demanded Minoru. Spill what? Asked Izuku, who was intimidated by the downright viciously bestial glares he was receiving from Minoru, Denki, and Hanta. Don't play dumb with us, you diamond playboy. How the hell did you manage to get into bed with Uraraka-chan and Azuka naked? Yelled Minoru. That's right. How the hell did you manage to get two girls to agree with the idea of sharing you? Yelled Denki. Izuku was sweating bullets as he desperately tried to explain. I didn't do anything. He then recalled the time when he shared his memories with Ochako, 𝗬𝗓, and Sumomo, which included memories of Ochako and 𝗬𝗓 developing romantic feelings towards him due to his kind and heroic actions, and thus added, at least nothing related to dating or seducing them. That doesn't answer how the hell you managed to get two girlfriends at the same time, you lucky bizardi, argued Hanta. Suddenly, Tenya approached the group and said, that's not the issue here. He then pointed accusingly at Izuku and said, "Midoriya-san, while I am not one to criticize you for getting more than one girl to develop romantic feelings towards you, I simply cannot approve of the three of you acting inappropriately on school grounds, including the dorms." Tenya's arms moved about in a comically robotic manner as he added, "Not only will your less-than-moral actions affect your reputation as a future hero, it will also affect the reputation of not only 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 and 𝐼𝐴ZUI-san but also the rest of us." "Who the F cares about reputation?" yelled Minoru, who then pointed at Izuku as he argued with Tenya. "I want to know his secret to getting a harem of hot babes." Suddenly, Shudo sighed wearily and quickly froze Minoru, Denki, Hanta, and even Tenya in blocks of ice which reached up to their waists with his quirk before saying, "Midoriya, the next time you decide to do anything with 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 and 𝐼𝐴ZUI-san, please do so discreetly. I do not think Aizawa-sensei will appreciate having you three doing 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗧𝗏 on school grounds again." "SSXL exclaimed Izuku. Shudo raised an eyebrow and asked, "Wait, you three haven't done it yet?" "Oh no, we didn't," replied Izuku. As he knew better than to spill the beans about Sumomo, Izuku instead explained, "I mean, we did end up sleeping together in bed naked, but we didn't have a CC yesterday. We only talked about how Ochako-chan and Tsuyu-chan ended up falling in love with me, and why I never thought the both of them would feel that way about me in spite of my attraction towards them." All the boys, except for the decidedly irritated Katsuki, stared at Izuku and blinked a few times before Shudo spoke to Izuku with a deadpan expression on his face. "Midoriya, you have got to be, and I'm borrowing a quote from Snipe-sensei here, the purest son of a gun I have ever met." Izuku's face was practically glowing red in embarrassment as he replied, "To be fair, we did talk a lot about ourselves, including things I never thought the three of us would end up sharing." In spite of himself, Katsuki could not help but flinch ever so slightly at the mere implications of Izuku's statement as the green-eyed boy continued to speak. "It was a lot more exhausting than many of you might think, and we decided to just sleep together instead of returning to our rooms after that. So basically, the three of you did nothing other than talk and cuddle in bed while naked, right?" asked Aijuru. Izuku could only nod in response. Apparently satisfied with Izuku's explanation, Shudo used the fire half of his quirk to free Minoru, Denki, Hanta, and Tenya. He then said to Izuku, "Midoriya, the next time you decide to do something which is not RDC in nature, please make sure to wear some clothes, or at least keep the door locked. It's a miracle that Aizawa-sensei has not decided to expel you three yet." "I'll keep that in mind," said Izuku, who scratched the back of his head sheepishly. School lessons soon resumed as normal for the rest of the day. Later that day, Deku, Ochako, and Tsuyu were back in Nedzu's office to hear the principal's decision. All three of them, as well as the 3 copies of Sumomo inside their heads, were tense as they dreaded the possible bad outcomes that they might have to face. The fact that Toshinori was avoiding their gaze and was looking away with a blush on his face while Shoyuta was glaring daggers at Nedzu did little to comfort them. Not minding the glare from Shoyuta, or the nervousness felt by Izuku, Ochako, Tsuyu, and Sumomo, Nedzu smiled cordially and said, "After much deliberation, I have decided to allow Yamanaka-san to continue living with you three on probation." Izuku, Ochako, Tsuyu, and Sumomo were obviously relieved when Nedzu suddenly smirked and added, "Provided that all of you agree to brainjack the rest of your female classmates, the female students of Class 1B, and any other young woman whom you may wish to add to Midoriya-san's personal harem." A moment of shocked silence passed before Izuku asked, "Nedzu-sensei, could you please repeat that? I could have sworn that you're basically telling us to let Sumomo-chan brainjack all the girls in my class, the girls in Class 1B, and any other girl or young woman whom I'm interested in, including teachers like Midnight-sensei, to form my own personal harem." Nedzu nodded and confirmed, "That is exactly what I have said, Midoriya-san." "May we know why you're telling us to do that of all things?" asked Ochako. Both Izuku and Tsuyu nodded their heads in vehement agreement with her. "I could tell you all the reason for me to suggest such a thing, but I think that it is best to keep that under a need-to-know basis. After all, you can never tell who might conveniently overhear our discussion and let this wild pee-pee cat out of the bag like the last time it happened," replied Nedzu. Realization suddenly struck all 3 students, and they were about to speak when Nedzu silenced them with a raised paw and said, "Now, I understand that forcing you 3 to form Midoriya-san's personal harem is indeed a daunting task, especially considering that all of those lovely ladies must have their own lives to live and their own to fulfill. However, I do believe that you have what it takes to convince at least some of them to willingly join his Harem and form one of the greatest hero teams the world has ever known. Izuku, Ochako, and 𝗬𝗓 looked at one another for a moment before they all turned their attention towards 𝗫𝗓. Izuku then said, "All right, we'll try to do as you have asked, 𝗫𝗓-sensei. However, we will not force anyone to join the Harem, nor try to steal anyone's girlfriend. Also, all of Sumomo-chan's hosts will be informed that this is your idea. If we somehow find someone whom we refuse to have in the Harem or is acting against me and my Harem, we will let you know about it." 𝗫𝗓 clapped his paws happily and replied, "Excellent, I'm sure you will be able to form a closer bond with your female schoolmates if nothing else. You are all free to leave and enjoy the rest of the day by yourselves before executing your Harem plan." Before Izuku, Ochako, and 𝗬𝗓 left, 𝗫𝗓 added, "By the way, please go to Recovery Girl's office to receive the necessary safety equipment for the Harem plan to prevent any accidents from happening. I will also be assigning 𝗂𝐻𝗓𝗄 to keep an eye on you. You all understand why she is the best suited to keep an eye on you." Izuku, Ochako, and 𝗬𝗓 blushed at the idea that they would be monitored by 𝗂𝐻𝗓𝗄, a curvaceous woman with sky-blue eyes and long spiky hair, who is also a DMNRX-themed pro-heroine named Midnight, before they hastily left the office. They also easily figured out that the necessary safety equipment, which 𝗫𝗓 had mentioned, would most likely be such as condoms and intrauterine devices, IUDs. They could only hope that Recovery Girl, a short, elderly woman whose real name was 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗘, would not scold or tease them too much for needing them. After they left the office, 𝗧𝗠𝗓 glared at 𝗫𝗓 and asked, "Are you absolutely certain that this insane plan of yours is going to work? If this plan fails and the public finds out about it, the people's faith in heroes may very well break beyond any hope of repair." 𝗫𝗓 sighed and replied, "I am well aware of the possible negative scenarios, Izawa-san. However, given the fact that the League of Villains have somehow managed to attack the students during the summer camp, we cannot ignore the possibility that their spy could very well be one of our own students. Yamanaka-san's memory reading ability, which extends to reading the separate memories of split personalities, will allow us to at least confirm if any of the female students and teachers are truly innocent or not. Even you cannot disagree with my fears of the possibility of sleeper agents as opposed to normal spies. And what about the fact that you're essentially using them and any other girl who agrees to be in Midoriya's Harem as bait for the League of Villains to target through their spy?" asked 𝗂𝗓𝗓, who then added, "Can we even trust that slime girl to not turn against us? I admit that this is indeed a risky gamble, but I'm sure that I'm not the only one who is willing to have faith in Midoriya-san's ability to guide Yamanaka-san to the right path," replied 𝗫𝗓, who then turned his attention towards Toshinori and asked, "Isn't that right, Nagi-san?" Toshinori smiled in spite of knowing 𝗫𝗓's idea and said, "Indeed, 𝗫𝗓-san. If there is anyone who could make her give up her villainy in spite of us basically giving her permission to brainjack more victims, it would be him." 𝗂𝗓𝗓 realized that he could not convince 𝗫𝗓 to change his mind and sighed wearily before he said, "I just hope that your plan will not bit us in the butt." Back to Izuku, Ochako, 𝗬𝗓, and Sumomo. Izuku and his Harem of Ochako, 𝗬𝗓, and Sumomo were in 𝗬𝗓's room, again, to mentally discuss about 𝗫𝗓's plan in their shared mindscape. Before they began the discussion, they made sure to lock the door, close the curtains, and even have 𝗬𝗓 keep an eye on the door in case anyone tried to break into her room. Tentacles of pink slime could be seen linking Izuku to Ochako and 𝗬𝗓, as they all mentally discussed about it. So we all agree that 𝗫𝗓 thinks that at least one of the teachers or students is a spy for the League of Villains, and he wants us to at least confirm if any of the girls in Class 1A and Class 1B is the spy, said Izuku. "As much as I don't want to believe it, we can't say for certain that none of them is the spy," said Ochako. "While I share Ochako-chan's belief that they can't possibly be villains, we can't ignore the possibility of one of them being forced to help the villains or being brainwashed into their sleeper agent," said 𝗬𝗓. "There's also the possibility of the girls carrying a tracking beacon for the League of Villains to track without even realizing it," said Sumomo, who then added, "I might be able to detect mental anomalies caused by brainwashing since I have brainjacked a woman with multiple personalities before, but even I can't do much about someone carrying a tracking beacon without realizing it." Izuku had a determined look on his face as he spoke. "We will have to try regardless. If nothing else, we can at the very least confirm that the girls are innocent, and 𝗫𝗓-sensei will be able to focus his attention towards other possible leads to the spy. With any luck, Our combined efforts will be able to prevent another villain attack from happening to us. But will it really happen anytime soon? Asked 𝗔𝗍𝗧, who then added, from what you have shared with us, that villain, All for One, is the true leader of the League of Villains and is currently imprisoned in Tartarus thanks to All Might. That may be true, but Shigaraki is still out there, and I'm sure he will attack us at the soonest opportunity he has. It's only a matter of when he will attack and how he will go about it. We need to be prepared for that day, and stopping him from getting any more information about us will definitely help, replied Izuku. Unable to deny Izuku's logical argument, Ochako, Tsuyu, and 𝗔𝗍𝗧 nodded in agreement with him. 𝗔𝗍𝗧 cheekily spoke, speaking about finding spies and stopping villains. I hope you three have not forgotten what I'm allowed to do. You seem awfully happy about it, said Tsuyu, who was understandably worried about 𝗔𝗍𝗧's eagerness to brainjack more girls. Don't get me wrong, I do want to stay with you three, but I'd be lying if I say that I'm not interested in making Izuku's 𝗔𝗓𝗧 a reality, replied 𝗔𝗍𝗧, who then added, up until recently, I was a pleasure-seeking villainess with brainjacking abilities after all. True, but that can't be the only reason, can it? Asked Ochako. Let's just say that I managed to discover a few nifty features which Izuku has that I'm sure you two girls will love to experience before we get this 𝗔𝗓𝗧 plan started, answered 𝗔𝗍𝗧. Izuku, Ochako, and Tsuyu all wore bright blushes, as they could easily guess that whatever 𝗔𝗍𝗧 had discovered about Izuku would be related to lustful 𝗔𝗓𝗧. They could only hope that they would be able to avoid becoming hedonistic perverts by the time they complete the 𝗔𝗓𝗧 plan. Izuku, Ochako, Tsuyu, and 𝗔𝗍𝗧 were still in the mindscape when Ochako asked, so what exactly are Deku's nifty features? 𝗔𝗍𝗧, who appeared as her original human self in the mindscape, albeit altered to be at the same age as the other three, grinned mischievously and said, rather than tell you, I'd rather let you three discover it for yourselves. Wait, you're not telling us to have a CC, are you? Asked Tsuyu. I sure as hell am, replied 𝗔𝗍𝗧, who then added, why else do you think 𝗧𝗓𝗧 told us to get those from Recovery Girl? I even went through the trouble of getting you girls to take the IUDs so that you can enjoy raw section. Trust me, it feels a whole lot better than SEC with the condom on. Both Ochako and Tsuyu blushed as they recalled what had happened earlier that day. Start of flashback, Izuku, Ochako, Tsuyu, and 𝗔𝗍𝗧 were in Recovery Girl's school clinic after being dismissed by Nezu. The elderly lady glared at them like a disapproving grandmother as she muttered, not even a month after the summer camp attack and the Kamino incident, and you three end up getting attacked by a villain. Again. To be perfectly fair, 𝗔𝗍𝗧 has nothing to do with the League of Villains and she actually wants to stop being a villain, replied Izuku, who had a sheepish grin on his face. Recovery Girl whacked Izuku's shin with her walking stick in response and replied, that does not change the fact that you three and that slime girl are now involved in Nezu's harebrained scheme, which, by the way, I simply do not approve. While Izuku hopped away and nursed his injured shin, Recovery Girl sighed and said, anyway, I do have a number for you three to use to prevent any unwanted pregnancies. She then took out a number of condoms, IUDs, and BRTH prevention pills. Suddenly, 𝗔𝗍𝗧 brainjacked Ochako and said, please give us the IUDs and condoms. Surprised, Tsuyu asked the brainjacked Ochako, BG Ochako, why those two, Karo? Unlike Recovery Girl, Tsuyu and Izuku could instinctively tell that 𝗔𝗍𝗧 had taken over Ochako's body due to having copies of her inside their own heads. It should also be made clear that 𝗔𝗍𝗧 was still one individual in spite of having multiple physical copies of herself due to a psychic connection between each copy. That said, a physical connection with her other copies was still necessary to allow her different hosts to mentally communicate with one another directly. CNTR-CPTV pills give me a bellyache if you get what I mean. Plus, I know a couple of tricks to make pregnancies 100% impossible, replied BJ Ochako. Remembering that 𝗔𝗍𝗧 could insert a copy of herself directly into a woman's womb to prevent pregnancies by literally feeding on SMN, Tsuyu and Ochako both had to admit that using IUDs together with 𝗔𝗍𝗧's copies seemed the most logical course of action. Also, having 𝗔𝗍𝗧's copies inside their wombs would ensure that the IUDs would not cause any complications. Tsuyu nodded in agreement with BJ Ochako and turned her attention towards Recovery Girl to say, we'll take the IUDs and the condoms, Karo. Alright then, said Recovery Girl, who then turned her attention towards Izuku and shooed him out of the room so that she could insert the IUDs into Ochako and Tsuyu's wombs. As it turned out, 𝗔𝗍𝗧's slimy body was perfect for inserting the IUDs without damaging their hymens or requiring professional medical aid. That said, Both 𝗏𝗧𝗪 and 𝗧𝗜𝗓 found the experience of 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗟's copies going into their wombs uncomfortably 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘. End of flashback. Shouldn't we at least go out for a few dates before we actually have section? We only got to really know about each other yesterday after all. Protested 𝗏𝗧𝗪. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗪𝗧 shrugged as she argued. Not that I'm against us going out on dates, but you have to admit that the memory sharing we did last night has left very little else for us to find out about one another. She then wore a smug grin as she added, plus, I know for a fact that you two want to be the first ones to connect with Izuku here. So the way I see it, you two should go ahead and do the hot and CC with him before we have to start the HRM plan. Both 𝗏𝗧𝗪𝗏 and 𝗧𝗜𝗓 blushed as they could not disagree with 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗪𝗏's statement. Izuku blushed as well as he never thought that he would be having SEC with not one but two lovely girls who actually loved him. Fine, you have made your point, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗪𝗏chan. Just let us go at it slow and at our own pace, alright? Said 𝗏𝗧𝗪𝗏. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗪𝗏 nodded with an understanding smile before she replied, Sure thing. No interference from me for your first time. She knew that she had almost ruined 𝗏𝗧𝗪𝗏's and 𝗧𝗜𝗓's confessions of love towards Izuku, and was determined to let both girls experience SEC for the first time on their own. Besides, it would be interesting for her to know what SEC was like without controlling their bodies. Back in the physical world, Izuku, 𝗏𝗧𝗪𝗏 and 𝗧𝗜𝗓 all blushed in embarrassment as they knew what they were about to do. Unsure what to do, in spite of having seen memories of 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗪𝗏's many SXL acts as a brainjacking villain, Izuku asked, So, do you want me to strip first or we do it together? I think we should strip together, replied 𝗏𝗧𝗪𝗏, who was resisting the urge to hide her face behind her hands and possibly make herself float by accident. 𝗏𝗧𝗪chan should start first. She's known you for the longest and I'm willing to wait for my turn, Kero, said 𝗬𝗓. While 𝗏𝗧𝗪 was thankful for 𝗬𝗓's generosity, Izuku nodded and said, Let's all strip together then. Despite the fact that all three of them had shared memories, including memories of their naked bodies, they still felt nervous about fully exposing themselves towards one another. All three of them got off the bed and took off their clothes at the same time while looking away from one another. Once Izuku had taken off all of his clothes, he asked the two girls, Are you both ready to see me? As ready as I'll ever be, replied 𝗏𝗧𝗪𝗏. Same here, Kero, said 𝗬𝗓. Alright, on the count of three, we all turned around and looked at one another, said Izuku, who then started to count with 𝗏𝗧𝗪𝗏 and 𝗬𝗓. 1, 2, 3. When all three students turned to look at one another, they all blushed as they realized a number of things. For Izuku, he realized that 𝗏𝗧𝗪𝗏's body was appealing and looked wonderfully soft to touch, while 𝗬𝗓 had firm yet sensually feminine legs and wide hips. As for 𝗏𝗧𝗪𝗏 and 𝗬𝗓, they both admired Izuku's muscular body with strong defined muscles and the scars on his arms, which gave him a surprisingly rugged look in spite of his innocent-looking freckled face. They then noticed his irked PP and were shocked by it as 𝗬𝗓 spoke. That does not match with your face at all, Izuku-chan. Unlike Izuku's innocent-looking face, his irked PP appeared anything but innocent. With an impressively large size of above 7 inches in length, bulging veins on its skin and partially exposed glands covered in effervescence, Izuku's irked phallus seemed almost out of place with the rest of him. Granted, it was not the largest PP that 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗪𝗏 had ever seen, as she had actually encountered a man who had a literal horse-like phallus as a quirk, but Izuku's member was certainly on the larger side of the size scale. Embarrassed about his own PP, Izuku explained, I have always been embarrassed about it. Left unsaid was that, in spite of his interest in girls and his impressive GNTLS, his lack of confidence due to years of being bullied for being quirkless had negatively affected his SEC drive, which meant that he masturbated less and was less exposed to pornography than most of his peers. 𝗏𝗧𝗪𝗏 could feel her heart in her as she stared at Izuku's phallus and thought to herself, There's no way that huge thing can fit into me. In spite of her fears, 𝗏𝗧𝗪𝗏 could not help but rub her legs together as she thought, Yet I wanted inside me so badly. Given the fact that Izuku, 𝗏𝗧𝗪𝗏 and 𝗬𝗓 had been exposed to 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗪𝗏's memories, it would make sense that they were more interested in SEC than before and had at least some idea on how good it could feel. Swallowing her own spit, 𝗏𝗧𝗪𝗏 approached Izuku and got onto her knees so that his phallus was right in front of her blushing face. She then looked up and said, I'm going to use my hands and maybe my mouth too to start. Let me know if you want me to stop. Izuku nodded in response and he replied, don't force yourself, Agan. Assured by Izuku's response, Ochako gently held onto his irked PP with both hands with her pinky fingers extended to prevent the accidental activation of her zero-gravity quirk. Izuku, in response to her gentle touch, which was enhanced by the soft pads on her fingertips. Ochako blushed even more as she slowly moved her hands to, as 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 would put it, pump his rock-strong pages. Both Ochako and 𝗧𝗏 were almost mesmerized as they could see the foreskin of Izuku's PP moving back and forth with Ochako's hands, which resulted in the rhythmic exposure and concealment of the deceptively soft-looking glands of Izuku's pages. Their fascination grew as clear and slimy 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 started to emerge the tip of the apparently excited phallus. Filled with SXL curiosity, Ochako stopped moving her hands to fully expose the glands of Izuku's phallus, and then used her tongue to gently lick it. Izuku shut his eyes and had to repress as his hands reached out to hold onto Ochako's head. Although shocked by Izuku's sudden action, Ochako looked up and realized that Izuku was feeling immense pleasure from the lick. Feeling bolder and more excited, Ochako decided to continue pleasuring him with her mouth and tongue. In spite of her lack of actual SXL experience, she seemed to instinctively know how to best pleasure Izuku. Then again, she did know about 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧's many SXL acts and Izuku's barely repressed gasps, and of pleasure made it clear that he was enjoying the experience. While Ochako was basically suckling onto the exposed glands of Izuku's PP, 𝗧𝗏 was using her tongue to essentially lick her own 𝗏𝗏 while her fingers stimulated one of her irked nipples and her equally irked taurus. Her eyes were half-lidded as she felt a needy ache in her womb. "Ochako-chan, please hurry. I'm not sure how much longer I can bear to watch," thought 𝗧𝗏 as she knew that her frog-based quirk was making her horniness even worse. "Ochako-chan, I'm about to come," cried Izuku. Hearing Izuku's warning, Ochako turned to 𝗧𝗏 to give her a wordless permission. All too happy to accept, 𝗧𝗏 knelt beside Ochako and wrapped her tongue around Izuku's pages. The frog-like girl could not help but enjoy witnessing Izuku's shocked reaction and tasting his clearly manly PP as she gently coiled her tongue around it. The tip of her tongue then rubbed against the tip of Izuku's member. Unable to hold back, Izuku yelled, "Out!" Like a broken dam, hot white 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 gushed out from his PP onto Ochako and 𝗧𝗏, covering their faces and in the process. Its musky scent filled the room while Ochako and 𝗧𝗏 touched and tasted the sticky fluid out of curious fascination. Their wombs soon started to ache even more to have their fill of Izuku's white seed. Fortunately, Izuku's irked phallus still stood proudly irked in spite of releasing such an impressive amount of seed. As 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧 had stated earlier, Izuku had a few nifty features which not only included his impressively large phallus, but also the large amount of wonderfully thick 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 which he could produce and his immense SXL stamina which had finally awakened after years of repression due to his initial lack of confidence. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧 also knew that Izuku possessed keen observational skills which meant that he would be able to quickly learn the best methods to give each of his lovers intense SXL pleasure. With a little experience and control over he could become a natural lady killer in the bedroom. Unable to bear the ache anymore, Ochako leaned back and hesitantly spread her legs as she looked up at Izuku with tearful eyes. She then said, "Deku, please be gentle with me." Filled with the lust yet tempered by a deep and gentle sense of love for the girl who was offering her virginity to him, Izuku knelt down in her without a care of the lingering taste of his own 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 in her mouth. He then positioned himself so that his PP was touching the wet entrance of her maidenhood and said, "Deku, let me know if it hurts too much." Smiling in response to Izuku's kindness and care, Ochako nodded with a smile and said, "Please make me yours." The mental shackles of Izuku's doubts and fears broke as he swiftly plunged his phallus deep into Ochako, breaking her hymen and filling her nether part with his own. Ochako was barely able to stop herself from screaming in pain by gritting her teeth and wrapping her arms around Izuku's neck as if her life depended on it. Blood oozed from her broken hymen and pooled onto the floor. In spite of the pain, Ochako felt happy as she had given herself to Izuku, to a beloved friend who would no doubt become a great man, hero, lover, and husband. After what seemed to be an eternity of pain, Ochako said, "Deku, you can start moving now. Just be slow and gentle, okay?" Izuku smiled gently at Ochako in spite of his painfully throbbing member, which was still inside of her, and replied, "I will, Okaran." He then started to move. In spite of the initial pain and discomfort, 𝗏𝗧𝗪 slowly started to feel more and more pleasure from the feeling of Izuku's phallus moving in and out of her vagina. Before long, she started to move on her own to better match with his movements and feel more of him inside of her. She also wrapped her legs around Izuku's waist as if to keep him in place, while her arms held onto him even more tightly to the point that her soft melons were pressing against his firm musculars. Driven by a growing need for release, Izuku and 𝗏𝗧𝗪 moved with increasingly frantic speed as if they were on a race against time itself. 𝗏𝗧𝗪-chan, I'm going to come again. Do it, da. Fill me with your cum. Both 𝗏𝗧𝗪 and Izuku cried out in unison, as he slammed his phallus as deeply into her nether part as he could, and released his seed into her very womb. As for 𝗏𝗧𝗪, the walls of her vagina contracted and twitched as though it was trying to seek out every drop of white seed from Izuku. Needless to say, she had experienced her own orgasm, and she knew that she would be hooked to the feeling if she was not careful about it. While her consciousness faded due to the effects of her 𝗔𝗪𝗧, 𝗏𝗧𝗪 could not help but admit to herself, I wouldn't mind getting a little hooked to it though. While 𝗏𝗧𝗪 passed out with a contented smile on her face and Izuku's white seed mixed with her crimson 𝗔𝗨𝗧 leaking out of the entrance of her private part, Izuku smiled tenderly at her and lovingly stroked her face with his scarred hand. He felt joy in knowing that he had not only made love to 𝗏𝗧𝗪, but also made her first SXL experience a wonderful one. Izuku-chan, can you make me feel good too, Karo? Izuku turned to face 𝗧𝗪, who was actually crying due to her painful need to mate. Knowing what he must do, Izuku nodded and said, "Let me put 𝗏𝗧𝗪-chan in bed first." 𝗧𝗪 nodded in understanding, and waited for Izuku to put 𝗏𝗧𝗪 onto 𝗧𝗪's bed after putting a pair of mittens onto her hands. He then covered 𝗏𝗧𝗪's naked sweaty body with a blanket so that she would not catch a cold. Once he was done, 𝗧𝗪 turned around with her legs wide apart and raised her backside towards him. She then looked over her shoulder and said, "Please F me like I'm a horny beach in heat, Karo." Shocked by 𝗧𝗪's choice of words, Izuku hesitated and asked, "You're 𝗧𝗪, right?" Although he knew that 𝗧𝗪 had not brainjacked her, he had to be sure. The frog-like girl nodded and shamefully explained, "My quirk makes me want to mate with you like an animal so badly. I don't have much of my hymen left because of my fingers and tongue," so realizing why 𝗧𝗪 was so desperate to have SEC, Izuku smiled as though he was about to save her from a crisis and said, "Alright, I'll do my best." Knowing that 𝗧𝗪 was willing to accept rough SEC and feeling more confident of his own XL prowess, Izuku quickly plunged his still-irked phallus deep into her twitchy and eager nether part from behind. As wet as it was, his PP easily went deep into her and even touched her cervix. While Izuku was gentle with 𝗏𝗧𝗪 until their growing made them almost desperate for release, he was almost bestial in lust as he furiously plunged his member into 𝗧𝗪's eager private part, while his hands were placed beside her as if to pin her down. In spite of the furious rutting, there was little doubt about the love between Izuku and 𝗧𝗪. They moved with eager longing to please one another. 𝗧𝗪 threw her caution and fear into the wind as she and croaked with each wave of pleasure that she felt while her long twitching tongue hung limply from her mouth. Izuku, on the other hand, enjoyed every moment of the rough SEC and knew that 𝗧𝗪 loved it as well. Before long, both Izuku and 𝗧𝗪 and the frog-like girl croaked loudly enough to almost make the glass panes of the window into her dorm room vibrate. Exhausted yet satisfied, Izuku and 𝗧𝗪 smiled at one another, and tenderly, which contrasted with their almost savage rutting. Mustering the last of their strength, they got up and went to bed to sleep with 𝗏𝗧𝗪. As Izuku lay between 𝗏𝗧𝗪 and 𝗧𝗪, he could feel their warm and soft yet firm bodies pressing onto him. Somehow his PP became excited in response and became irked again, but he was satisfied with his first ethical experience, and thus felt disinclined to continue encounters with the two clearly exhausted girls. Holding them lovingly in his arms, he swore to protect and love them for as long as they wished to continue loving him. In Izuku's mindscape, 𝗧𝗪 had multiple times from feeling the SXL pleasure of Izuku having SEC with 𝗏𝗧𝗪 and 𝗧𝗪. Gasping for breath, in a manner of speaking anyway, my God, I never knew that letting go of my control over them would allow me to feel this good. Before she accepted Izuku, 𝗏𝗧𝗪 and 𝗧𝗪's friendship, she had a constant fear of losing control, which meant that she could not fully enjoy the various SXL acts that she had committed as a brainjacking villainess. Given the fact that she no longer had to fear losing control over the three of them, she could focus entirely on their SXL pleasure, which was a new and wonderful experience for her in spite of her past SXL acts. Needless to say, she loved every minute of it. I so blame you for this. 𝗏𝗏𝗡 turned her attention towards Nana, who was glowering at her in spite of being practically naked and covered from head to toe in 𝗔𝗪𝗧𝗟𝗘 from multiple men. She was also gasping for breath while 𝗔𝗪𝗧𝗟𝗘 leaked from both her vagina and anus. Do you have any idea what it's like to have SEC with 6 horny men at the same time? Trust me, having SEC with 6 horny men at the same time is nothing too crazy compared to some of the weirder CRP I have experienced, replied 𝗏𝗏𝗡, who then shuddered in disgust as she added, like that time when I got into the body of a woman who had a FTSH for literal SHT. I have never felt so unclean before or ever since. Understandably, 𝗏𝗏𝗡 abandoned the coprophilic host as quickly as she could and stayed far away from her ever since. Nana almost felt sympathetic for the former villainess and said, well, his all shenanigans aside, I hope that this crazy plan that Nezu has planned for Izuku works out. As much as I hope that he can live a happy life with the people whom he loves, being a holder of one for all tends to make life difficult for both the user and the romantic partners. Don't worry. No matter what happens to Izuku, I will stay inside of him. I owe him at least that much for accepting me for who and what I am, replied 𝗏𝗏𝗡. Seeing the determination in 𝗏𝗏𝗡's eyes, Nana smiled in spite of her earlier aggravation and said, that's good to know, 𝗏𝗏𝗡-chan. Meanwhile, in Mina's room, which was directly below 𝗬𝗓𝗓's room, Mina, Toru, Kyuka, and Momo had overheard the sounds of SXL lovemaking between Izuku, Ochako, and 𝗬𝗓. All of them felt embarrassed and ashamed as their nether parts tingled with sexual excitement. Kyuka in particular was badly affected by the sounds she had overheard due to her keen sense of hearing through her earjacks. Needless to say, she was going to need quite a bit of time alone to relieve her SXL urges. She also sneaked a peek at Momo and wished that she could ask the more curvaceous girl to help her with her SXL urges. Unknown to everyone else other than herself, Kyuka was bisexual and was sexually interested in Momo in spite of being interested in boys as well. As far as boys were concerned, Kyuka was neither sexually nor romantically interested in any of them in spite of being friends with some of them, such as Denki and Kurakuji, a soft-spoken boy with a wide muscular build and a rock-like head. In fact, she tended to see them as friends of even brothers instead of possible romantic or SXL partners. Then again, considering that not even the class pervert Minoru was sexually interested in her, it could be said that her lack of interest in the boys of her class was partly due to her own insecurities as a girl who lacked a womanly figure. Kyuka was not the only girl who was resisting the urge to 𝗏𝗏𝗡 until she was alone, as Momo also wanted to touch herself. As stated before, she was a sheltered rich girl who was surprisingly innocent on matters of love and SEC, to the point of being innocently oblivious about her own modesty or the lack of it. It could even be said that overhearing Izuku having SEC with Ochako and 𝗬𝗓 was her first real exposure to SXL activities. As a result, she was struggling with her newly awakened SXL urges, which were filling her with shamefully lewd and RDC ideas. Toru, being an invisible girl who wanted to be a hero, was already used to the idea of walking around naked yet unseen. She had even used her invisibility to spy on people on a number of occasions and had caught people making out in public before. As such, she was not only an invisible XHBTNST but also a VYR, which meant that she was determined to be a personal witness of the next time Izuku, Ochako, and 𝗬𝗓 had section. Mina, unlike most of the girls, had gone out on dates before. However, her dates tended to be casual and friendly as opposed to being romantic or NTMT. In fact, she had not even a boy. She was therefore still a virgin in spite of being the closest thing to a love expert among the girls of Class 1A and was determined to get the details on Ochako's and 𝗬𝗓's sexual experience. Before long, all 4 girls went back to their respective rooms and started to relieve themselves of their SXL urges in different ways, while Mina and Toru simply fingered themselves to LMX. With the added bonus of homemade lotion in Mina's case, as she could secret acidic fluids of varying corrosiveness and viscosity, Kyuka actually used her earjacks as makeshift 𝗏𝗏𝗡 herself. Considering that her earjacks channeled the sound of her heartbeat and sounds are made through vibrations, her experience was quite intense, especially when one of her earjacks vibrated against her vulvarus. As for Momo, she initially started with fingering herself, but soon started creating simple metal rods with smooth rounded ends with her quirk to insert them into her aching nether part. Shame and pleasure consumed her as she moved the rod in and out of her 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 with increasing urgency until she finally achieved orgasm. Before all four girls passed out they all shared one common thought: I want to have a lover too. Elsewhere, while the four girls relieved themselves of their sexual urges, a certain curvaceous woman named Nemuri was furiously pleasuring herself with a large dildo which reached all the way to her cervix. As she was responsible for monitoring Izuku, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, and 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 on Nezu's admittedly cryptic request, she obviously found out that the three of them had section. She also monitored the other four girls of Class 1A, which meant that she knew about their RDC activities as well. Nemuri had a look of blissful joy on her face as she thought to herself, best assignment ever. The following day, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 eye twitched with annoyance as he glared at Izuku, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, and 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲. While Izuku seemed mostly fine, it was obvious as both 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 were limping due to their recent activities on the day before. The fact that Izuku had not been in his room at the dorms that morning only made it more obvious that he, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, and 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 had slept together again. There was also the fact that 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲's room practically reeked of dried sweat and sexual fluids. The irritated homeroom teacher of Class 1A was so very tempted to expel the three horny troublemakers for the sake of preserving his own sanity. However, Nezu made it clear that Izuku and his HRM were to be exempted from punishment unless something truly terrible occurred. The fact that everyone else in Class 1A already knew that something had happened between the three of them only made 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏's headache worse. Momokyuka, Mina, and Toru were blushing while stealing glances at the three embarrassed lovers, while Minoru, Denki, and Hanta were glaring at Izuku with obvious envy in their eyes. Katsuki was also glaring at Izuku, although it was filled with murderous rage instead of envy for some reason. As for Tenya, the ever-serious boy was acting like a malfunctioning robot as he was forced to accept the reality that Izuku, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, and 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 had SEC in the dorms. Even 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗏 was stealing curious glances at the three of them with a slight blush on his face. Seriously, 2 nights of staying in the dorms and I already have to deal with this HT. You three are very, very lucky that Principal Nezu had deemed you three exempt from expulsion for your indecent actions as long as Uraraka-san and Azui-san do not get PRJNT. Had it been up to me, I would have expelled you three by now, growled 𝗏𝗏𝗏, who then added, you and your classmates are already behind schedule on developing your finishing moves. Further delays will not be tolerated and I will see to it as you three are treated as harshly as your classmates, understood? Izuku, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, and 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 stood at full attention out of fear as they replied. Sensei. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 turned his attention towards the rest of Class 1A and said, all of you, get changed into your hero costumes and meet me at Gym Gamma. I want all of you there in less than 10 minutes, understood? It was obvious that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was not taking no for an answer, so everyone replied in affirmative and quickly changed into their hero costumes. Understandably, any attempt to interrogate Izuku, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, and 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 would have to wait until later. Less than 10 minutes later, everyone had gathered in Gym Gamma, which was also known as the Training Dreamland. The students and teachers noted that Nemuri seemed a little sleep-deprived as she greeted them more tiredly than usual. In spite of her apparent exhaustion, she seemed to be in a very cheerful mood and even winked at Izuku. Izuku, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, and 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 blushed as they recalled that she was responsible for monitoring them and had probably seen or at least overheard their lovemaking. Before long, the teachers present in the gym explained the purpose of the training, which would help the student not only develop their finishing moves, but also help them prepare for the provisional hero license exam. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 also explained to them that they should consult with the support department of UA High School to develop suitable support gear to complement with their abilities as heroes. Are you all ready? Asked 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Needless to say, the students were more than ready in spite of having their training delayed by a day and having sore loins in the case of 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏. A short while later, Toshinori was surprised to see Izuku using grapples and kicks as he fought against a clone of a hero who was dressed in a tan cloak known as ectoplasm. When Izuku took a break, Toshinori asked, when did you come up with those moves, Midoriya Shounen? Well, since I can't afford to damage my arms any further, I asked Ochako-chan and 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲-chan for advice. All Might Sensei, replied Izuku. Left unsaid was that he saw memories of their fighting moves and knew that he should adopt them to prevent further injuries on his arms. Both 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 readily agreed with his decision to do so. Toshinori smiled in approval and said, that's good to know, Midoriya Shounen. He was planning to tell Izuku to stop imitating him, but he realized that his advice was not necessary. Izuku nodded with a confident smile and replied, I do want to be a great hero like you, All Might Sensei, but I now know that I can be a great hero in my own way. Toshinori resisted the urge to hug Izuku as though he was his own son. Instead, he patted his shoulder with his uninjured arm and said, Aizawa-san may not approve of your current relationship with 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗡 and 𝗓𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗡, but I can tell that being together with them has done wonders for you. His smile became cheeky as he added, just don't forget that there are times for pleasurable fun and times for strong work, Midoriya Shounen. Izuku blushed in embarrassment and replied, I'll keep that in mind, All Might Sensei. Neither of them noticed that a certain explosive blonde named Katsuki was glaring at them with anger and even envy in his eyes. Later that day, Izuku, Ochako, and 𝗧𝗜𝗧 somehow avoided getting interrogated by their classmates after training their finishing moves and were walking together towards the support department workshop to acquire suitable support gear. As they made their way towards the workshop, Sumomo's copy inside Izuku's head curiously asked, Say, isn't that handsome girl from the support department? She was referring to 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘, a girl with a mature build, pink dreadlocks, and eyes with yellow irises that resemble scope lenses. Izuku mentally replied, Yes, she is. So, what are the chances that she'll be making support gear for all of you? Asked Sumomo. Honestly, I'm not too sure, but I won't be surprised if she does make out support gear, admitted Izuku. What's wrong, Deku? Asked Ochako. She knew that Izuku was having a mental conversation with Sumomo and was curious about what they were talking about. Oh, I'm just wondering if we'll be meeting 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗡 in the workshop, said Izuku. It was clear to Ochako and 𝗧𝗜𝗧 that he was speaking a half-truth to avoid mentioning about Sumomo in public. You mean that girl with the support gear back at the sports festival? Asked 𝗧𝗜𝗧. She knew that Mei was Izuku's teammate during the cavalry battle portion of the festival. Yup, answered Izuku. Ochako pouted as she muttered, I can't say that I'm too eager to have her making my support gear. She was still not very happy that Izuku praised Mei for her support gear during the sports festival. Sumomo suddenly had an idea and mentally spoke to all three of her hosts at the same time. I think we should add her in the HRM. Izuku, Ochako, and 𝗧𝗜𝗧 barely stopped themselves from falling down and landing onto their faces in unison before Ochako mentally asked, Why in the world should we? She's not even in Class 1B. Why not? She seems pretty smart, and maybe she can make some kind of gadget to help us locate any tracking beacon which our classmates or those students in Class 1B are carrying, replied Sumomo. Surprised by Sumomo's response, Ochako asked, You're not just saying that to have another girl in the HRM. Sumomo did her best mental image of a deadpan expression as she replied, I may be a hedonistic ex-villainess, but that doesn't mean I can't be practical about it, you know. Ochako was silent for a moment before she begrudgingly admitted, Okay, we'll consider having her in the HRM. Suddenly, a loud explosion could be heard from ahead the three students. Shocked, they all rushed towards the source of the explosion, which actually came from the support workshop. Fearing for the worst as they saw thick smoke coming out of the workshop, they got ready to fight when a familiar voice spoke. How that one definitely did not work as intended. Blinking in surprise and recognition, Izuku asked, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗡. Emerging from the smoke, Mei turned her attention towards Izuku, Ochako, and 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗏 and said, Oh, hey there. Aren't you three from a while ago at the sports festival? As the smoke cleared, Izuku, Ochako, and 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗏 were shocked to see that Mei's black top was damaged by the explosion to the point that her upper torso was basically naked. Izuku looked away and cried, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗡, please cover yourself. Mei blinked at Izuku before she looked down and realized that her large 𝗧𝗓𝗧 was exposed. Having enough decency to at least cover it with her left arm, even though she was actually unconcerned about the exposure, she then replied, sorry about that. So, how have things been going on at the Heroes Department? What are your names again? 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗏 was the first to respond as she replied, My name's 𝗓𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗡. She then gestured towards Ochako, who was pouting at the blushing Izuku, and introduced them to Mei. These two are Uraraka Ochako and Midoriya Izuku. You were their teammate during the cavalry battle portion of the sports festival, Karo. Oh yeah. I remember being with you too and that bird-headed fellow, said Mei. She then turned around to go back into the workshop and said, Well then, I've got to go back to my babies, so see you three later. Wait, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗡, said Izuku, who then added, We actually came here to get some upgrades for our costumes and support gear. Suddenly, Mei stood before him with both of her hands on his shoulders as she happily exclaimed without a care about her swaying melons, "You've got my attention." She then dragged Izuku into the workshop to show him her babies. Ochako and 𝗬𝗓 were stunned for a moment before they rushed in to both get their equipment and protect Izuku from the apparently manic girl. 𝗬𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 mentally grinned as she told Ochako and 𝗬𝗓, "I like her." A short while later, "So you're telling me that you want me to make a baby that will help you detect hidden tracking devices, right?" asked Mei, who was still half naked and already had a copy of 𝗬𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗡 in her head. As for how it had happened, she was alone with Izuku, Ochako, and 𝗬𝗓 in the workshop, and she was basically feeling up Izuku's body to get his measurements, which gave 𝗬𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗡 an opportunity to brainjack her without her notice. Both Ochako and 𝗬𝗓 had not enjoyed seeing Mei being so physically NTMT with Izuku without his consent. Izuku was blushing as he nodded and explained, "We also need your expertise to make devices that will help us detect or track villains as well." Although he had had SEC with Ochako and 𝗬𝗓, he was still embarrassed to see Mei's naked melons, which were even bigger than theirs. Mei grinned like a maniac as she replied, "You've gotten yourselves a deal. I'll make those detection babies as soon as I'm done with your hero costumes." Although Izuku was glad that Mei readily agreed to help them, he was still nervous as he spoke about the other matter. So, about the plan, Mei waved her hand dismissively and replied, "Don't worry about it. Since this is Nedzu's idea, I can always sue him if that plan goes south. Besides, you seem to be a pretty good guy, so I don't mind getting to know more about you and your girlfriends." Izuku sighed in relief and said, "All right then. We'll let Nedzu-sensei know that you're in on the plan and give you permission to enter the 1A dorms. You do that while I upgrade your support gear and suits," said Mei, who was eager to start making her next baby. "You might want to wear a shirt first, Karo," said 𝗬𝗓, who had a deadpan expression on her normally blank face. Back at the 1A dorms, Izuku and Ochako were sweating bullets as they faced their classmates who were all waiting for them and 𝗬𝗓 at the dorms. It was clear that they wanted answers from all three of them. Mina was the first to speak as she grinned and asked with a faux accusatory one in her voice, "So, care to tell us about what you three did last night? I'm pretty sure the noises you three made yesterday were not snores." Izuku looked away from his classmates as he tried to explain. "Well, we had SEC, just as you all suspected," Karo said to you. Izuku and Ochako were both shocked as they yelled in unison, "It's not like we can lie to them. Especially not after how loud I was while you F me like a wild beast at my request," Karo replied 𝗬𝗓, who somehow still had a blank look on her blushing face. Everyone in the common room of the dorm froze for a single moment, which seemed to stretch for eternity before all hell broke loose. "You what?" shouted Minoru, Denki, and Hanta, who were shocked and outraged that Izuku not only had SEC with two cute girls, but even, as 𝗬𝗓 herself had put it, F one of them like a wild beast. "Holy SHT," swore Ijiro, who found it strong to believe that an innocent-looking boy like Izuku had actually done such a thing. If he was being perfectly honest, he had to admit that Izuku was manlier than expected. Tenya was too shocked to even say a word, while 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 said. It seems that our innocent hero has indulged himself in a mad banquet of bestial lust. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐬𝐚𝐫𝐲, another male student with a feminine face, blonde hair, and indigo eyes, nodded in agreement with 𝗧𝗬𝗪𝐸𝐴 and said, to think that such a sparkling symbol of innocence could be such a beast. Wait, what do you mean by at your request? Asked 𝗧𝗪𝗪, who was beginning to suspect that 𝗧𝗬𝗪 wanted to have rough SEC with Izuku. 𝗧𝗬𝗪 did not hesitate to reply, well, I was basically in heat at the time, so I asked 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗟 to Izuku, and 𝗓𝗧𝗪 suddenly slapped their hands onto her mouth to keep her quiet as Izuku desperately tried to defuse the situation, as she asked me to have sex with her, and nothing more than that. That's right, added 𝗓𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗟. None of the other students bought their desperate attempt to hide the truth for even a second as Kyuka spoke with a deadpan expression on her blushing face. 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗏s and croaks were loud enough for me and Mina to hear them as clear as day. There's no way in hell Izuku didn't F 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗏 like an animal, and I'm willing to bet that she wanted it that way. Kyuka was technically telling the truth as she had actually heard every word of 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗏's perverted request thanks to her keen sense of hearing. Both Izuku and 𝗓𝗧𝗪𝗏 blushed bright crimson as they looked away from Kyuka, due to the simple fact that they could not deny the truth. Echouichan's kinkier than I thought, said Denki. Minoru scowled angrily as he spoke. So what's next? The fact that Midoriya has a big PP too. Izuku and Ochako stuttered in shock while 𝗧𝗜𝗧 tapped her finger onto her mouth with a thoughtful expression on her face and replied, "Well, I can't really say for certain since I only saw my father's and my little brother's before I saw 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴's. That said, his PP is definitely on the bigger side and it does not fit with his face at all." 𝗧𝗜𝗧 was technically telling the truth, as it was 𝗎𝗎𝗎 who originally had extensive knowledge on 𝗏𝗏 before she shared her memories with her Ochako and Izuku. Even though Izuku's PP was not the largest 𝗎𝗎𝗎 had ever seen, it was undeniably large when compared to most people. Another moment of stunned silence passed before Minoru growled while comical crimson tears of blood flowed from his eyes. "Midoriya, I hate you so much right now." Katsuki huffed haughtily and said, "Who the bloody F cares? It's not like a big PP is going to make you the next #1 pro hero." "No, but it would make you popular with the ladies," argued Hanta. "I wouldn't be too sure," said a tall male student with a muscular wide build, short spiky brown hair, round nose and full lips named Sato Rikido, who then explained, "There's got to be a limit on the whole idea of bigger is better in bed. I mean, you can only add so much sugar into a cake before it becomes too sweet to taste good after all." Everyone stared at Rikido as though he had grown a second head and had the same general thought. "Seriously, you're using sugar content as an analogy for PP size." Although 𝗎𝗎𝗎 was just as incredulous about the unusual analogy, she was willing to admit to Izuku, Ochako, and 𝗬𝗜𝗧. He does have a point though. Oversized and are not fun to deal with unless you already have a loose PP, and they tend to permanently loosen the holes they penetrate, if you get what I mean. Izuku, Ochako, and 𝗬𝗜𝗧 blushed in unison in response as they had the same general thought. "We so didn't need to know that." Anyway, if that's all, can you let us through?" asked Izuku, who then explained, "We kind of made a mess of 𝗬𝗧-chan's room and we want to help her clean it up to make up for it." "Sure, under one condition," said Mina, who had a mischievous look in her eyes as she added, "You need to show us your pages." "Wait, what?" exclaimed Izuku and Ochako. "How can you even think of suggesting such an immoral action, Ishido-san?" demanded Tenya. "Why the F do you even want to look at that useless effer's junk?" asked Katsuki, who was clearly disgusted by the idea. "I hate to admit it, but considering how loud they were when they had SEC, especially 𝗬𝗧𝗎𝗓, even I'm curious about it," said Kyuka. "So let's have a vote," suggested Mina, who then said, "Anyone who wants to see Izuku's PP, please raise your hands." Shockingly enough for the boys in the class, Mina, Toru, Kyuka, and even Momo raised their hands immediately. As for the boys themselves, Tenya and Katsuki adamantly refused, while Shudo was actually about to raise his hand before he ultimately decided against it. As curious as he was, he respected Izuku too much to vote having his PP exposed for the rest of the class to see. Minoru, Denki, and Hanta immediately raised their hands, partly because they needed to know if Izuku's PP was really as big as 𝗬𝗧𝗎𝗓 claimed it to be, and partly out of spite towards the seemingly lucky Bestiardi who had had a CC with 2 girls. The rest of the boys did not raise their hands as they were not interested in seeing Izuku's exposed private part. Since only 7 of the 17 voting students raised their hands, Izuku was spared of further humiliation, and he was allowed to go to 𝗬𝗓𝗏's room together with 𝗬𝗓𝗏 and Ochako without further incident. With that said, Mina was not willing to give up on finding out how big Izuku's PP was, and she had the perfect agent to spy on them. Elitaire that evening, Izuku, Ochako, and 𝗬𝗓𝗏 had just cleaned 𝗬𝗓𝗏's room but decided to let it air to remove the lingering heady scent. While the room was being aired, Ochako offered to let Izuku and 𝗬𝗓𝗏 stay in her room to not only do their homework, but also relax after a strong day of training, getting a certain crazy support department student to be a part of Izuku's HRM and getting interrogated by their classmates. In theory, they could relax in the common room, but there was no way they could rest in peace in a place where the other girls and a few of the boys could badger them for answers and details. Izuku's room was also out of the question, as Tenya and Mineta would not doubt get in the way. After finishing their homework, which was thankfully not all that much due to the extended training hours, Izuku, Ochako, and 𝗬𝗓𝗏 simply relaxed around her small table. As they relaxed, 𝗎𝗎𝗏 mentally asked Ochako, "So you're not going to have SEC today?" "My girly bits are still a little sore from yesterday, and we still have training tomorrow, so I'm not planning to do that again anytime soon," replied Ochako, who was a bit disappointed that she could not experience the pleasure again. Understanding Ochako's reasoning, 𝗎𝗏𝗏 then suggested, "But there's no harm in cuddling, right?" Ochako smiled in agreement with 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘 and shifted herself so that she could lean against Izuku, who blushed at being so close to her. Ochako happily nuzzled into Izuku's shoulder and neck and said, "Sorry, Deku. I just want to cuddle with you like this." 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘 was all too eager to follow Ochako's example and leaned against Izuku's body in the same manner. Being cold-blooded due to her quirk, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘 enjoyed the warmth of Izuku's body as she spoke. "To be honest, I'm grateful that we went through all that drama 2 nights ago. If we hadn't, we wouldn't be able to be so close to one another now, Kero." Both Izuku and Ochako knew that 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘 was actually referring to 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗡's attempt to brainjack all 3 of them, and could not help but agree with her. Their mutual and honest agreement over the matter caused the slime girl to metaphorically blush bashfully as she mentally replied, "Well, I'm also glad that I met you 3. If I hadn't, I probably would never feel so safe and secure for the rest of my life." Izuku smiled at simply being together with Ochako, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗡, and 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏, as he reached out and held onto the waists of the 2 girls who were leaning against him. Suddenly, Izuku had an embarrassing thought and blushed. Noticing his sudden blush, Ochako asked, "What's wrong, Deku?" Izuku chuckled sheepishly as he explained, "It's pretty silly, but I just realized that I never touched your melons or butts before having SEC with you both." Ochako, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘, and even the mental image of 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗡 blinked in unison before they all snorted and laughed at Izuku's amusing revelation. Ochako was laughing especially heartily when she spoke. "You're right. It is pretty silly." She then started to smile mischievously as she asked, "So do you want to correct that mistake, Deku?" "Why, you sure? I wouldn't want to make you sore all over again." "At least not today anyway," replied Izuku. "It's not like we'll definitely have SEC again. Also, I do want to feel your hands on me," argued Ochako. "I would like that too," Kero agreed 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏. "I know I don't have a solid body of my own, but I definitely want to know how your hands will feel on their bodies," added 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗡's copy in Izuku's head. Izuku smiled in response and said, "Well, if you're all willing, I'm not one to refuse." Upon hearing Izuku's response, both Ochako and 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 got off Izuku so that they could remove their clothes until they only had their panties on. As for Izuku, he also took off his clothes while he was still seated until he only had his briefs on. Thankfully for him, he had a few briefs which were not hero-themed, and he was seriously considering getting more of them to avoid embarrassing himself in the future. The last thing he wanted was to be caught wearing only his lucky All Might briefs or, worse yet, dirtying them due to sexual activities. As soon as they were almost naked, both Ochako and 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 sat down beside Izuku in such a way that the 2 girls were facing each other. More confident than before, Izuku took the initiative as he reached out to gently hold onto Ochako's shoulders. Ochako shivered in response as his warm hands started to gently slide them. His hands then started to explore the rest of her upper body and face as they stroked and touched her neck, upper back, face, cheeks, and ears. Izuku's eyes shone with both tender love and keen analysis as he was determined to find the best ways to pleasure the brown-haired girl. Ochako could feel his eyes taking in her every response and knew that she was going to turn into warm putty in his hands at the rate he was going. When he finally reached out to touch her melons, Ochako was close to giving in to her sexual urges in spite of her initial plan to avoid having section. Izuku was about to tease the irked pink peaks of Ochako's melons when 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏 hugged him from behind and said, "Izuku-chan, please don't just focus on Ochako-chan. I want you to touch me too, Kero." Although Izuku was a little surprised by 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏's admittedly understandable neediness, Izuku smiled in response and said, "Sure thing, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏." He then started to shift his attention towards 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 as he gently touched and stroked her upper body and face the same way as he had done to Ochako. In spite of being a little disappointed, Ochako knew better than to be jealous of 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 for getting her dose of Izuku's warm hands, which were strong yet tender. Instead, Ochako hugged Izuku and allowed her melons to press against his body as she nuzzled into his back. Suddenly, Ochako noticed something and had to ask, "Deku, do you want to have SEC again?" "I would be lying if I said no, but I know better than to insist on it since you 2 need to rest after last night and today," replied Izuku, who then asked, "Why do you ask?" "Well, a certain something is saying otherwise," said Ochako, who pointed towards Izuku's underwear. Both Izuku and 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏 looked downwards and realized that his PP was obviously irked, even with his briefs on. Izuku blushed sheepishly and replied, "Well, I'm touching you both in pretty SL ways, so I can't say it's abnormal for that to happen." 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 and 𝗏𝗏 blushed at the sight when their respective copies of 𝗔𝗠𝐻 spoke to them. You know, none of us said that we can't enjoy a bit of good old or 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗘. Unable to disagree with 𝗔𝗠𝐻's statement, and admittedly eager for pleasure, 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐴 suddenly extended her frog-like tongue into Izuku's briefs to wrap around his throbbing member. Izuku gasped in shock before 𝐒𝐮𝐴's tongue started to slide his phallus. As for 𝗏𝗏, she started to touch and slide his upper body and face the same way he had done to both her and 𝐒𝐮𝐴. The soft pads on her fingertips made her touches even more pleasurable to feel. Overwhelmed by the unexpected tag team, Izuku closed his eyes shut to stop himself from ejaculating prematurely. Emboldened and turned on by his response, 𝗬𝗠 pulled down his wet briefs to fully expose his tongue-wrapped pee-pee and then swallowed the whole thing into her mouth. Izuku's whole body jolted as he could not only feel her tongue still coiling round his pee-pee, but also feel the back of her throat as she onto it. 𝗏𝗏 was also amazed as 𝗬𝗠 easily took in his pee-pee while coiling it with her long tongue at the same time thanks to her frog-like physiology. Determined to not only make Izuku feel good but also not lose out to 𝗬𝗠, 𝗏𝗏 hugged him in such a way that his face was buried into her melons and said, "𝗏𝗏 my melons, Deku." Izuku did not need further encouragement as he stared to embrace, suckle, lick, and even nibble on one of 𝗏𝗏's erect nipples. Not expected such pleasure, 𝗏𝗏 gasped and held onto Izuku to steady herself as well as pull him deeper into her embrace. She bit her lower lip as she tried to stop herself from too loudly in pleasure. Before long, Izuku filled 𝗬𝗠's mouth and throat with his seed. Instead of gulping it in or spitting it put, 𝗬𝗠 held it in her mouth and then reached out to embrace 𝗏𝗏. Knowing what was to come, 𝗏𝗏 eagerly accepted the embrace as her tongue tried to wrestle with 𝗬𝗠's undeniably superior tongue and swallowed Izuku's 𝗏𝗏. Eventually, Izuku, 𝗏𝗏, and 𝗬𝗠 had to breathe and they separated to catch their breaths. The two girls then noticed that Izuku's pee-pee was still irked, which caused 𝗏𝗏 to ask, "Just how much stamina does your boy here have?" "Honestly, I don't really know," admitted Izuku, who then noticed something was off and asked, 𝗏𝗏-chan, "Is it just me or is there a leak in your room?" Both 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗬𝗠 turned their attention towards where Izuku was looking at and realized that there were a few drops of liquid on the floor of a vacant spot in 𝗏𝗏's room. Then 𝗔𝗠𝐻 mentally asked Izuku, 𝗏𝗏, and 𝗬𝗠, "Don't you three have an invisible classmate?" Realization struck all three of them like thunderbolts as Izuku and 𝗏𝗏 yelled in unison, 𝗏𝗏-𝗧𝗜𝗍𝗠. Suddenly, a certain invisible girl named Toru sped past the stunned trio, opened the door and ran away from them as quickly as she could while apologizing, couldn't resist. Had the gaping trio paid attention, they would have noticed a trail of spots which were actually Toru's vaginal fluids as she ran into Mina's room to hide and tell the pink girl the juicy details. After an awkward moment of silently staring at the open door, Izuku asked, "So do you guys want to continue or call it a night? Considering that Toru-chan has pretty much ruined the mood and we should avoid making ourselves tired and sore tomorrow morning, calling it a night sound like a good idea right now," said 𝗬𝗠. 𝗏𝗏 sighed in disappointment and said, "Might as well." 𝗔𝗠𝐻 was also disappointed as she groaned. This Izuku smiled as he tried to cheer everyone up. "Look on the bright side, spending the night in our respective rooms will give Aizawa-sensei a little less reason to expel us if given the chance." 𝗏𝗏 snorted in amusement in spite of her disappointment and said, "Yeah, I can see that as a plus." Before long, the three lovers got dressed and hugged in one another in surprisingly chaste ways before leaving for their respective rooms. Yes, even 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗬𝗠 hugged in one another. While Izuku made his way back to his room, he blushed as he noticed that all the boys in the common room were staring or glaring at him. Mineta, Denki, and Hanta flipped the bird at him out of spite while Ijiru and even Shudo gave him a thumbs up. When Izuku finally reached his room, he lay on his bed with an exhausted groan and said, "I just got back into my room and I already want to go back to 𝗏𝗏-chan." "Well, I can be your sleeping partner for the night if you don't mind," said 𝗔𝗠𝐻, who was making similar offers to 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗬𝗠 through her copies. Izuku smiled appreciatively as said, "Thank you, 𝗔𝗠𝐻-chan." As soon as Izuku thanked the slime girl, she oozed out of his ear and took the form of a small ball of slime with a pair of black eye spots for eyes. Izuku idly noted that 𝗔𝗠𝐻 seemed firmer and even had eyelashes before he hugged her and allowed himself to fall asleep. A short while ago, in Mina's room, Mina was gaping like a fish out of water before she asked Toru, "You're serious?" Toru nodded vigorously in spite of being both naked and invisible and replied, "Midoriya-kun's PP is really big and 𝗔𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 could swallow the whole thing like a champ." He was still strong and big even after coming once. Mina grinned like a cat that ate the canary and said, "I'm so telling everyone about this." In less than 5 minutes, every student from Class 1A, including even Katsuki, got a message from Mina which went as follows. "Big news, everyone. Our invisible girl, Hagakure Toru, has discovered that our cute cinnamon roll, Midoriya Izuku, has a really big boy that is over 7 inches long and doesn't go down even after releasing a load." 𝗔𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 was not shitting us. Not surprisingly, the boys were impressed, annoyed, or jealous about the revelation concerning Izuku's impressive 𝗔𝗓𝗧𝗏. As for the 2 remaining girls who did not know, namely Momo and Kyuka, they became embarrassed as they though about how Izuku's large phallus somehow went deep into 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 news of Izuku's impressive member spread around the school. Izuku woke up from his slumber and was glad that he had 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 with him to keep him company, as he hated the idea of waking up alone after spending 2 nights with 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘 and 𝗬𝗬. He smiled affectionately at the cute ball of slime and stroked it gently, causing it to quiver in response. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 soon woke up and looked up at him with a sleepy look on its face. The slime girl then woke up fully and had a mischievous look in its eyes before it suddenly rushed into his, barely keeping himself from crying out in panic. Izuku whispered, "What are you doing, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏?" Izuku got his answer soon enough, as something warm and slimy suddenly engulfed his morning wood and even started to ooze through his urethra to reach his bladder and parastiti. He quickly covered his own mouth with his hands to stop himself from gasping in pleasure, while his whole body shivered and shook due to 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏's apparent attempt to give him her own version of 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗧. He could feel 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗧's slimy appendage moving in and out of his urethra while the rest of her slime-like body stroked and massaged the glands of his phallus. Normally, insertion of a foreign object into the urethra has to be done carefully to prevent urinal incontinence, damaging the urethra and infections. However, since 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗧's soft and slimy appendage could change shape to perfectly fit into Izuku's urethra without causing harm to it, Izuku felt little to no discomfort, as he felt new sensations which he did not even realize were possible. And not even 𝗬𝗏 can do something crazy like this, thought Izuku. As for 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗧, due to being comfortable with being her true slime girl self with not only Izuku but also 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 and 𝗬𝗬𝗧, she was perfectly happy to make use of her increased physical and mental freedom to pleasure all 3 of them in her own way. Indeed, just as 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 was pleasuring Izuku's member with her slime-like body, her physical copies did their own versions of 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 on both 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗬𝗬𝗧. Both girls were rendered helpless as their respective physical copies of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 started to insert themselves into their increasingly moist nether parts to the point of oozing into their very wombs. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's sexual pleasure only grew as 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 started to slide and massage their 𝗏𝗏 and even insert narrow slimy probes into their urethras to funnel to them. Before long, Izuku started to slide his own PP while 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗬𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗏 fingered their own private parts to bring themselves to orgasm. It should be noted that, due to past trauma involving a former host who had a FTSH for excrement, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 stayed clear of their anuses. Due to the intense sensations on not only his phallus, but also the urethra of the said phallus, Izuku quickly, which caused 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's body to swell with his white seed. While Izuku breathed heavily to recover from the intense orgasm, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 slowly oozed out of his still irked member and reformed into its previous state as a cute-looking ball of slime. Speaking of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗬𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗏 also, and each copy of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 fed on their expelled vaginal fluids. After Izuku caught his breath, he noticed something off about 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and asked, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, "Is it just me, or are you changing?" Although 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 still appeared as a cute-looking ball of slime, it was apparent that she not only had eyelashes, just like the previous night, but even had round bright pink blushes on her cheeks and a small fold which formed a cat-like mouth. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 nodded and placed an elongated slimy appendage into Izuku's ear to fully explain to him through her link with her host, "I think I am. This has never happened before." Being a keen analyst on quirks even before he became a student of UA High School, Izuku asked her, "Do you think it's because you no longer need to keep constant control over us like with your previous hosts?" "That Might actually be the case, said 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘, who then added, I never felt truly relaxed or safe until I met the three of you after all. Given the fact that you didn't develop while you were in your previous hosts, due to your constant need to be in control, it's probably safe to assume that your lack of development is either due to a mental block caused by stress or due to energy expenditure to keep your previous hosts constantly under control. Now that you're with us and you no longer need to maintain constant control, there may be a chance that you will not only grow and develop but possibly even gain new abilities. Some possible abilities that you might gain as a result may include shapeshifting while outside of your host, the ability to form a biological armor to protect your own host, the ability to alter your host's body to better suit your needs, or even "Whoa, there is who. Slow down a bit," exclaimed 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏, who then said, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Sure, I might be changing a bit, but that's no reason to assume that I'll change even more in the future, or regain your original body, asked Izuku. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 nodded with a troubled expression on her face. Izuku smiled reassuringly and said, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏, listen to me. Izuku-chan, Tsuyu-chan, and I all love you, and we won't care if you somehow regain your original body. But what if I can't help you find the spy after I regain my body? What if things turn bad between the three of you because I'm no longer a brainjacking slime that keeps everyone together due to being my useless original self? Asked 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏, who had an unmistakably sad expression on her face. It was apparent that she had a low opinion of her past self due to years of abuse. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏chan, had you never entered our lives, I would not have even known how much Ochako-chan and Tsuyu-chan actually cared for me, much less loved me. You have done much more good for us than you probably even realize, said Izuku, who then added, besides, you of all people should know that we'll never think that way about you. Well aware of Izuku's past as a quirkless boy and his downright heroic nature, as well as Ochako and Tsuyu's overall good nature, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 knew that he was being completely honest with her. However, she was still afraid of the possibility of becoming human again. Sensing her fear, Izuku said, no one is forcing you to regain your original body. If it does happen, it'll either be because it is unavoidable or, just as likely if not even more so, you have accepted being your original self again. In spite of her lingering fears and insecurities, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 smiled and said, you really are a hero at heart, you know that. Well, I do want to be a hero who can save people with a smile just like All Might after all, replied Izuku, who was smiling bashfully before he asked, so, do you want me to hug you before we go? I would like that a very, very much, Izuku, said 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏. Izuku smiled at the nickname she had just given him as he gave her a warm and loving hug, which she tried to return in kind with an adorably small pair of stubby protrusions that were supposed to be her arms before she had to return back into his head. Before long, Izuku started his day at WhatIf High School together with his classmates. A short while later, Toshinori blinked when he saw Mina and Toru running away from Izuku, Ochako, and Tsuyu during training. He then turned his attention towards Shoyuta, who was standing beside him, and asked, are they doing some kind of special training by any chance? Shoyuta huffed irritably as he explained, hardly. They're just upset that Toru had spied on them yesterday, and Mina sent a message to everyone in class about Izuku's, and I'm quoting here, really big boy that is over 7 inches long and doesn't go down even after releasing a load. Toshinori blushed at the obvious innuendo and said, that explains why they're chasing after the two of them. He then noted that Mina and Toru were pulling off some impressive moves to avoid getting captured by Izuku, Ochako, and Tsuyu, who were determined to get back at them. He could not help but smile as he commented, silliness aside, they're doing surprisingly well, all things considered. Nothing like running or fighting for your life to develop some new moves, agreed Shoyuta, who smirked as Toru's invisible body started to refract light that was passing through it to blind her 3 pursuers, while Mina used her corrosive acid quirk so that she could literally run up a steep incline to the top of a towering rock formation. Although stunned, Izuku, Ochako, and Tsuyu quickly regained their bearings, and Tsuyu's eyes began to take an infrared light as she sought to find Toru. She then disappeared as her skin color and body temperature changed to match with her surroundings. Ochako, on the other hand, used her zero-gravity quirk to make Izuku weightless and threw him upwards so that he could catch up with Mina. Upon seeing the incoming human projectile, Mina used her acid quirk to literally create a narrow hole beneath her feet and escape. Undeterred, Izuku delivered a strong kick to shatter the weakened rock formation, forcing Mina to jump out to escape. Ochako then shouted, I'm going to release you. Izuku knew what 𝗏𝗧𝗪 meant and said, "Do it, 𝗏𝗏𝗪." Since Izuku knew what she was about to do, 𝗏𝗏𝗪 pressed her fingers together to deactivate her zero-gravity quirk so that Izuku would not float into the sky. Gravity quickly took hold of Izuku, but he was prepared for it, so he landed safely onto the broken rock formation and quickly sped off to catch Mina. 𝗏𝗏𝗪 quickly followed Izuku's lead to capture the pink girl. Realizing that she was about to be captured, and determined to avoid retribution from 𝗏𝗏𝗪 and Izuku, Mina created a veil of acid to both distract them and block their line of sight. To counter Mina's defense, Izuku leapt over the veil and quickly tried to grab her to stop her escape. In his attempt to grab Mina, he accidentally tore her skin-tight bodysuit, thereby exposing her naked lower half for all to see. His keen observational skills made him realize that Mina had a rather nice bottom, which was probably due to being both a dancer and a hero in training. A moment of awkward silence passed before Mina blushed and screamed at the top of her lungs while hiding her naked girly bits. Izuku immediately prostrated before Mina and apologized. "I'm so sorry for ripping your suit, Ishido-san." Shoyuta sighed at the ridiculous turn of events and then said, "Ishido, you're excused to leave and get yourself properly dressed. Uraraka, go with her to make sure she gets changed unmolested. As for you, Midoriya, I know that this mess is an accident, but do let go of that ripped piece of bodysuit and get back to training." All three students quickly followed Shuta's instructions, and Izuku handed the ripped piece of bodysuit to 𝗏𝗏𝗪, who followed Mina to the changing room. Mina was blushing with tears welled up in her eyes as she thought, He's the first boy to ever see my naked butt and girly bits up close." In the girls' changing room, both 𝗏𝗏𝗪 and Mina were in the girls' changing room when 𝗏𝗏𝗪 placed her arms akimbo and said, "This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't decided to tell everyone in class about Deku's boy bits, you know?" Mina pouted at 𝗏𝗏𝗪 and argued, "You of all people should know that I love hearing romantic stories. How can I not be curious about what you three are doing, especially after you had SEC right above my room?" "And what does that have to do with telling everyone in class?" asked 𝗏𝗏𝗪, who was still frowning at the acidic girl while also sporting a blush, as she could not refute the fact that she and Tsuyu had SEC with Izuku directly above Mina's room. Mina had the decency to be sheepish as she answered, "Okay, I'll admit that I probably should have kept it to just the girls in our class, but the only girls who did not know at the time were Jiraiya-chan and Yamamoto. Besides, even Todoroki-kun seemed curious about Izuku." 𝗏𝗏𝗪 raised an eyebrow and asked, seriously. She knew from sharing memories with Izuku that the green-haired boy was clearly heterosexual and only saw Shuto as a friend and comrade. "I'm serious." He was about to raise his hand during the vote to see Izuku's PP before he decided against it, said Mina. 𝗏𝗏𝗪 sighed and decided not to argue about the matter further as she spoke to Mina. "You did tell them not to spread that information to the rest of the school at least, right?" Mina suddenly paled and looked away from 𝗏𝗏𝗪 as she admitted, I might have forgotten to add that part." 𝗏𝗏𝗪 was ready to throttle the pink-skinned girl, but Sumomo intervened and mentally reminded her, "You do remember that I'm supposed to brainjack Ishido-san and the other three girls in Class 1A to determine if any of them is the spy, right? This is as good an opportunity to brainjack her as any." Upon hearing Sumomo's reminder, 𝗏𝗏𝗪 had an idea. An almost villainous smirk formed on her face as she got closer to Mina and said, "Say, Mina-chan, you wanted to know how Deku-chan and I got together, right?" "Why yes, I do want to know," replied Mina, who did not like the look in 𝗏𝗏𝗪's eyes and nervously backed away from her. 𝗏𝗏𝗪 slowly cornered the nervous pink-skinned girl and said, "Well, the thing is, Tsuyu-chan and I had a bit of help in confessing our feeling for Deku." Mina's back was pressed against the wall when she asked, "It's help, you say? So who was the one who helped you?" 𝗏𝗏𝗪 placed her hands onto the wall to prevent Mina from escaping and moved in to whisper into her ear, "I'm about to tell you." Suddenly, Mina felt something slimy enter her ear and, before she could even cry out for help, her body was immobilized. Mina's eyes rolled back while drool started to flow from the side of her mouth, and her body twitched in a futile attempt to fight off the parasitic takeover of her body. Panic started to swell in her sisti when she heard 𝗏𝗏𝗪's voice in her head, "While Sumomo-chan is looking through your memories, I'll show you what really happened between Tsuyu-chan, Deku, and me." Mina was about to ask 𝗏𝗏𝗪 what was going on when she saw 𝗏𝗏𝗪's memories of what had happened to her, Tsuyu, Izuku, and the slime girl named Sumomo. Although there were parts that were left out, including most of Sumomo and Izuku's backstories, details on One for All and Ochako's SXL experiences with Izuku, Tsuyu, and 𝗏𝗏. Mina saw more than enough to realize that she was in no real danger from the brainjacking ex-villainess. By the time 𝗏𝗏 had finished looking through Mina's memories and verified that she was not a villainous spy or even a sleeper agent, she was calm enough to not totally flip the heck out when she regained control over her own body in spite of having 𝗏𝗏's copy in her own head. Wow, this situation feels like the kind of crazy story a horny bugger would cook up to fulfill his SXL fantasies, said Mina. Ochako could not help but chuckle in agreement and said, well, it can't be any worse than the kind of sleazy pawn Mina's bound to have in his collection. Oh, I won't doubt that, said Mina, who then added, so, how do you plan to get the others? Surprised by Mina's inquiry, Ochako raised an eyebrow and asked, you do realize that we're essentially going to let 𝗏𝗏-chan brainjack the others in our class, the girls' class 1B, and possibly even other people like Midnight Sensei, right? Mina shrugged and said, look, if this crazy HRM plan works, we'll be able to stop the League of Villains from attacking us again like back at summer camp. Besides, this is 𝗏𝗧𝗧𝗟𝗘's plan, so it has to have a pretty good chance of being a success. And you're not against the idea of being a member of Deku's HRM? Asked Ochako. Well, I'll have to get to know him more to really decide if I want to be in his HRM. Besides, I don't have a boyfriend at the moment, and I'm pretty sure that Toru-chan, Jiraiya-chan, and Yamamoe are still single too, explained Mina. Recalling the girls' discussion on boyfriends back at summer camp, Ochako had to admit that Mina was not wrong. Nevertheless, Ochako had to ask her, but what about Kirishima-kun? He's known you since middle school after all. Indeed, as Ochako recalled from previous conversations with Mina, the pink-skinned girl and Ijuru had actually known each other since middle school. Mina smiled and admitted, we certainly have known each other since middle school, but that's exactly the reason why I know that he's not interested in being my boyfriend. He wants to be a great hero who never has any regrets, and I doubt he'll even think about dating until he achieves that dream. Ochako frowned and asked, Deku wants to be a great hero too, but that didn't stop him from developing feelings for me even before 𝗏𝗏-chan came into the picture. True, but I get the feeling that he's more into bromance rather than romance. Also, while he's undoubtedly a good friend and fellow hero in training, he's not really my type as a boyfriend, explained Mina. Deciding to trust Mina's judgment, especially since 𝗏𝗏 had said nothing to contradict her claims even after looking through her memories, Ochako said, well, if you say so, I suppose you can be a part of the HRM. Just know that you don't have to join us immediately, and you can even back out of it if you want. Trust me, there'll no turning back or backing out once you look into Deku's memories. Mina nodded and said, I'll keep that in mind, Okan. Later that day, Izuku had just finished his training and was walking towards the support department workshop to find out if Mei had made any progress on the requested support items. As he made his way to the workshop, he heard another loud explosion and sighed as he understandably assumed that one of Mei's experimental support items had blown up again. In spite of his exasperation, Izuku quickened his pace to reach the workshop, which was clearly smoking. He could also hear the exasperated yelling of a short and skinny man with spiky ginger and dull blue eyes hair named Maijima Higuri. Also known as the pro-hero power loader, Higuri was yelling at Mei for creating yet another insane invention that had exploded. Izuku hesitantly asked the irate teacher, Excuse me, power loader sensei. Is now a bad time for me to be here? Noticing the boy, Higuri replied, That depends on whether you're here for business or for socializing. Well aware that Higuri was in no mood to put up with anyone interrupting him to socialize with the apparently unrepentant Mei, Izuku quickly answered, I'm here for business with Mei. My friends and I requested her to make some support items for us. Friends as in girlfriends? Asked Higuri. Surprised, Izuku blushed and asked, Excuse me. Higuri took out his smartphone and said, There's no point in hiding it, Midoriya. He then showed Izuku a message as he added, Even as we speak, news of your girlfriends and your impressive genitalia are making the rounds in the entire school to the point that even the teachers got word of it as spam. Izuku made a comically high-pitched noise which sounded similar to a cat which was receiving a colonoscopy as he read the message that stated, Big news, everyone. Thanks to certain sources from our insiders in Class 1A, we now know that Izuku not only has 2 girlfriends, but also has a member which is over 7 inches long and stays strong even after releasing a load. He has the face of an innocent boy and yet has the CC drive of a beast. Forgetting his place as a student, He quickly snatched the phone from Higuru's hand and continued staring at the message as he fearfully asked, "Does 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 know about this?" Knowing him, he probably knew about it long before the message started to spread around the school, replied Higuru, who did not mind Izuku snatching his phone in an understandable moment of panic. Izuku's shoulders slumped in comical despair as he muttered, "And no wonder everyone in school has been staring at me today." While the boys stared at him with amazement, envy, or even admiration, the girls stared at him as though he was a lustful beast to be avoided or a piece of meat to be devoured. He then fell onto all fours as he added, "And my mom's going to disown me and then kill me when she finds out about this. Or tease me to death, which might just be worse." Higuru bent down to console Izuku, as well as retrieve his smartphone, and said, "If it makes you feel any better, the principal is doing what he can to keep the damage on your reputation, as well as the reputations of your girlfriends, to a minimum." He then grinned and said, "Besides, scoring 2 girls at the same time after what you all went through back at summer camp is hardly the worst sexual scandal the hero world has ever known." Izuku found the willpower to stand up and said, "I just hope that this mess will die down soon. Provided that you stay faithful to those 2 girls, I'm pretty sure that the worst of the rumors will die down before long," said Higuru, who failed to notice Izuku's slight flinch at the statement. Considering the HRM plan, Izuku had every reason to worry that his growing infamous reputation as a lustful beast would not die down anytime soon. "Anyway, I've already taken more of your time than necessary, so I'll let you take Hatsum off my hands for a while," said Higuru, who then whispered in a conspiratorial way, "By the way, if you don't mind me making a request, please help me to convince that idiot to stop blowing up the workshop. She has caused more explosions than all of her peers combined." "You're not seriously telling me to use my manly charms on her, are you?" asked Izuku, who noted the irony that Higuru was essentially telling him to take in Mei as a HRM member after she already knew about the HRM plan. "Honestly, yes, I am," admitted Higuru, who then explained, "Make no mistake, she's a great inventor, but I'll rest a lot easier if I know that she has someone to keep her from blowing stuff up all the bloody time." Izuku chuckled sheepishly and said, "Well, I can't make any promises, but I'll see what I can do. In return, do you think you can help with the rumors?" "That depends. Do you and your girlfriends love one another?" asked Higuru. Izuku had a firm, confident, and downright heroic expression on his face as he answered, "We do, Power Loader Sensei. It may have taken the attack during summer camp and the Kamino incident for the 2 girls to finally decide to tell me their true feelings for me, but I am truly glad that we got our feelings across." Higuru smiled at Izuku and patted him on the shoulder as he spoke. "Then I'll do what I can to convince everyone that those 2 girls have a good reason to be your girlfriends." "Thank you, Power Loader Sensei," said Izuku, who gratefully bowed to Higuru. "Think nothing of it," said Higuru, who then pushed Izuku towards Mei and said, "Now, go and find out how much progress Hatsum has made with your support equipments." Mei was all too happy to show off the progress that she had made to Izuku as she quickly grabbed onto him and then dragged him to her corner of the workshop. He soon found out that Mei would be able to finish some of the requested support equipment by the end of the day and would personally deliver the goods to the girls' side of the Class 1A dorms. The boy could not help but blush as he knew that she would soon learn more about him and possibly decide to become an official member of his HRM. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗓 recently received a message from Mina to meet her in a secluded part of the school to discuss on how to settle things peacefully with Izuku, Ochako, and Tsuyu. Considering her role in spying on the 3 of them while they were sexually pleasuring one another, 𝗬𝗓 knew better than to ignore such a discussion. She had barely avoided Tsuyu, who could not only camouflage herself but even detect infrared light, which essentially gave her heat-detecting abilities. Although 𝗬𝗓 was undoubtedly invisible, she could do nothing about concealing her own body heat. The invisible girl shuddered as she recalled how Tsuyu kept on chasing after her like some sort of unseen persistent predator. It was a small miracle that she was able to escape Tsuyu's grasp. Before long, she saw Mina, who was waiting for her at the meeting place, and said, "Hey, Mina-chan. You wanted to discuss with me on how to settle things peacefully with those 3 lovebirds, right?" Mina nodded and explained, "The good news is that I have an idea on how to settle things peacefully." 𝗬𝗓 tilted her invisible head and asked, "And the bad news?" Mina did not react to the downright terrifying sight of Tsuyu emerging from camouflaged hiding directly above 𝗬𝗓 with her long tongue extended as she sheepishly smiled and replied, "Well, It involves getting an earful of slimy wing-wong. Wait, what? Asked Toru before 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗘 suddenly seized her with her tongue, which was coated with a slimy copy of 𝗬𝗡𝗡. Elsewhere, Momo and Jirairu were making their way to class when 𝗏𝗏𝗏 stopped them and asked, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, can I have a word with the both of you? Surprised by 𝗏𝗏𝗏's sudden request, both girls had no reason to reject it as Momo replied, of course you can. Is something the matter, Uraraka-san? 𝗏𝗏𝗏 smiled sheepishly as she scratched the back of her head and explained, well, it's not something to be discussed in public. Jirairu blushed as she wore a deadpan expression and asked, it's nothing to do with your love life, does it? If it does, count me out. Embarrassed by Jairu's response, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 waved her hands to dispel the implication and said, and no, it's nothing to do with my love life. I just want to talk to you two about some things in private, that's all. Jirairu raised her eyebrows skeptically while Momo readily accepted 𝗏𝗏𝗏's request. Well, if is something not related to love-ma. Momo coughed before she corrected herself. Love, I suppose we can afford a few minutes to help you out. Great, said 𝗏𝗏𝗏, who then turned around and beckoned the two other girls to follow her. In spite of her doubts, Jirairu decided to tag along with Momo, as they both followed 𝗏𝗏𝗏 to a secluded part of the school. Once they arrived at the place, which was an unoccupied science laboratory, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 closed the door and said, thanks coming to hear me out. It's no trouble at all, Uraraka-san, said Momo, who then added, as the vice representative of Class 1A, it's only natural for me help my fellow classmates in any way I can. Jirairu shrugged and said, your love life aside, you're still a friend of ours, so of course we'll help you out if you need it. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 smiled gratefully and said, thank you, it means a lot of me. So, what do you need help with anyway? Asked Jirairu. At that moment, two blobs of pink slime landed onto Jirairu and Momo's heads. Later at the dorms, Izuku, who was helping Mei to deliver some support gear to the girls of Class 1A, blinked in surprise as he stared at all 6 of his female classmates who had gathered in 𝗏𝗏𝗏's room and asked, how did you two manage to get all the others on the same day? Well, after I convinced Mina-chan to join us, Mina-chan and 𝗏𝗏𝗏chan worked together to convince Toru-chan while I had a word with both Momo-chan and Jirairu-chan, explained 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Jirairu wore an annoyed expression as she added, Chika-chan got us real good. We didn't even get to say no before we were convinced to give you and this crazy Harem plan a chance. To be fair, I couldn't have done the double brainjack without completely evacuating from 𝗏𝗏𝗏chan and splitting that copy into 2. The only reason why I can even consider doing such a thing is because I trust her completely, said 𝗬𝗡𝗡, who was mentally communicating with everyone present in the room. Izuku knew that the girls were deliberately avoiding mentioning about 𝗬𝗡𝗡 to prevent anyone from finding out about the brainjacking slime girl. He then recalled what 𝗬𝗡𝗡 had done to him, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, and 𝗏𝗡 earlier that day and mentally spoke to her, 𝗬𝗡𝗡, I think you should stay hidden and not leave our heads too often. The last thing we need is you being discovered by someone whom we cannot fully trust. 𝗬𝗡𝗡's mental image nodded in understanding and said, I understand. Izuku-kun. Still, I never expected you 3 to be forming a HRM of all things, said Momo as she placed her hand onto her cheek in a ladle-like manner and then mentally added, or the fact that your love lives were actually improved by a brainjacking ex-villainess. No offense meant, Yamanaka-san. None taken, said 𝗬𝗡𝗡, who then mentally spoke to Izuku. That said, we managed to find a lead on our objective. Really? Who? Asked Izuku as he handed the support gear to the girls. It's not really a who but rather a what, said 𝗬𝗡𝗡, who then explained. It seems that Toru-chan's parents requested a trusted family doctor to implant a tracking device into her body so that they could get someone to track her down in case anything bad happens to her, such as getting kidnapped by a villain. Considering her invisibility quirk and the USJ attack, I can't really blame them for making that decision, and I can't imagine them knowingly doing anything that would harm her unless they are forced to do so. Izuku nodded slightly and mentally said, I understand. There is a chance that this could be a false lead, but we do need to be sure about the tracking device is not being used by the League of Villains or any other villainous groups. Which is why 𝗏𝗏𝗏chan quickly reported the matter to 𝗏𝗏𝗏sensei after I had brainjacked Toru-chan, said 𝗬𝗡𝗡. Hopefully that will settle the issue. I'd rather not have to drag in any more people into this, said Izuku. Kind of too late for that, don't you think? Asked 𝗬𝗡𝗡. Izuku smiled sheepishly and said, maybe, but in my defense this is mainly 𝗏𝗏sensei's idea. Speaking about HRM plans, I think we should start discussing about this crazy idea of yours, Midoriya. Izuku, said Mina, who had a cheeky grin on her face. That's right. Are you seriously going to form a HRM? Asked 𝗓𝗓. Izuku blushed and bashfully replied, well, I'm already in a relationship with Ochako-chan and Tsuyu-chan, so none of you have to actually join the HRM if you don't want to. He then mentally added, you're in the HRM too, by the way, Sumomo-chan. I know, Izuku replied Sumomo. Momo, 𝗓𝗓, Toru, and Mina looked at one another for a moment, and then turned their attention towards Izuku. Mina was the first to speak as she shrugged and replied, well, none of us has a boyfriend at the moment. Heck, I didn't even think about getting a boyfriend up until recently. Really? Asked Izuku, who was surprised by the answer. The other boys in our class are generally good friends and comrades, but let's just say that we have our reasons for not considering them, as well as you, as boyfriend material, explained Momo, who then added, prior to recent events, only Uraraka-san and Azui-san even considered you as a possible boyfriend, Midoriya-san. Izuku recalled Ochako and Tsuyu's conversation with the other girls of Class 1A and even 3 girls from Class 1B about boyfriends during summer camp. Blushing at the realization that he might be the only sexually attractive boy in the whole class, at least as far as Mina, Toru, Momo, and 𝗓𝗓 were currently aware of, Izuku bashfully asked, so, you're okay with getting to know me? Considering that none of us have a boyfriend and your SXL acts have gotten us hot and bothered lately, I'd say that we have nothing to lose in getting to know you, said 𝗓𝗓. The other girls, including Mei, nodded in agreement with 𝗓𝗓. Seeing no reason to delay any further, Izuku sat down and said, all right then, you might want to get comfortable. This could take a while. -1 memory share later. 𝐻_SHT. Swore 𝗓𝗓 as tears fell from her eyes. Prior to the recent memory sharing, Mei, Mina, Toru, Momo, and 𝗓𝗓 were not informed of certain details such as Izuku and Sumomo's full backstories and the details of One for All. Needless to say, all 5 of them were shocked by Sumomo's terrible past, which drove her to villainy, and Izuku's cruel abuse due to being quirkless. They also quickly understood why both Ochako and Tsuyu became so cold, if not hostile, towards Katsuki lately, and, honestly, none of them could blame the 2 girls. In fact, their opinion of Katsuki had fallen so much that he was deemed as basically no better than Mineta as far as they were concerned. Considering that Katsuki had spent years bullying Izuku for being quirkless and even went so far as to suicide bait him, the girls felt justified in thinking that he was no better than the worst pervert they had ever known. They knew that any hero worth his salt would not be a cruel bully who picked on the weak. Feeling mentally and emotionally drained, the girls were in no mood for anything other than rest, preferably with plenty of warm cuddles. Even Mei was affected by the urge, but she had something else which was even more urgent in mind as she stood up and spoke with uncharacteristic seriousness in her voice. Everyone, please read the instructions on how to use the babies that I have made for all of you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me tomorrow. I'll also let all of you know as soon as I'm done making the other babies. Do you need to go somewhere? Hatsum-san asked Izuku. Let's just say that I might need help in improving my babies, said Mei, who then added before she left, also count me in as a HR member. Although the others were not aware, Sumomo knew what Mei actually wanted to do and mentally asked her, you're going to ask 𝗫𝗓-san to have her come here and possibly have her join the HRM, aren't you? Mei left Ochako's room as she mentally communicated with Sumomo. That's right. Izuku'll need all the help he can get if he's going to be the next heroic symbol of the world. We need her expertise, and we both know that Izuku's too pure-hearted to even consider such an idea on his own. Considering her relationship with All Might-san, it'll be best that he's informed about your idea too before Nezu tries to invite her. The last thing we need is an overprotective former hero going after our collective butts, said Sumomo, who did not want to even think about an angry All Might going after her and her hosts. Retired hero or not, Sumomo did not want to risk getting United States of Smashed into the next century. No argument there, agreed Mei. While Mei left the dorm, she caught sight of Katsuki and threw a dirty look at him before she left. Her angry look did not go unnoticed as Izuku blinked at her and asked, Hey Bakugo, did you blow up one of her inventions or something? Katsuki was somewhat blissfully unaware of how badly the girls of Class 1A and Mei viewed him as he angrily replied, No, I didn't do SHT to goggle stuff. Back to Izuku and the girls of Class 1A, so, I'm assuming that you all want to join the HRM too? Asked Izuku. Considering everything that you have revealed to us, I think it is safe to say that we're all interested to give this HRM lifestyle a try if nothing else, admitted Momo. Much like the other girls, she was awed by Izuku's heroic nature in spite of his past suffering, and she knew that he would make a great hero. There was also the fact that Izuku was apparently incredible in SEC, which was an admittedly appealing bonus. Izuku blushed at the thought of being secularly NTMT with the other girls in his class as he asked, "Well, if you don't mind, I would like to have a word with 𝗂𝗂𝗧𝗟𝗘 alone. Is that all right with all of you?" Realizing why Izuku wanted to have a word with Toru alone, none of the girls protested. Although they were disappointed that Izuku would be spending time with her, especially Ochako and Tsuyu. Toru, on the other hand, was surprised that Izuku wanted to spend time with her alone, but she did not refuse as she led him to her room. Before long, Izuku was alone with Toru in her room and he asked her, "Are you all right, 𝗂𝗂𝗧𝗟𝗘? "Well, considering everything that has happened today, I'm doing okay, I guess," replied Toru, who was lacking her usual upbeat attitude. Concern was evident on Izuku's face as he asked, "You're worried, aren't you?" Well aware that Izuku had seen her memories, Toru meekly nodded and said, "Considering that I might have played a role in bringing those villains to summer camp." Izuku gently yet firmly placed his hands onto her shoulders and said, "Listen to me. No matter what 𝗧𝗓𝗧-sensei finds out about that tracking device, please know that this is not your fault. Your parents asked that doctor to put that tracking device into your body for the sake of being able to keep track of you in case anything bad happens to you. The only ones who deserve the blame are the villains who have taken advantage of it, and that's assuming that they have actually done it somehow." Tears welled up in Toru's eyes as she hugged herself and argued, "But if my tracking device was used by the villains to find us during the summer camp, that means that Ragdoll's loss of her quirk, Katsuki's kidnapping, and everyone's injuries were all because of it." Her tears fell as she started to sniffle. How can I face everyone and still be happy as though nothing is wrong after knowing that my parents and I have basically allowed the attack to happen? I don't even know how to start atoning for what I have allowed to happen. "𝗂𝗂𝗧𝗟𝗘, please look at me," said Izuku. Toru hesitantly looked up into Izuku's eyes and saw only kindness and concern in them as Izuku continued to speak. "I was among the people who got badly hurt in the attack, but I refuse to blame you for something which you have unknowingly done. You're my classmate and a close friend of both Ochako-chan and Tsuyu-chan, who also don't blame you for the attack." Toru became even more upset as she slammed her clenched fists into his fists while yelling at him, "That's the thing, you selfless idiot." She shook with barely repressed emotions as she continued to yell, "Wire arms. That boy coulda. If things had gone even a little bit differently, both of you and so many others would have died. I shouldn't have become your classmate. I should have just accepted what everyone said about me being invisible and—" Toru's rant was cut short when Izuku suddenly hugged her closely and gently patted her head with his scarred hand. He then said, "Please, don't ever think that you're not worth anything." Thanks to the memory sharing, Izuku knew that Toru had a fear of living her life being unnoticed and alone due to her invisible nature. The prejudice which she received due to her quirk only made her hidden fears and insecurities worse. As someone who was deemed as worthless due to being quirkless, Izuku knew what it was like to be treated as though his very existence did not matter to anyone, and he refused to allow Toru to think way about herself. Unable to hold back her emotions, Toru cried. Some time later, "𝗂𝗂𝗧𝗟𝗘, do you feel any better now?" asked Izuku, who was sitting on Toru's bed with the invisible girl by his side. His arm was draped around the girl's shoulders in a comforting manner. Toru nodded in spite of being invisible and said, "Thank you, Deku. I really needed someone to cry on." Izuku smiled kindly to her and said, "It's the least I can do to help you." "Toru, you can call me by my first name," Deku said. Toru. Realizing that he had permission to call Toru by her first name, Izuku nodded and said, "I understand, Toru-chan." Toru's blush would have been clear for all to see if she was visible as she hesitantly replied, "Say, Deku, if I'm a part of your HRM, does that mean we cannot have section?" Izuku blushed as he replied, "Well, we certainly could." His expression became serious as he added, "But do you really want to? I don't want you to have SEC with me just because you feel obligated to repay me for forgiving you, or because you need something to stop the pain. Trust me on this, having SEC for just those reasons don't usually end well." Sumomo's mental image nodded in agreement with Izuku as she spoke. "He's right, you know. If you're going to have SEC with Izuku, do it because you actually like him as a person, not because he's the easiest source of comfort to get. Smiling in spite of being invisible, Toru admitted, I admit that I want to be comforted, and I am grateful for your kindness and forgiveness, Deku. She then reached out and Izuku tenderly on the cheek before she added, however, I also like you as a person, and I know for a fact that you will treat me and the other girls in the Harem right. Realizing that Toru was serious, Izuku's blush deepened and said, if that is how you really feel about me, then I'll try to be as gentle as I can, Toru-chan. Toru nodded and then started to remove her clothes. Izuku quickly removed his own clothes, and the both of them were soon naked. While Izuku was essentially staring at seemingly empty air, Toru was staring at his naked body with a mixture of awe for its masculine appeal and regret for the scars of his damaged arms. Izuku then asked, so, do you want me to be on top, or do you want to be the one on top? Let me be the one on top, said Toru, who added, my naked body might be difficult to get used to. Izuku nodded and lay back on the bed. He soon felt someone getting on top of him and he asked, Toru-chan, are we facing face to face? Yes, we are, replied Toru. Then, please excuse me, said Izuku before he reached out to told her. As soon as he got hold of her face, which had soft cheeks, he started to gently trace his fingers on other parts of her upper body, including her short hair, shoulders, neck, ears, and melons. The invisible girl shivered in pleasure as he gently fondled her soft melons and teased her irked nipples. Her breath grew heavier and her nether part became moist as Izuku proceeded to slide her flat stomach, backside, and thighs. As for Izuku, he felt increasingly aroused as, in spite of being unable to see Toru, he could still touch, smell, and hear her. His growing arousal became apparent as his PP became fully irked and started to twitch while 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 leaked from the exposed tip of his glands. Unable to bear the growing longing in her loins any longer, Toru said, Deku, I'm going to put your big and stiff thingy in. Izuku nodded in understanding and almost gasped as he could feel a warm yet unseen hand guide his phallus towards what he assumed to be Toru's invisible maidenhood. Soon, he felt his member entering her sacred place and he knew that Toru was struggling as he could hear her holding back gasps of pain. He was about to ask her if she wanted him to be on top when she suddenly forced her hips downwards so that his PP could enter her fully. Toru barely held back a scream of pain as she gripped onto the sheets of her bed tightly and gritted her teeth. As the pain slowly subsided, she started gasping and was struggling to support herself, so Izuku placed his hands below her armpits to hold her up. Are you alright, Toru-chan? Asked Izuku, who could see BLD on his still visible phallus and was worried that he had caused her great harm. I'm okay, Deku, said Toru, who then asked, you do realize that your hands are under my armpits, right? Izuku blushed and sheepishly replied, I kind of suspected it, but I didn't think that was important at the time. Toru chuckled at Izuku's still innocent nature and said, I'm all right now. You don't have to hold me up while I move, Deku. Maybe so, but I do want to continue holding you and touching you, Toru-chan, replied Izuku, who then added, I might not be able to see it, but I can tell by touch alone that you are appealing. He was being honest as he could feel her soft yet firm body, smooth skin, and delicate bone structure. Toru felt her heart swell with joy as she had longed to hear someone compliment her looks in spite of being invisible. She then lowered herself so that she could embrace Izuku on the lips. Although Izuku was initially surprised, he soon gladly accepted her embrace as he placed his hand behind her head so that he could embrace her more deeply. After what seemed to be a mere moment, the two of them parted their lips to breathe and looked at one another longingly before Toru started to move her hips. In spite of the pain, Toru also felt pleasure as she could feel Izuku's member reaching deep inside of her. As Toru moved with increasing speed and passion, Izuku started to move his own hips to match with her movement, while his hands held onto her slim waist. Toru's sweat formed a rough yet artsy outline of her 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 body as she started to sway her hips to fully enjoy the feeling of Izuku's member moving about in her nether part. Soon, the two lovers were close to 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 and Izuku said, Toru-chan, I'm going to come soon. I had my PRD yesterday, so go ahead and do it, said Toru, who knew enough about the female reproductive cycle to know that that day was her save day. The movement of her hips quickly accelerated as she too was close to 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘. Reassured by her statement, Izuku ejaculated deep inside of the invisible girl, who could feel his hot seed filling her insides. As Izuku recovered from his orgasm, he idly noted that he could see his 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 filling up the inside of 𝗬𝗏's twitching 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗛 and even leaking into her womb. The sight turned him on, and his still stiff member twitched in response to his belonging. Surprised by the twitching sensation, 𝗬𝗏 had to ask, "So, how many times do you have to come for your thingy to calm down?" Izuku blushed and avoided 𝗬𝗏's invisible yet undeniably inquisitive gaze as he replied, "I honestly don't know, but I think I can come at least 3 more times." 𝗬𝗏 blinked and said, "I hate to break it to you, but I just came and don't think my girly bits can take much more of it today." Knowing that 𝗬𝗏 had just lost her virginity, Izuku was about to reassure her when they both heard the door open. Both lovers were shocked as Ochako, Tsu, Mina, Jiro, and Momo entered the room with bright red blushes on their faces. Their blushes only grew when they could see Izuku's phallus, which was still inside 𝗬𝗏's 𝗒𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗛. Izuku was filled with both fear and excitement as he asked the 5 other girls, "Do you want to have SEC too?" All 5 girls nodded, and Jiro glared at Izuku as she spoke. "You are so taking responsibility for making us so damn and thirsty for section. Not that I mind having you girls take over, but my bed's not big enough to fit everyone," said 𝗬𝗏. Mina grinned in an almost predatory way as she replied, "Nothing that a few adjustments can't fix." As if sharing one mind, Mina, Ochako, and Jiro went to fetch Jiro's mattress, pillow, and blanket, while Momo went to Tsuyu's room to get some spare IUDs. Unlike 𝗬𝗏, Momo wanted to make sure that everyone who wished to have SEC with Izuku were properly protected. Seeing the girls set off, Izuku sighed with a smile and his face while 𝗬𝗏 pulled herself off his irked phallus. Sumomo used that moment to leave 𝗬𝗏's head and oozed her way into her sore private part to feed on Izuku's 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘. Safe day or not, it never hurt to make sure that an unwanted pregnancy would not happen. "Deku." "Yes, 𝗬𝗏-chan." 𝗬𝗏 leaned against Izuku's solidly muscled form and said, "Thank you for being a good friend and lover." Izuku smiled in response and nuzzled against her head affectionately as he replied, "You're welcome, 𝗬𝗏." Although the 2 lovers knew that the peaceful silence would soon end due to the other members of Izuku's growing HRM wanting a piece of the action, they did not mind it the least as they simply enjoyed being close with one another. "Meanwhile, I must admit, I never expected you to make such a request, Hatsune-san," said Nezu, who was smiling at Mei, who stood before him in his office. He then asked her, "So tell me, why should I invite Melissa Shield into your high school when she can receive better technological support and security from my island?" Mei had a determined look on her face as she spoke. "That's because she's the only one who actually created something that could protect Izuku's arms from getting damaged by his own quirk, which, by the way, we both know he was not born with." She stepped forward as she added, "Even if the full gauntlet was destroyed in the end, the fact that it could protect Izuku from damaging his own arm while he used the full power of his quirk for up to 3 times is more than enough reason for any sane individual to realize that she's a bloody genius." Mei stood across Nezu's desk and slammed her hands onto it as she spoke. "As much as it pains me to admit it as an inventor, I need her help to make the kind of support gear that Izuku will need to have until his body is able to handle that ridiculously powerful quirk without destroying his own body in the process." Her eyes bore into Nezu's own eyes as she asked, "So, can you do anything to help us?" A tense moment of silence passed before Nezu smiled and accommodatingly replied, "I would need to have a word with All Might about the idea of having Melissa join the HRM. However, given your convincing argument and certain complications that have arisen due to her father's misguided actions during this year's Expo, I believe I will be able to bring her to you at high school as a transfer student of the support department. I will let you know by tomorrow, Hatsune-san." Mei smiled and replied, "Thank you, Nezu-sensei. You won't regret it. Just be sure to let Izuku and the rest of his HRM know about Melissa's arrival after I have confirmed her transfer," said Nezu. "Will do, Nezu-sensei," said Mei before she left the office to return to her room. After Mei left, Nezu could not help but chuckle as he thought, what an interesting turn of events. To think that the infamous mad inventor and shameless advertiser of the support department would actually go so far for the sake of helping Midoriya after joining his HRM. "It seems that I have actually underestimated your ability to impress the ladies, Midoriya Izuku. Even I'm no longer certain of what will happen if you continue to make your HRM grow." His chuckles turned into a near-mad cackle of glee as he added, "Things are about to get interesting." A short while ago, the other girls of Class 1A decided to have SEC with Izuku after he had made love with Toru. In preparation for the org, the girls brought a mattress, a blanket, and a pillow from Jairu's room and placed them onto the floor next to Toru's bed. They also brought spare IUDs from Tsuyu's room and had already inserted them into their wombs. With the help of 𝗔𝗠𝗧𝗟𝗘 slimy copies, Toru also had an IUD inserted into her after she had had SEC with Izuku. Currently, Izuku was sitting on Toru's bed, and he was blushing as he tried to look away from the 5 naked girls who stood before him. Toru, who already had SEC with Izuku and was still sore from the admittedly wonderful experience, had just put on some clothes so that she could be seen to prevent anyone from bumping into or stepping onto her by accident. She was resting on a corner of her bed, although Izuku had the feeling that she would be keeping her eyes peeled to watch him have SEC with the other 5 girls. Mina was grinning broadly as she asked, "So, Midori, who are you going to have SEC with first?" Izuku's blush grew as he asked, "Do you two want to go first?" Both girls nodded and quickly approached him before anyone else had the chance to butt in. Ochako reached out and Izuku passionately while she rubbed her moist private part onto the tip of his irked phallus in preparation for penurton. As for Tsuyu, she moved behind Izuku and suddenly used her elongated tongue to penetrate Ochako's nether part before Izuku's PP could enter it. Ochako stopped Izuku and gasped in surprise at the sudden intrusion. She soon felt pleasure as she gazed at Tsuyu and no fair. "Sorry, I couldn't resist, Kero," said Tsuyu, who enjoyed seeing Ochako's cute yet artsy reactions to her tongue wiggling and coiling about in her 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘. The other 4 girls of Class 1A could not help but stare and be aroused by the sight. In spite of wanting to have SEC with Izuku, Ochako could not help but enjoy the pleasure she was receiving from Tsuyu's tongue. Her pleasure only increased when Izuku reached out to lovingly grope and fondle her buttocks. Wanting to feel more, Ochako hugged Izuku and buried his face into hers, knowing what to do. Izuku used his mouth and tongue to tease her nipples while his hands started to playfully pat and slide her backside. Izuku almost gasped when Tsuyu stated to not only pleasure his PP with her surprisingly dexterous feet, but even teased his nipples with her fingers. The pleasure was soon too much and Izuku slowed down soon. "I'm going to come too fast at this rate." "And me too," said Ochako. Whatever," thought Jairu as she fingered herself while using her earjacks as makeshift on her shoulders. She then noticed that Momo was fingering herself as well and, in a moment of lust-driven brazenness, shoved one of her earjacks into Momo's nether part and made it vibrate. Momo's gasped in shock and became weak in the knees, but she soon accepted the new sensation. She then created a pair of smooth metallic rods with rounded tips and gave one to Jairu. Realizing that each narrow rod had a socket which she could plug her earjack into, and knowing exactly what to do with the rods, Jairu wasted no time in shoving her rod into her 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 while Momo did the same. Jairu then plugged each earjack into a socket and made the rods vibrate. The effect was instantaneous as the rods vibrated vigorously, which caused both Jairu and Momo fall onto their knees in near-orgasmic pleasure. Thankfully for their knees, they were both on the mattress that they had placed onto the floor earlier. Holy CRP. This feels too good, thought Jairu, who then wondered, "I wonder how good Midori's PP is going to feel." Mina was using her weakest acid, which was no stronger than orange juice, as viscous lubricant as she fingered herself and thought, "Man, I want to have sex so badly." While Jairu and Momo discovered a new form of pleasure and soon started to make out with each other, Tsuyu quickly removed her tongue from Ochako's womanhood, then wrapped it around her waist. Ochako was about to ask what Tsuyu was about to do when the tongue suddenly pulled her downward onto Izuku's stiff 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Stars seemingly appeared before her eyes as she felt his hot phallus enter her 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 and reach the entrance into her womb. Already aroused and close to climax, both Izuku and Ochako wasted no time to reach orgasm as they moved at a frantic pace. Tsuyu continued to tease Izuku's nipples with her fingers while her tongue quickly its target to Ochako's melons. Izuku noticed the tongue coiling around Ochako's melons and started to lick, embrace, and nibble it. Tsuyu croaked in surprise, but she quickly accepted Izuku's show of affection as she used the tip of her tongue to tease one of Ochako's nipples. Unable to bear the pleasure any longer, both Izuku and Ochako at the same time, The brown-haired girl actually screamed in pleasure as she wrapped her arms tightly around Izuku while his hot seed filled her 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Her whole body shook from the intense orgasm, and she clearly needed time to recover. Izuku recovered more quickly than 𝗏𝗏𝗏, and her tenderly in a genuine show of affection. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 happily accepted his embrace and allowed him to lift her off his still stiff member before he placed her next to 𝗬𝗏. He then fetched her mittens from her pile of clothes so that she would not accidentally make anything float while she slept. He also made sure not to interrupt 𝗓𝗓 and Momo, who were clearly making out with each other without a care in the world. While Izuku fetched 𝗏𝗏𝗏's mittens, his white seed spilled out of her still twitching nether part, and 𝗬𝗏 had the sudden idea of lapping it out of her. Having no reason to do otherwise, 𝗬𝗏 lowered her invisible face into 𝗏𝗏𝗏's womanhood and spread it open to lick it. 𝗏𝗏𝗏's eyes were as wide as dinner plates as she stuttered, "Doi, what are you doing to 𝗏𝗏𝗏?" She got her answer soon enough when 𝗬𝗏 stuck her tongue into her open vaginal opening to lick up Izuku's semen. As she was incredibly sensitive and was reduced to warm putty as she futilely tried to push 𝗬𝗏 away from her tender loins. In spite of her shame, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 could not help but enjoy the feeling and idly wondered if Izuku could see into her semen-stained 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Izuku, who could clearly see 𝗏𝗏𝗏's open private part through 𝗬𝗏's invisible head, was turned on by the sight and would have kept staring had 𝗬𝗏 not suddenly seized his pee-pee with her long tongue and said, "Azu-chan, it's rude to keep a lady waiting, Kara." "Sorry about that," said Izuku. "Well, I can't really blame you for being distracted." "It does look really artsy, Kara," admitted 𝗬𝗏. She then turned her attention towards Momo and 𝗓𝗓 and thought, "J.I.R.'s earjacks are a lot kinkier than I expected, Kara." Tearing his eyes away from the sight of 𝗬𝗏, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, Izuku asked, "So, you want me to hump you like an animal like last time?" 𝗬𝗏 lay on her back and spread her womanhood open as she spoke. "I want to face you as you press me down and mate me like a beast in heat." Deciding to entrust the mittens to 𝗬𝗏, Izuku quickly proceeded to mate with 𝗬𝗏 like a lust-driven beast. As he rutted her, he started to suck on one of her nipples as though he was trying to get milk out of her breast. 𝗬𝗏 loved the sensation and wrapped her arms around his head to keep his head in place while her hips moved to match his movements. "Wow, he's actually her like an animal," said Mina, who then realized that 𝗓𝗓 and Momo were too into their own little world to even notice. The two girls were passionately one another while 𝗓𝗓 fondled Momo's melons and Momo groped 𝗓𝗓's backside. The two rods which were inside of them were still vibrating vigorously, which gave them waves of pleasure. "And those two are really into each other," thought Mina, who then remembered something and mentally asked, "Say, Sumomo-chan, mind if you come out and give my girly bits some loving?" "Sorry, too busy, feeling everything at the same time," replied Sumomo. Mina's eyes widened in shock as she mentally asked, "Wait, seriously?" "Yup," replied Sumomo, who then started to blissful joy. Mina was silent for a moment before she thought, "I so need Midoriya's pee-pee in me before I go crazy." Thankfully for Mina, both Midoriya and 𝗬𝗏 soon achieved orgasm while Izuku was on the tip of 𝗬𝗏's tongue. Eager to finally receive some tender loving and knowing that Momo and 𝗓𝗓 would not care about the weight, Mina rushed towards Izuku and said, "Midori, if you don't screw me next, I'm going to melt your entire All Might collection." Izuku gulped in fear of both Mina's as a starved look and her terrifying threat. After all, some of the items in his collection were limited editions meant to be treasured till the end of time itself. "Sure, let me put 𝗬𝗏 somewhere comfortable," replied Midoriya before he placed 𝗬𝗏 onto the mattress on the floor and covered her with a blanket to keep her warm. He then turned his attention towards 𝗓𝗓 and Momo and said, "Sorry, can you two please wait for a bit? I don't want Shido-san to do anything to my collection." Izuku's voice seemed to have snapped both 𝗓𝗓 and Momo from their blissful trance-like state, and both girls blushed as they realized that they had been basically making out with each other in front of Izuku and the other girls. 𝗓𝗓 did not dare to look at anyone in the eye as she replied, "Sure thing." Momo was equally embarrassed as she placed her hands onto her cheeks and thought, "I can't believe that I actually touched another girl, in front of all of them no less." Speaking of girls making out, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 passed out after experiencing her second orgasm. 𝗬𝗏, on the other hand, was ready to attack 𝗬𝗏's seed-filled 𝗏𝗏𝗏 after she put 𝗏𝗏𝗏's mittens onto her hands. "𝗬𝗏-chan, if you're going to lick me down there, you better be ready to get some yourself," said 𝗬𝗏. Although surprised by 𝗬𝗏's response, 𝗬𝗏 smiled and replied, I'd like to see you try it, Izuku. Izuku tried his best to ignore the fact that 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 and Toru were going to start each other's lady bits. As he turned his attention towards Mina, said, "Lie down, Midori. I'm taking the lead." Knowing better than to argue with the pink-skinned girl, Izuku obediently lay down on one side of the bed, and Mina quickly got onto him. She smirked at him as she spoke. "I hope you have plenty of juice left because I'm going to squeeze you dry with everything I've got." Without further delay, Mina slammed her hips down onto Izuku's member, shoving the whole thing into her eager maidenhood. Due to being a dancer as well as a pro hero in training, Mina did not have much of her hymen left, and whatever pain she felt was drowned out by the pleasure she felt in having Izuku's phallus inside of her. She then moved her hips with the well-practiced vigor and precision of a dancer. She had a blissfully ecstatic look on her face as she could feel Izuku's PP moving about inside of her 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 as she swayed and moved her hips with lustful passion and tenacity. "Oh god, yes. This feels so good," yelled Mina. Considering that her SXL lust had been nearly unbearable, it was understandable why Mina was so happy to finally have Izuku's big PPU for herself. Although he felt great pleasure, Izuku was not content to simply lay still and thus started to use his hands to fondle Mina's melons. Mina happily accepted it and used her quirk to create lubricant to make her melons feel even better. Izuku then trailed his lubricant-covered hands over her side and onto her firm and shapely buttocks to fondle them. Mina in pleasure as Izuku started to move his hips to match with her movements. "And Mina-chan's going to CK his soul out of him at this rate," swore 𝗓𝗓, who decided to just watch Izuku and Mina having section. "Well, Mina-chan's always been into romance, Karo," said 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴, who was breathing heavily due to being pleasured by Toru, who tried to lick every drop of Izuku's 𝗒𝗚𝗧𝗟𝗘 from her nether part. As for Toru, the invisible girl passed out after her second orgasm, which was caused by 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴's long and dexterous tongue that coiled and wriggled in her 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 like some sort of perverted tentacle. Momo did not say a word, but instead watched as Mina and Izuku continued to have passionate section. Mina soon after Izuku started to lick an SCK on one of her nipples, which, due to her quirk, had the taste of lime. Izuku as well, filling her pink nether part with his fourth dose of 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘, which was somehow still thick and plentiful. Finally satisfied, Mina's quivering body collapsed onto Izuku. As she was catching her breath, Izuku hugged her gently and looked into her eyes before he gave her an embrace. In spite of her exhaustion, Mina happily accepted the embrace, and though I'm so glad I that agreed to join his harem. Eventually, Izuku had to put Mina aside and decided to place her next to Ochako, who instinctively hugged her to slide her fluffy hair, which felt similar to Izuku's own hair. Both Momo and 𝗓𝗓 noted that his PP was no longer irked, but had to admit that his ability to 𝗔𝗚𝗧𝗟𝗘 4 times in quick succession was already an impressive feat by itself. Nevertheless, 𝗓𝗓 had to ask, "Say, Midori, you need to take a break. Yamamoto and I can wait until you've recovered before we have our turns." Izuku smiled bashfully and replied, "Well, I could certainly use a drink." Momo nodded and offered, "While going into the common kitchen might be unwise, given our current states, I do have some tea in a thermos flask in my room if you're interested." "Thanks, I really appreciate 𝗓𝗧𝗧𝗟𝗘," replied Izuku. Momo could not help but smile as she replied, "You're welcome, Izuku. Also, there's no need to be so formal towards me. You can call me by my first name." 𝗓𝗓 raised her hand and said, "Same here, Midori." Izuku gave them a genuine smile as he replied, "I'll keep that in mind, Momochidordan." Izuku's sincere response made both girls blush as 𝗓𝗓 thought, how the hell can he still be so pure even after having SEC with 4 different girls? "It's one of the great mysteries of the universe," said a post-orgasmic Sumomo who could only agree with 𝗓𝗓. "Anyway, I'll go and quickly fetch the thermos flask," said Momo. "You might want to put on some clothes first, Yamamoto," said 𝗓𝗓. Realizing that she was about to leave Toru's room naked, Momo blushed and thanked 𝗓𝗓 before she hastily put on her clothes and then left the room. After Momo left the room, 𝗓𝗓 turned her attention towards Izuku, who had taken a seat on an unoccupied spot of Toru's bed, and asked, "So, what's your opinion about the 4 girls whom you had SEC with so far?" Izuku blushed as he replied, "Well, they're all wonderful in their own way, so I can't really say who's the best when it comes go section." 𝗓𝗓 smirked at Izuku's bashfulness and said, "So what are their good points then?" In spite of himself, Izuku thought of the different good points of each girl, which 𝗎𝗲𝗡 cheekily decided to helpfully broadcast to the girls of the HRM, including Mei, who was not present in Toru's room. Ochako-chan's really cute and cuddly in a way that makes you want to hug and cuddle with her while covered in a warm blanket on a cold night. She's also cheerful, warm, and kind with, and admirably competitive, longing to achieve her goals. 𝗎𝗎-chan, on the other hand, has a very nice lower body, especially the legs and butt, smooth, moist skin, and a really useful tongue. She's also very honest and calm about most situations, which makes her really reliable as both a fellow hero and a friend, if not lover. Toru-chan's body may be invisible, but anyone who touches her will know that she is undoubtedly appealing her with smooth skin, soft yet firm body, and delicate bone structure. She also tries her best to be optimistic in spite of her painful past due to her cruel peers, which is more than what I can say for my past self, admittedly, and she's already proven herself to be a good friend, if not more. Mina-chan's body is undoubtedly essential and well-toned, which is a given since she is both a hero in training and a skilled dancer. She's also energetic, romantic, and is willing to stand up to not only bullies but even villains in spite of being scared. I can't say much about Hatsune-san since I haven't gotten NTMT with her, but I can already tell that she's appealing too. She may be pushy and offsetting, but she's really smart, dedicated to her passion, and isn't scared of trying again no matter how many times she fails in the process. Momo-chan's definitely appealing and, if I'm being honest, secretary. She's also a natural as a leader who is smart, dedicated, and eager to help others. Contrary to what Minato would say, Jiraiya-chan's not lacking in womanly charms. Granted, she's on the petite and slender side, but there's honestly nothing wrong with that, and so stop. Just stop thinking for a minute, you brainy doofus, yelled Jiraiya, who was blushing furiously as the information she had just received. She had assumed that she was the least appealing of the girls in Izuku's HRM, and yet it was clear that he did not think that way about her at all. Jiraiya was not the only one who was blushing, as every other girl in the HRM, including Mei, blushed at the information they had just received. Even Ochako, Mina, and Toru woke up in response to Izuku's broadcast thoughts. Sorry about that. I tend to overthink stuff, said Izuku. Apparently, said Jiraiya, who had a deadpan expression on her face. She then averted her eyes from Izuku's face as she twirled one of her earjacks and asked, "So, you think there's nothing wrong with me being petite and slender, right?" Izuku nodded and replied, "You may not have the kind of figure the other girls have, but you're no less appealing because of it." "Then I want you to F me like you mean it right now," said Jiraiya as she looked into her eyes. Realizing that Jiraiya was serious, and having rested enough to recover some of his stamina, Izuku nodded and approached her. In spite of her previous assertiveness, Jiraiya felt nervous as she not only feared if her body could handle Izuku, but also the possibility of being a disappointing SXL partner. Sensing her nervousness, Izuku did not immediately have a CC with her. Instead, he gently reached out to her so that he could gently slide and massaged her upper body. Jiraiya shivered in pleasure as Izuku touched her body. Her pleasure grew as he started to fondle her small melons and gently teased her nipples. His hands then went downwards and soon started to pleasure her already moist shoulders. Although she had stimulated her own 𝗧𝗪 before, she was not used to having it being stimulated by another person, and not even Momo touched it. As such, Jiraiya did not expect the strong jolt of sensation, and in response, suddenly aware of the fact that she had in fact loudly, Jiraiya clamped her hands onto her mouth and stared at Izuku, who was also staring at her. She also noticed that his flaccid member had become irked, as if it was aroused awake by something. Izuku swallowed his spit before he started to simultaneously others again. Powerful waves of pleasure hit Jiraiya as she tried her best to stop herself from, in spite of her growing shame. Jiraiya could not help but accept the fact that Izuku was making her feel good, and her pleasure only grew when Izuku inserted her fingers into her maidenhood. Unable to resist, Jiraiya let go of her own mouth and started. The girls in Toru's room blushed as they heard 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗟𝗘, which were downright cringy to listen to. Jiraiya became even more 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗟𝗘 and cell when Izuku, who decided to take a leaf from both Toru and 𝗬𝗪's books, reached forward to lick her nether parts and even stick his tongue into it to simulate her further. "Stop. Why, you're going to make me come at this rate," cried Jiraiya. Izuku stopped pleasuring her with his mouth as requested and quickly shifted his body so that his irked phallus was pressing against Jiraiya's private part. Realizing what was to come, 𝗓𝗓 could not help but be a little afraid as she tearfully spoke, Please be gentle with me." Izuku nodded with an understanding smile and said, "I'll be as gentle as I can." He then penetrated 𝗓𝗓's maidenhood as gently as he could. However, given her petite frame and his generously endowed genitalia, 𝗓𝗓 felt pain and discomfort as it entered her, even though she had already inserted what was essentially a vibrating metal DLD into her vagina. In spite of the pain, 𝗓𝗓 was determined to bear it until Izuku's irked PP was fully inside of her. After what seemed to be an eternity, his PP was fully inside of her and was touching her CRVX. 𝗓𝗓 breathed through clenched teeth. She waited for the pain to subside. So tight, though Izuku, as not even Ochako or Turu's version maidenhoods were as tight as 𝗓𝗓's. Eventually, the pain subsided and 𝗓𝗓 said, You can move now, Midori. Just don't go too fast, okay?" Izuku nodded with a smile and said, "I won't, 𝗓𝗓-chan." He then started to move at a slow and gentle pace. Although 𝗓𝗓 still felt discomfort and pain, she also felt pleasure and comfort as Izuku's PP filled her to the brim. His strong yet gentle hands held her body tenderly, and he affectionately her while nuzzling against her neck and shoulder. Before long, her grunts and gasps of pain were replaced by gasps of pleasure, as her body and heart started to fully accept Izuku. Her RDC voice filled the room as she all but begged Izuku for the blissful release of 𝗓𝗏. Turned on by her voice and close to 𝗓𝗏, Izuku increased his pace, which caused 𝗓𝗓 to even more loudly. When both Izuku and 𝗓𝗓 screamed in blissful joy. When the two lovers finally calmed down, Izuku pulled himself away from 𝗓𝗓, who slumped onto the mattress. BLD and SMN spilled out of her nether part, and Izuku felt bad for her as he knew she was going to be really sore in the following morning. He then gently picked her up and placed her next onto the bed with Mina and Ochako, who were already awake. "Wow, I never knew that 𝗓𝗓-chan had such a CC voice," said Ochako. "Yeah, listening to her has gotten me aroused all over again," agreed Mina. "Not that I'm against each of us having a second round with Izuku-chan. We should let Momo-chan have her turn, Karo," said 𝗬𝗓, who was pointing at Momo, who had already returned with the thermos flask. "I'm still a little sore and 𝗬𝗓-chan's tongue has not lessened it at all," said Toru, who seemed sheepish about her sore state. "So, Izuku, are you still able to keep going?" asked Momo as she approached Izuku. She came back just in time to see Izuku having a CC with 𝗓𝗓, and 𝗓𝗓's RDC voice was like music to her ears. "I'm probably going to need a bit of time to recover," admitted Izuku. "In that case, please have a drink and relax for a bit." "I can wait until you're ready," said Momo, who offered Izuku the thermos flask. "You sure?" "I wouldn't want to leave you frustrated," said Izuku. "Neither of us will be able to fully enjoy the experience if I were to force you to have 𝗧𝗟𝗧𝗟𝗧 with me. Better to have you rested and ready than to have you exhausted from pleasing so many girls in such a short time," replied Momo. Understanding Momo's logic, Izuku gratefully accepted the offered drink and took his time to enjoy the drink, which was high-grade black tea, and regain his stamina. In spite of her 𝗧𝗟𝗧𝗟, Momo seemed perfectly composed as she took off her own clothes and sat next to Izuku like a dignified lady-in-waiting. However, an observant eye would realize that Momo's eyes and hands had a tendency to wander as she took in the sight of Izuku's naked body, which was glistering with sweat, and her hands inched ever closer towards their goal of touching him. Mina and Toru could not help but smirk knowingly as they knew that Momo was eager for SEC with Izuku and was simply bidding her time for the correct moment to make her move. After Izuku drank the tea, Momo made her move and sat onto his lap. Izuku blushed at Momo's bold move and asked, "I guess wait time is over." Momo chuckled in amusement and replied, "You could put it that way." She then stroked Izuku's body and said, "Honestly, I'm a little relieved that I'm the last one among the girls of Class 1A to be deflowered by you." Surprised by Momo's unexpected statement, Izuku asked, "Really? Why do you say so?" Momo frowned as she explained, "For as long as I can remember, I've had to put up with many boys and men who only see me as an object of longing in some form or another. I have also always thought that men who longing only see women as mere objects of SXL pleasure." Her expression then softened into a smile as she added, "However, you never once saw any of us in that callous way. In fact, you actually saw me as someone admirable and strong person, even as I was wrestling with my loss of confidence due to my defeat by Tokoyama-san during the sports festival. Not to say that you're wrong, But it was Todoroki-kun who helped you get your confidence back, didn't he? Asked Izuku. Momo nodded and answered, that is certainly true. But I get the feeling that Todoroki-kun wouldn't have been so kind and helpful towards me if he was still clinging on to his admittedly understandable hatred towards the fire aspect of his own quirk. In helping him, you have ended up helping me as well, Izuku. Izuku's blush deepened in response, and he looked away bashfully as he replied, I'm not all that great, really. Considering how you have already managed to sexually please 5 different girls within a single night, I beg to differ, said Sumomo, who mentally spoke to everyone in Toru's room. All the other girls who had heard Sumomo's statement nodded in agreement with her. Deciding that enough words had been spoken, Momo shifted so that she was straddling on top of Izuku's lap. She then smiled at him and said, I want you to make me yours, Izuku. As Izuku had rested and rehydrated, he was ready to have one more round of SEC, and his PP became irked and poked at Momo's nether part in response to his 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗧. Momo smiled and admitted, to be perfectly honest, I was never truly exposed to anything SXL before I overheard you having SEC with Ochako-chan and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽. I've been thinking about having SEC with a real lover ever since, and I'm happy that you're willing to have me as your lover. Momo-chan, I'm also happy that you think that I'm someone worthwhile to accept as a lover, replied Izuku. No more words were necessary as Momo lowered herself onto Izuku's irked phallus while pressing her large melons against his muscular st. Due to her past endeavors to relieve her lust, Momo's hymen was not as intact as it was before. However, she still felt pain as Izuku's irked entered her vagina. Unlike Jiraiya, Momo's experience was less painful and Izuku's PP was soon fully inside of her. In spite of her own pain and discomfort, Momo smiled at Izuku and started moving her hips. She bit her lower lip as waves of pleasure washed over her discomfort, and Izuku's reactions to her body's movements turned her on. God, I might get addicted to this, thought Momo as Izuku started to fondle her buttocks while he buried his face between her large melons. Momo-chan's pretty talented for someone who's supposed to be a sheltered rich girl who didn't even know much about SEC up until recently, Karo said to you. She knew that Momo used to be an innocent and sheltered girl when it came to SXL activities, but she did not expect her interest in SEC to grow as much as it apparently had. Something tells me that she might end up being the most perverted one among us, said Mina. Should we be worried that we might witnessing the BRTH of midnight too? Zero, asked Toru. That would depend if she will end up hurting Deku as a result, said Ochako. Oh, are you telling me that you're fine with Momo becoming Midori's personal midnight sensei? Asked Mina, who had a cheeky grin on her face. Ochako blushed and argued, not really. I just don't want her to end up hurting Deku's feelings by going after other guys behind his back. You do realize that it's rude to talk behind someone's back, yes? Asked Momo, who was slowing down her SXL pace so that she could talk to the other girls. She then added, besides, I may have become keen on it, thanks to both Sumomo-chan and Izuku's memories. But that does not mean that I'll readily spread my legs for just any boy who wants to assist with me, especially not the likes of Mineta or Bakugo. Surprised that Momo could actually give a reasonably composed and dignified reply in spite of having SEC with Izuku, Mina swore, don't she's good. Ochako pouted and said, I'm definitely not going to lose to her when it comes to loving and satisfying Deku. Well, you better be ready for some stiff competition, Ochako-chan, because I'm pretty sure none of us are planning to lose to anyone when it comes to being the best in Izuku's Harem, said Mina, who grinned at her. Oh, aren't you girls forgetting something? Asked Sumomo, who was mentally communicating with everyone in Toru's room. Suddenly, Sumomo brainjacked Jiraiya and shoved Jiraiya's earjacks into Mina's and Toru's. Neither Mina nor Toru had time to react before brainjacked Jiraiya, BJ Jiraiya, made her earjacks vibrate. While Mina and Toru gasped from the pleasure, BJ Jiraiya smirked at them and said, I may be willing to give Ochako-chan and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 a free pass to take the seat of best girl in Izuku's Harem, but that does not mean I'm going to let anyone else take that spot without a fight. Overwhelmed by pleasure, Mina and Toru, as they both thought, Jiraiya-chan's earjacks are awesome, and Sumomo-chan's so unfair. It seems that the other girls are getting awfully rowdy, don't you think? Asked Momo, who smiled in a way which could only be described as stuck. Well, Mina-chan and Toru-chan have always been energetic, said Izuku, who smiled in spite of awkward conversation. True enough, agreed Momo, who then said, Also, I think it's time for our passionate lovemaking to reach its climax. As soon as Momo finished her statement, she moved her hips vigorously, which caused Izuku to almost orgasm. Izuku gritted his teeth as he tried to avoid prematurely. Turned on by his response, Momo moved her hips even faster while she hugged Izuku in such a way that his face was buried deep into her cleavage. It did not take long for Izuku to 𝗔𝗱𝗧𝗟𝗘, and his hot seed made Momo orgasm as well. Exhausted by his 𝗧𝗟𝗧𝗟𝗧𝗟, Izuku fell asleep in Momo's arms. Amused by his childlike sleeping expression and understanding his exhaustion, Momo gently stroked his hair as though he was her child. Realizing that Izuku needed to rest, and the fact that it was already past midnight, everyone agreed to get some sleep and opted to sleep together in 𝗬𝗓's room after locking the door. Everyone, except for Mei, who was not with them and was feeling hot and bothered for arguably the very first time in her life, slept soundly that night. The following morning, 𝗧𝗓's right eye was twitching as he stared into 𝗬𝗓's room. Earlier that morning, 𝗧𝗓 was notified by Tenya that Izuku was missing from his room, again, and genius-level intellect was not required to deduce where Izuku had gone to. As the homeroom teacher of Class 1A, he was obligated to investigate the matter, even though his rationality was practically screaming at him to turn around and walk away from the issue before it was too late. Therefore, he begrudgingly made his way to Ochako and Tsuyu's rooms with the assumption that Izuku was sleeping with either one of them or both of them. However, with the help of a MSTR key card which gave him access to all the rooms in the dorms in case of an emergency, he realized that both Ochako and Tsuyu were not in their respective rooms. His dread grew as Mina, Momo, and even Jiru's rooms were also empty. By the time he stood before 𝗬𝗓's room, he was seriously considering the merit of running for the hills to save his own sanity when he forced himself to open the door. Just as he had feared, Izuku was asleep in 𝗬𝗓's room together with not only the invisible girl, but also the other 5 girls of Class 1A. Izuku peacefully asleep and was sitting on a mattress which was taken from Jiru's room to be placed onto the floor of 𝗬𝗓's room. Sitting at his sides were Ochako and Tsuyu, who were contentedly leaning against him as they hugged onto his scarred arms. Mina, on the other hand, was leaning against Izuku's chest and was curled up like a small kitten with a smile on her cheeky face. Momo and Jiru were practically embracing one another, while 𝗬𝗓 was hugging onto Mina from behind. Also, all 7 of them were naked, and the room reeked of sweat and bodily fluids. 𝗧𝗓 idly noted that Tenya, who had insisted on coming along to help him as the class representative of Class 1A, was so shocked by the perverse sight that his spectacles cracked. How did he even manage to do this? Thought 𝗧𝗓, who so badly wanted to slam his head onto a wall repeatedly out of sheer frustration. Somehow, within a time span of merely 4 nights, Midoriya Izuku had graduated from being a mere problem child to being the greatest bane of rational sanity 𝗧𝗓 had ever known. He was very tempted to expel Izuku and his entire HRM, but Netsu made it clear that he would do no such thing without the principal's authorization. Glaring at the 7 students who were blissfully asleep, 𝗧𝗓 gritted his teeth and thought, to hell with professionalism and rationality. He then shouted their names. Later that day, Izuku and the 6 girls of Class 1A were blushing as they all stood before Netsu, who was very amused by their situation as he asked, "So tell me, Midoriya-kun, how in the world did you manage to convince your 4 remaining classmates to be in your HRM and consummate your relationship with them all within a single night?" Standing beside Netsu was Toshinori, who could not decide if he should be proud or be mortified by Izuku's latest achievement. Well, it all started with Toru-chan being troubled by certain things that Tsuyu-chan has already told you about, explained Izuku, who then added, "So I decided to help her out and things, well, escalated from there." Momo cleared her throat to get everyone's attention and said, "To be perfectly fair, we all overheard Izuku's passionate lovemaking with Ochako-chan and Tsuyu-chan 2 nights ago, and that made us hot and bothered, for the lack of a less inappropriate term. Not to mention that Mina-chan's message about Izuku's SXL prowess did nothing to calm our SXL urges," added Jiru, who was still sore from the previous night and was blushing at the fact that something so large had somehow managed to enter her maiden womanhood. "Plus, Izuku's a pretty swell guy after we got to know him real intimately, even before we even did anything SXL, said Mina. "And Yamanaka-san had done nothing to influence your decision?" asked Netsu, whose tone became a bit more serious. All 6 girls shook their heads and Toru argued. "She showed us memories of Deku and her past, but she never tried to convince us to join the Harem." None of us had a boyfriend either at the time, so it's not like we had any reason to say no, added Mina. That said, she did make it clear that she's not letting anyone other than Ochako-chan and Tsuyu-chan claim the place of Izuku's best girl in the Harem unopposed, said Jiru, who then blushed as she added, which she proved by taking over my body and using my earjacks to do things that I'd rather not mention in public. Mina, Toru, and even Toshinori blushed at Jiru's statement. Seemingly satisfied by their responses, 𝗫𝗠 said, well then, since Iroza-san, Kyuka-san, Ashido-san, and Hagakure-san have all agreed to join Izuku's harem by their own free will, influenced by shared memories as they may have been, I have no reason to take any further action against any of you. That said, you might want to keep your less-than-pure activities in check. 𝗫𝗠 sighed in a fax-dramatic manner as he explained, I'm afraid that Ida-san has been traumatized by the sight he that saw earlier this morning, and I already have to dissuade Aizawa-san from quitting his job as your homeroom teacher. There's also Kayama-san, who's demanding me to allow her to be Aizawa-san's replacement as the homeroom teacher of Class 1A. Well aware that Midnight, who was also known as Kayama Namiri, had probably already known about their RDC activities, Izuku and the girls of Class 1A blushed as they wondered just what kinds of things she would have done to them if given the chance. For all they knew, having her as their homeroom teacher might make things even worse than Shoyuta ever would. Seemingly unaware of their fears of having Namiri as their new homeroom teacher, 𝗫𝗠 said, Anyway, I would like to make a few announcements to the 7 of you concerning Midoriya. Surprised by the shout, everyone turned their attention towards the door, which burst open to reveal Higuri, who seemed out of breath as though he had been running for the whole day. As soon as he laid eyes on Izuku, he stomped his way towards him and grabbed his shoulders before he yelled, What the bloody F did you do to her? Excuse me, asked Izuku. Don't play dumb with me, you playboy, yelled Higuri, who shook Izuku as though he was a rag doll as he continued to speak. This morning, Hatsum created some kind of mechanical abomination with VBRTR-tipped tentacles which tried to RPE her and her female peers. Hell, it almost deflowered me when I rushed in to stop it. Oh my, said Momo, who was both surprised and interested about Mei's latest baby. Izuku paled as he asked, Did anyone get violated by that thing? Higuri shook his head and replied, Thankfully no. However, it definitely stripped and molested them, and Hatsum actually said that she was working out her SXL frustration when she made the thing. His glare hardened as he added, and we both know exactly who's the idiot responsible for making her like that today. Izuku smiled nervously as he argued, To be fair, you did tell me to try and woo her so that she would stop making explosions in the workshop yesterday. Higuri's left eye twitched as he growled, and I'm seriously regretting that decision. 𝗫𝗠 cleared his throat to get everyone's attention and then said, Speaking of Hatsum-san, I would like to make an announcement. The mouse-like quirked animal turned his attention to Toshinori, who nodded in response before he turned his attention back to the others to say, In a few days' time, Melissa Shield will be transferred from her school on I-Island to be a student of the support department here in UA High School. Shocked, Izuku asked, What? Why? Yesterday, Hatsum-san approached me and suggested to me that Shield-san should be transferred to this school as both a third-year student and an assistant teacher of the support department, explained 𝗫𝗠, who then added, As for how and why Hatsum-san would make such a suggestion, let's just say that it has to do with this year's Expo incident and how Midoriya-san played a role in helping All Might defeat Wolfram with the help of a certain support equipment that was destroyed during the fight. Realization dawned upon Izuku and his HRM as the green-haired young man asked, Is Hatsum-san actually going to work together with Shield-san to recreate and improve on the full gauntlet? 𝗫𝗠 nodded in confirmation and replied, Amongst other support items. Shocked by the revelation, Higuri let go of Izuku and asked 𝗫𝗠, But why? Why would Hatsum ask for help? That's not like her at all. To answer that question, all you have to do is look at the young man at your side, Majima-san, answered 𝗫𝗠. While Higuri turned his attention towards Izuku with an amazed expression on his face, 𝗫𝗠 continued to explain, As the creator of the full gauntlet, there is no denying that Shield-san is a genius in her own right and that UA High School will benefit from having her here. Are you sure that it's all right for her to come here? Asked Momo, who then added, I mean, no offense, but I-Island's security and technological facilities are even greater than UA High School. Which are undoubtedly true, Iroza-san, admitted 𝗫𝗠, who then said, However, given the fact that her father, David Shield, played a role in causing the 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 incident. Melissa Shield had been facing difficulties among her peers and fellow researchers ever since. Shocked by 𝗫𝐬𝐴's statement, Izuku asked, "But why? She didn't do anything wrong." That is certainly true, but the fact that she is his daughter is reason enough for some humans to judge her as though she is a co-conspirator of the incident which had put innocent people at risk and damaged Island's reputation. 𝗫𝐬𝐴's bitter tone was not lost to anyone as he continued to speak. In light of both Hatsum-san's request and Shield-san's difficult situation, I have decided to allow her to be transferred to 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 high school with All Might's permission. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗧 nodded and said, "For the sake of keeping her safe and preventing her from feeling isolated, she will be staying in the same dormitory as Class 1A. Izuku and his HRM did not fail to notice the growing blush on 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗧's face as he added, "In spite of recent events involving Midoriya Shonen, there's little doubt that she will be most comfortable with people whom she already has a positive relationship with. I believe I do not need to explain that Midoriya Shonen has played a key role in not only stopping Wolfram but also in rescuing her father." Izuku blushed at both the recognition and the very real possibility that Melissa might end up joining the HRM as well. "While I'm not going to argue against having Shield-san in our school, I can't help but not agree with the idea of her staying in Class 1A's dorm," said Higiri, who then pointed his thumb at Izuku as he explained, "Regardless of the fact that she will be with people whom she knows, there's no way she will not be affected by the fact that she's staying in the same dormitory as Midoriya here, whom, I'm sure you all have heard by now, is already in a rather NTMT relationship with at least 2 girls." Izuku and his HRM blushed at Higiri's statement and understandably refused to correct it. "That is certainly a valid concern under most circumstances, Majima-san, but both All Might and I can assure you that Izuku will not allow harm to befall upon her," said 𝗫𝐬𝐴. "Well, if you say so, then I guess that there's little else I can say in the matter," said Higiri, who then threw an angry glare at Izuku and said, "And you better settle things with Hatsum before she creates any more ridiculous perverted creations." Izuku stood straight at attention and yelped in fright, "Why, sir?" Just as Higiri was about to leave, he paused and asked Izuku, "Also, did you seriously have SEC with all the girls in your class? Aizawa-san was grumbling about horny problem children when I saw him, and I can't help but notice all those girls with you right now." Izuku looked down as he bashfully admitted, "Yes, I did." The girls present in the office blushed as well as they tried to find anything that was not named Izuku, Higiri, 𝗫𝐬𝐴, or 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗧 to look at. "And why shouldn't any of the adults here be worried about this development?" asked Higiri, who was not sure if he should be aghast at the fact or give Izuku a thumbs up. "That's because I've already discussed the matter with Midoriya-san and his HRM. I can assure you that the girls agreed to be in his HRM by their own free will," explained 𝗫𝐬𝐴. "Seriously?" asked Higiri. When he received nods from both 𝗫𝐬𝐴 and 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗧, Higiri rubbed his chin and said to Izuku, "Well, you must be quite the lover boy to be able to nab so many girls so quickly after the summer camp incident. Anyway, I have to leave now. The last thing I want is leaving Hatsum unsupervised and letting her make another tentacled mechanical monstrosity." After Higiri left 𝗫𝐬𝐴's office, 𝗫𝐬𝐴 smiled cheekily at Izuku and said, "Speaking of being a lover boy, I am considering letting Hatsum-san move to the Class 1A dorm as well." Surprised, Jairu asked, "Are you sure that's a good idea, 𝗫𝐬𝐴-sensei? I can understand Shield-san since some of us were there during the 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 incident and she needs our support, but won't letting Hatsum-san move into our dorm cause people to ask questions." "True. But don't forget the reason why Izuku is even forming his HRM in the first place," said 𝗫𝐬𝐴. Realizing what 𝗫𝐬𝐴 was trying to do, Momo asked, "Are you actually deliberately making a situation which would cause a certain someone reveal himself?" "That's precisely what I'm doing, Yoroza-san," confirmed 𝗫𝐬𝐴, who then admitted, "Although I must admit that even I have underestimated Midoriya-san's ability to impress members of the opposite section." Izuku blushed in embarrassment as he tried to steer the conversation away from an embarrassing topic that he would rather not talk about by asking, "About that, is there anything that you have managed to find out about Turo-chan's tracking beacon? Given the fact that I only received the information from Azui-san yesterday, as well as the fact that I had to make special arrangements to get Shield-san transferred to 𝐒𝐮𝐴 high school, I'm afraid that I have not uncovered anything notable at the moment. However, be rest assured that I will inform you all as soon as I find something important that requires your immediate attention," replied 𝗫𝐬𝐴. Izuku accepted 𝗫𝐬𝐴's response and decided to not press on the matter further, so he asked, What about the HRM plan? Am I still obligated to follow it through? I'm afraid that you still are, Midoriya-san, replied 𝗫𝐬𝐻 before he explained. At the very least, you'll need to find out if any of the female students of Class 1B are a threat to you and your HRM or not. Once you have settled things with the girls of Class 1B, you'll be free to do as you wish, which includes not taking in any more girls for your HRM. Izuku sighed and said, I just hope that I can cope with having a HRM of more than 10 girls. Just my classmates alone are already a lot for my mind and body to handle. He then sheepishly spoke to the girls. No offense meant, by the way. None taken, Izuku said. Momo, who, like the other girls in the office, were amused by Izuku's admission of his limits. It was a good thing for Izuku that the girls of Class 1A were not against giving love to one another. Anyway, I have already taken enough of your time. You all may return to class, said 𝗫𝐻𝐻. Izuku shuddered as the dreaded meeting the rest of his classmates. Later in Class 1 of Midoriya, you lucky son of a beach, yelled Minoru as he leapt onto Izuku and held onto his collar so that he could glare right into his eyes. How in the hell did you manage to bang not only Uraraka-chan and Azui-chan but every girl in this class, including Urose-chan? Shouted Denki, who was no less jealous of Izuku's achievement. Tell us your DMN's secret already, you freaking playboy, demanded Hanta. Intimidated by the three boys who were even more jealously furious than before, Izuku turned his attention to Ida and Shudo and asked, a little help here, please. Ida glared at Izuku and replied, considering the state that you were in when I found you this morning, I do not feel inclined to help you get out of this particular predicament. Shudo shrugged and said, you just had a SEC with all the girls in our class, within 4 nights of staying in the dorms no less. Of course there will be consequences regardless of the reasons behind it. Unable to deny the logic in their statements, Izuku turned his attention back to the 3 furious boys before him and smiled nervously as he asked the first thing he could think of, does the fact that I can satisfy all of them in bed in a single night help explain anything? A moment of stunned silence passed before Izuku fully realized what he had just said and thought to himself, oh, 𝗧𝗕𝗚 nuggets. Jiru slapped her hand onto her blushing face as she grumbled, Midori, you idiot. Sumomo had a deadpan expression on her mental image as she mentally spoke to Izuku. As much as I love you, Izuku-kun, even I know that you have just dug yourself deeper. Are you implying that you managed to shoot a full load in all 6 girls and satisfy all of them in a single night? Asked Minoru, who looked as though he was about to evolve into the next demon lord. Izuku could only meekly reply yes. Minoru. Denki and Hanta glared at Izuku as comically bloody tears of envy flowed from their eyes. Minoru then growled, you better watch your back when it's time for training because we're so going to kick your butt for this. A short while later, Izuku was running for his life as Minoru, Denki and Hanta chased after him with murder in their eyes. As for why they were chasing after him, aside from the obvious jealousy that they were feeling towards him, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 gave them permission after they essentially demanded him for a chance to gang up on Izuku. Officially, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 allowed it on the grounds that a hero should be prepared to face many villains at the same time, much like how he had to face multiple villains during the USJ incident. Of course, Izuku, Sumomo, and the girls in Class 1A all suspected that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was also punishing Izuku indirectly by letting the 3 furious boys gang up on him. The fact that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 smirked at Izuku's paled expression was a rather clear indication. Even so, they could not bring themselves to fault 𝗏𝗏𝗏 or even the 3 jealous boys, as there was no denying that Izuku had not only gotten himself a HRM but even had SEC with every girl in Class 1A. Even Katsuki wanted to join the 3 jealous boys in ganging up on Izuku for the simple sadistic reason of wanting to beat him up. Luckily for the green-haired boy, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 decided against letting him help Minoru. Denki and Hanta beat up Izuku on the grounds of wanting the other 3 boys to learn how to fight together. If he had allowed Katsuki to join, they would not be able to learn or train as much as Katsuki would no doubt do everything in his power to beat up Izuku on his own. In spite of being angry at being denied a chance to beat up Izuku, Katsuki was forced to accept Shuda's decision and reasoning. Katsuki's displeasure only grew when he noticed the girls of Class 1A giving him dirty looks when he wanted to join in beating up Izuku. As much as Katsuki hated to admit it, he found their cold, disdainful glares upsetting. As for the other boys in the class, they opted to do their own training as they developed their respective finishing moves. Back to Izuku. He was busy dodging Minoru's purple ball when Hanta successfully wrapped his arm with his tape. Izuku was about to attempt pulling Hanta towards himself when he realized that Hanta had not only severed the tape from his enlarged right elbow, but also passed the tape to a smirking Denki. Realizing what was about to happen, Izuku called upon the power of his quirk to tear the tough tape into two with his bare hands. However, Denki's electricity was undoubtedly faster, as it still managed to electrocute Izuku, just as he had managed to tear the tape into two. To make matters worse for Izuku, Minoru took that chance to restrain him by throwing his sticky ball onto his feet. "Yes, we managed to get the lucky son of a beach," yelled Hanta. 𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘 smirked as he was not only pleased with the fact that Izuku was getting some much-deserved punishment, but also the fact that the three jealous perverts managed to work so well together. He was especially pleased with the fact that Denki and Hanta worked together to overcome Denki's issues with his electrical abilities by using Hanta's tape as a conductor for his electrical attack. In spite of being electrocuted, Izuku suddenly surged with the power of One for All as he glared at the three with almost uncharacteristic anger and determination in his eyes. 𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘 then remembered that Izuku, who had just been electrocuted by Denki's electrical attack, had a copy of 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 in his head and paled as he thought, "Oh, Zarpi." Denki, Hanta, and Minoru, who did not know that Izuku had a copy of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 in his head, were shocked to see the anger and determination in his eyes as he used 7% of One for All to not only tear off his reinforced boots with his bare hands, thereby freeing himself from Minoru's ball, but also move at blinding speed to kick Hanta in the stomach and send him flying. Shocked and even scared by Izuku's unexpectedly violent response, Denki used his quirk to indiscriminately electrocute everything nearby around him. Well aware of Denki's quirk, Izuku quickly jumped high to get out of range. After Denki shorted his own brain due to overusing his quirk and became a giggling idiot as a result, Izuku delivered a quick kick to incapacitate him before turning his attention towards the last member of the trio, Minoru. Not surprisingly, Minoru ran away and hid to avoid retribution. Deciding not to waste time on finding the little pervert, Izuku mentally asked 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, "Are you alright?" 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 groaned in pain and said, "Yeah, I'm okay. That electric attack really got us both." Left unsaid was that her screams of pain due to having one of her physical copies electrocuted was heard by all the girls in the HRM, who immediately looked at Izuku's direction with worried looks on their faces. She did not want to mention that detail to Izuku, who was already feeling guilty about letting her copy in his head get hurt by the attack. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 sighed at the turn of events, as well as his own lack of foresight, and said, "Midoriya, please take Denki and Hanta to the infirmary. Minoru, please get out of hiding and continue with your training." While Izuku nodded at 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and proceeded to pick up both Denki and Hanta like sacks of potatoes to bring them to the infirmary, Minoru fearfully came out of hiding and swore, "That was bloody scary." Later that day, Izuku and the girls of Class 1A blinked in surprise when they saw Mei pushing a trolley which was loaded with boxes towards the dorms of Class 1A. He therefore had to ask, "Hatsum-san, are you moving into our dorm already?" "Pretty much. 𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏sensei wants me to be present when our special guest arrives, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏sensei thinks that letting me stay at the support department dorm is too much of a risk to be allowed after what happened this morning," replied Mei. Izuku paled as he recalled about Mei's mechanical abomination and asked, "Are you planning to build some kind of SEC machine at the dorms?" "Pretty much," confirmed Mei, who then explained, "I was trying to create a baby which can move independently and is easy to clean and maintain after use, but my first prototype malfunctioned and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏sensei had to destroy it before it raped everyone in my class. I was planning to bring back the broken pieces and rebuild that baby in my room when 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏sensei quickly told me to move to your dorm instead." No wonder 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏sensei wanted her to move out of the support department dorm so quickly, thought Izuku, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, and the girls of Class 1A. As fascinating as your creation may be, shouldn't you be focusing on making actual support items for the students of the hero course? Asked Momo. Don't worry about it. I'll get the job done before any of you know it," replied Mei, who then excitedly added, "Besides, if that baby works as intended, I can easily modify it to do so much more, like helping me to build more babies and maybe even act as a security drone just like the ones on I Island." Izuku was actually impressed by Mei's idea and said, "That's actually a pretty good idea, Hatsum-san." Happy to have someone agree with her, Mei eagerly added, "I'm actually planning to make this baby modular so that I can attach different kinds of tentacles onto it. That way, This baby can be equipped with anything from vibrating to steel-crushing claws and metal-cutting laser beams. Mina had a thoughtful expression on her face as she asked May, "So you're basically making the Sentinels from the Matrix film series, right?" "Matrix film series?" asked May. Unlike 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏, the other girls in his HRM had not shared their memories with one another, which was why May was not aware that Mina had a love for pre-Quark-era films such as Aliens, The Matrix, Predator, and Terminator. They're basically flying robots with tentacles which are strong enough to break armored ships apart and capture people, explained Mina. "Flying tentacled robots, you say?" asked May, who was already considering the possibility of creating a flying version of the baby she had in mind. "Anyway, do you want us to help you?" "We're already heading back to the dorm after all," asked Izuku. May grinned happily and said, "Sure, those things are pretty heavy." Inwardly, May thought, "And I'm definitely going to get some special time with Izuku tonight." After Izuku and the girls of Class 1A helped May to move into her new room, which was next to 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴's room, they received a text message from 𝗏𝗧𝗏 which made them blush as it stated, "Due to recent events, I have decided that it would be best that Midoriya-san is allowed access into one of the empty rooms on the girls' side of the dorm. The room will be a common bedroom where he can sleep with other people. Think of this as my way of supporting the plan that I have made all of you do for the sake of helping this school, and possibly even hero society itself as a whole." "Well, 𝗏𝗧𝗏-sensei's certainly generous if nothing else," said Izuku. "Too generous if you ask me." Surprised, everyone turned their attention towards the speaker, who turned out to be 𝗏𝗪𝗓. He glared at them as he gave Izuku a pair of key cards and said, "While Harem and Shield-san will be staying on the 5th floor with Yorozu and Azui, the common bedroom will be on the 4th floor next to Uraraka's room." His glare intensified as he added, "Personally, I do not like this idiotic plan one bit, but there's no denying that it has at least confirmed that none of the girls in Class 1A is a spy or even a sleeper agent, and even gave us a possible lead due to the discovery of a certain tracking beacon in Hagakure. Just don't make me regret not doing anything to stop it." His expression became bitter as he continued to speak. "Even if this is ultimately 𝗏𝗏𝗏's plan, there's no way for any of you to avoid being perceived negatively by others for one reason or another once everyone knows about it." "Are you actually worried for us?" asked Ochako. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘 turned around with a huff and said, "Please, I'm your homeroom teacher. Of course I'm worried no matter how much I try to deny it." "Aizawa-sensei, thank you," said Izuku, who had a grateful smile on his face. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘's mouth twitched into a small smile before he gruffly replied, "Just settle things quickly with Class 1B and try not to get even more girls in your HRM." Izuku blushed and sheepishly said, "I can't promise anything about not letting any more girls join the HRM. I didn't even expect everyone in my class to decide that I'm worthwhile sharing as a lover." Realizing that Izuku was being sincere, 𝗏𝗪𝗓 sighed and said, "Just try all right. For both our sakes." 𝗏𝗪𝗓 then left the room as he thought to himself, "If he somehow gets even more girls in his HRM, he'll be forever remembered in history as the infamous HRM King Deku." Some time later, Izuku sighed in exhausted relief as he had just finished bringing some of his belongings into the common bedroom. Although he did not need to bring much to the common bedroom, the fact that all the boys knew that he was basically moving into the girls' side of the dorms made the move a very embarrassing experience for him. The jealous looks that he received from Mineta, Denki, and Hanta, as well as Tenya's disapproving glare, did nothing to ease his nerves. "You sure this is everything you need?" asked Ochako. Izuku smiled sheepishly as he explained, "Well, I didn't want to bring everything from my actual room to this one since it's meant to be a common room for everyone to sleep together in." Unlike his actual room, which was filled with all kinds of All Might merchandise, the common bedroom was mostly bare with only futon mattresses, pillows, cushions, blankets, and a foldable table which could be converted into a kotatsu. Ochako smiled understandingly and said, "I suppose that's for the best. Besides, you can always hang out with us if you feel lonely being in here by yourself." Both Izuku and Ochako blushed as they looked away from one another bashfully. Sumomo then mentally spoke to them with a deadpan expression on her mental image. "How in the world can you two still be so pure and innocent even after everything that has been happening for the past few days?" "Well, we have liked one another even before this whole HRM thing started, so I guess that counts as a reason," replied Izuku. The door into the common bedroom opened to reveal Momo and Kyuka, who then entered the room. Kyuka looked around the room and said, "You sure you got everything that you need? This room's pretty bare." Yes, I'm sure. Besides, even I don't think anyone will like the idea of making out in a room with All Might's merchandise all over the place, replied Izuku. Hyuka shuddered in disgust as she admitted. Okay, good point. Anyway, I believe we should start discussing about finding a way to get the girls in Class 1B, said Momo, who took out a cushion to sit on it. Considering that they are in another class, there won't be many opportunities to get them, even if some of them are on good terms with you girls, said Izuku, who was rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Luckily for us, I can get into contact with Kendo-san, who might be able to help us get the others in her class, said Momo, who was speaking about Kendo Itsuka, a spirited girl with teal eyes, ginger hair that was tied into a ponytail on the left side of her head and was dubbed the big sister of Class 1B. We might even be able to get in touch with Shiozaki-san and Kodai-san, said Kyuka, who was speaking about Kodai Yui, a quiet girl with shoulder-length, bob-shaped black hair and a neutral expression on her face, and Shiozaki Ibra, a religious Christian girl with green thorn-covered vines for hair and squinted dark green eyes. Do you think we should try to get all three of them to come together? We can tell them that it is about relationships, said Sumomo, who was mentally talking to Izuku, Ochako, Momo, and Kyuka. Having more girls from that class at the very start will certainly be good, but we have to be careful. We cannot afford to cause a misunderstanding, if you get what I mean, said Izuku. Momo nodded in understanding and said, so we'll just focus on Kendo-san then. I'll try to get her to meet with me tomorrow. You might want to have one of us with you just in case anything goes wrong, said Izuku. Kyuka quickly raised her hand and said, I'll go with Momo. My earjacks will allow me to hear if anyone else is nearby. Izuku nodded at Kyuka and then said, with any luck, we can settle this HRM plan before we have to take our provisional hero license exam. Speaking of the HRM plan, do you think we should consider including Shield-san? Asked Momo. Izuku blushed and admitted, honestly, I'd rather not drag her into this, but considering that she'll be living with us, she should know about it at the very least. Which means that we'll be inviting her to join the HRM just like the girls of Class 1B, said Kyuka. Basically, agreed Izuku. Speaking of, there's one thing that we need to address, said Momo. What would that be? Asked Ochako. Momo locked the door into the common bedroom and checked the window before she got closer to Ochako, Izuku, and Kyuka. Realizing that she wanted a mental communication, none of them protested as Sumomo's slimy pink tentacles emerged from her ears and entered their ears. She then mentally said, while it is true that Yamanaka-san has not actually tried to influence us into joining Izuku's HRM, we shouldn't ignore the possibility that her emotions and thoughts can affect us as much as she can be affected by ours. What makes you say that? Asked Izuku. Momo turned her attention towards Izuku and explained, earlier today, you were attacked by Kaminari-san's electric attack, which also harmed Yamanaka-san's copy inside you head. While neither of you were badly hurt, thankfully, there is no denying that she was in pain, which I and the other girls in the HRM as well sensed. Wait, you could sense her pain from the attack? Asked Izuku, who was shocked about it. Kyuka scratched the back of her head as she spoke, more like we could actually hear her scream in pain, which got us all worried for a bit. To be fair, getting electrocuted is generally an unpleasant experience unless you're a genuine MSCST or have a quirk which makes use of the received electricity, said Momo. But if a cry of pain can reach out to all the brain-jacked people, said Izuku, who was beginning to realize the implications, then there is a strong possibility that her cries of pleasure could reach everyone as well, said Ochako, who had a blush on her face. Not to say that you guys are completely wrong, but I'm not that lacking in control. If I was, all of you would have heard me in pleasure the whole time you guys had your org, argued Sumomo, who then added, you four can ask Mina-chan. She only realized that I was drowning in pleasure when she asked me to touch her pages. That may be true, Yamanaka-san, but the last thing we need is everyone with your copies in their heads sensing your 𝗧𝗟𝗧𝗟, even by accident, said Momo, who blushed as she asked, can you imagine how awkward it would be if we all somehow found out that you were sexually around by something at an inappropriate time? Never mind the girls who have your copies in their heads and yet have decided to not actually join the HRM. Even I would not want to know about it while I'm doing something important such as attending to my duties as vice representative of Class 1A. Sumomo's mental image smirked cheekily as she asked, oh, is that so? I seem to recall you being very eager to use your version PP to 𝗧𝗟𝗧𝗟𝗧𝗟 big PPU, dry after watching the other girls have a CC with him. Momo blushed at Sumomo's vulgar statement and argued, "While I certainly cannot deny that, there is such a thing such as a proper time, place and occasion for what we do. Do you honestly think that getting distracted by your 𝗧𝗟𝗧𝗟𝗘 would be of any good in a situation that demands focus and attention, such as during hero training or, worse, during a villain attack?" "Okay, you've made your point," said Sumomo, who was willing to admit that Momo's argument made sense. "So, should we consider letting the girls go if they decide against joining the Harem?" asked Ochako. "That's one possibility to consider, although we will need to discuss the matter with 𝗧𝗟𝗧𝗟𝗧, said Momo. "Then let's do that before Shield-san arrives," said Izuku, who then blushed and added, "Also, we might want to consider forming some sort of arrangement for our SXL needs." As much as Izuku hated to admit it, his energy had been increasing lately even without Sumomo's direct influence, and he knew something had to be done about it. "Oh, about that, I've actually already planned a simple system," said Momo. "Really?" asked Ochako, who was admittedly curious about it. "Yes, although it would be best that we get everyone in here before I announce my suggestion," said Momo. No one argued against Momo's decision, and thus got everyone in the HRM to gather in the common bedroom. A short while later, Izuku and his current HRM were all seated on cushions and futons as they listened to Momo, who said, "As you all should know by now, with the exception of Hatsum-san, we are all in a SXL relationship with Izuku. However, we must acknowledge the fact that Izuku, as mighty as his SXL stamina and prowess may be, is still just one man and may not be able to consistently satisfy all of us every time, especially if the HRM grows any larger in the future. We must also acknowledge the fact that having too much SEC will wear him down, which will negatively affect his ability as both a lover and a hero." "Are you suggesting some sort of schedule in which we take turns in having SEC with Izuku-chan, Kero?" asked Tsuyu. "Essentially, yes," said Momo, who then said, "Therefore, I would like to suggest that the girls take turns to form pairs to spend the night with Izuku in the common bedroom. Not that I'm against the idea, but what about the odd girl out? There are 7 girls in the HRM right now after all," said May. "I have already thought of a way to resolve the issue," replied Momo, who then said, "To make things simple and potentially exciting, I propose a randomized selection process so that we are not always together with the same girl when we form pairs. As for the odd girl out, she may choose one of 2 options: join with a selected pair to form a trio, or choose one girl at random to form a 4th pair." "Why does the odd girl out have only those 2 options?" asked Kyuka, who then said, "Surely there's nothing wrong with the idea of a girl having Midori all for herself just for one night. As appealing as that may be, I have the distinct feeling that Izuku's stamina may be too much for most of us to handle alone. He did pleasure 6 of us in a single night after all," said Momo, who then added, "Also, for this HRM lifestyle to work, we need to be able to get along with one another instead of constantly competing for Izuku's affections." "Sounds reasonable, Kara," said Tsuyu, who gave Ochako a knowing look. Ochako looked away from Momo, Izuku, and Tsuyu with a sheepish expression on her face, as she was aware of the fact that she was not above feeling competitive when it came to Izuku's affections. Mina suddenly raised her hand and asked, "What if there's an emergency and one girl from a pair ends up being absent for the night? Does the remaining girl have Midori for herself, or does she need to pick a girl to form a new pair?" "For reasons which I have already stated just now, she will have to pick a girl to form a new pair," said Momo, who then added, "That said, she is allowed to pick a girl of her own choosing instead of having to do another random selection." "What about the absentee?" asked Toru. "What happens to her will largely depend on the circumstances behind her absence. I'm sure I do not need to tell anyone that many of us here are training to be pro-heroes who would have to face all kinds of difficult and even dangerous situations," answered Momo. "Are we allowed to make changes after the random selection?" asked Kyuka, who then explained, "Don't get me wrong. I'd love to have SEC with Midori again, but my girly bits are still sore from last night, so having SEC tonight is a no-no for me. Changes can be made, but only if the involved parties agree that the changes are necessary," said Momo. "One last question, Yamamoto," said Mina, who then grinned as she asked, "Is a pair allowed to attack Midori outside the common bedroom?" It took a moment for Momo to process Mina's question before she blushed and said, "Shido-san, why would you even consider such a thing?" Her blush deepened as she added, "In case you haven't noticed, we're already on thin ice as it is, and I'm quite certain not even 𝗧𝗟𝗧𝗟𝗧 will approve of us acting inappropriately during school hours." Not only that, everyone already knows that I'm in a physical relationship with at least 2 girls, so no amount of sneaking around will be enough for any of us to avoid suspicion, said Izuku. Sorry. Couldn't resist thinking about the kind of crazy risky SEC we can try out, said Mina, who was obviously not apologetic. Realizing that Mina was probably going to attack Izuku during school hours regardless, Momo sighed and said, I'd suggest against it due to the risks involved, but should the need arises, I'd highly recommend discretion. We do not need to make a full-blown public scandal after all. Mina grinned cheekily as she nudged Toru and said, You hear that, Toru? Yamamo's recommending discretion. Izuku, Momo, Hyuga, and Ochako sighed as both Mina and Toru giggled. Anyway, let's not have any further delays, said Momo, who used her quirk to create a box and 7 ball, which were the size of golf ball and were labeled odd first A, first B, second A, second B, third A, and third C. She then gave the ball, which was labeled first A, to Mei and said, Since you have not had SEC with Izuku yet, it's only fair that you are allowed to have SEC with him first tonight. Mei grinned and replied, Thanks, I was getting pretty frustrated ever since yesterday. Momo placed the rest of the ball into the box and asked, if you may do the honors of shaking the box. Izuku obliged and shook the box vigorously, causing the ball to bounce around as a result. After a while, Izuku stopped shaking the box and Momo said, Girls, please take turns to place your hand into the box to take out a ball. Given the nature of my quirk, I will be the last to take a ball out. Before long, all the girls had taken out a ball each, and it went as follows. First pair, Momo and Mei. Second pair, Hyuga and Toru. Third pair, Ochako and Mina. 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘. After all the girls had taken a ball each, 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 raised her hand and said, Mind if I join you 2 tonight, Momo-chan, Hatsum-chan? Momo nodded with a smile and said, Of course, Aisen. However, please note that Mei will be the first one tonight. 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 nodded and replied, No problem, Karo. Ochako, on the other hand, was unhappy as she groaned. I'm in the third pair. Hey, don't worry about it, said Mina, who then whispered to Ochako, After all, no one said we can't make a move on Midori during school hours tomorrow. Ochako blushed furiously in response and whispered back, Haven't you heard from Momo-chan that it's a bad idea? Never mind the fact that we're not supposed to have Deku for ourselves until the day after tomorrow. What if we get caught and get expelled? Don't worry. I have a couple of ideas on how to avoid getting caught, said Mina, who gave Ochako a thumbs up. Ochako looked unconvinced as she spoke. It's not going to involve asking for a favor from 𝗧𝗓𝗧 or any of the other teachers who know about the HRM plan, is it? Mina suddenly froze and then looked away from Ochako as she nervously replied, Don't be silly. I'm not going to stoop that low. Mina's nervous laugh only made Ochako more certain that Mina was indeed planning to do just that. Ochako mentally asked 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗧, You're not giving Mina-chan any ideas, are you? What makes you think that? Asked 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗧, who actually sounded nervous. Ochako's pouting expression intensified as she mentally spoke. You are, aren't you? Well, to be perfectly fair, we spent quite a bit of time discussing about steamy romance, admitted 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗧, who sounded sheepish. Ochako sighed and said aloud, You're hopeless, you know that. Sorry, my bad, said Mina, who was pressing her hands in prayer while bowing apologetically to Ochako. Hyuga, who easily overheard Ochako's conversation with Mina, smiled and said to Toru, Something tells me that something crazy will happen to Midori during school hours sooner or later. Toru giggled in agreement and then asked, So, do you want to come to my room to discuss a few things? As Toru was invisible, it was impossible for Hyuga to know what kind of expression she was wearing, but her choice of words made it clear that she was not against getting NTMT with her. Hyuga blushed and replied, Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to talk about stuff at least. She then mentally thought to herself, God damn it, I'm turning into a pervert, aren't I? 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗧 had a cheekily smug grin on her mental image as she spoke to Hyuga. You speak of it like it's a bad thing in this case. Hyuga chose not to respond to 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗧 as she and Toru excused themselves from the common room and made their way to Toru's room. Ochako and Mina soon excused themselves, as well as they both went to Mina's room to further discuss on a few things. After the 4 girls left, Izuku sighed and said, What are the chances that I'll be having SEC in school during school hours? Knowing Mina-chan and Toru-chan, I'd be surprised if they do not get the jump on you by the end of this week, Kara said to you. I'm afraid that I have to agree with Azui-san. I might need to have a word with 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗧𝗏 about this possible issue, said Momo. Suddenly, Izuku and the girls in his HRM received a message from 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟 which stated, "Do not worry, I have already anticipated the problem when I came up with the HRM plan. There are a number of places where you can relieve yourselves without getting disturbed, as they can be locked from the inside and are soundproofed. However, do take note that your studies to become pro heroes should still be your top priority while in school, so any late arrivals, absences, or poor school performances will still be punishable like before. Getting caught in public is also punishable, so do be discreet about it." Izuku, Momo, Tsuyu, and even Mei blushed after reading the message. The boy then sighed as his shoulders slumped and groaned. "I'm so doomed. I stand corrected. I'll be surprised if they do not get the jump on you by tomorrow," 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗟 said to you. Mei grinned at Izuku and said, "You know, most boys would kill to be in your shoes right now." "I know," replied Izuku as he easily imagined Minoru, Denki, and Hanta, who were armed with various murder weapons. "Honestly, I'm extremely glad that Izuku is the one forming at HRM. Can you imagine how bad it would have been if someone like Mineta was the one forming the HRM?" asked Momo. Both Tsuyu and Momo shuddered in disgust at the mere idea of Minoru forming at HRM. "So, you girls want to start the hot and CC with Izuku now or later?" asked Mei. "Later. We do need to finish our assignments after all," said Momo, who then seductively added, "And sometimes, good things do come to those who wait." Izuku blushed while Mei and Tsuyu nodded in agreement with Momo with suggestive smiles of their own. Later that night, Izuku, Tsuyu, Mei, and Momo had just finished their assignments after having dinner, and were soon ready to have SEC in the common bedroom. Mei, who was still a virgin and already had an IUD in her womb, was eager to start and was soon completely naked. Izuku blushed at her naked body, which was more toned than expected due to carrying, making, and fixing support equipment by herself. As for Mei, she was impressed by Izuku's body, which looked even better than she expected, and was soon touching his irked member with her hand as she spoke. "So this must be the big boy which made everyone feel good last night." Izuku, who was seated on a futon, felt pleasure as Mei started to tease his PP with the practiced precision and strength of someone who knew how to handle various tools by hand. He also noted that Mei looked CC while she was on her hands and knees with her shapely backside sticking upward. He gasped when Mei started and suckling onto the glands of his phallus before she tried to fit the thing into her mouth. Due to its size, she could not fit the whole thing into her mouth, but she did not mind it as one look at Izuku's expression was enough for her to know that he was enjoying the feeling. "Hatsum-san, where did you learn how to do this?" asked Izuku. Mei stopped onto Izuku's PP and explained, "I was hot and bothered since yesterday, so I asked a certain someone for a few tips before we got started." Realizing that Sumomo had been giving Mei some tips on SEC, Izuku had to ask, "Did she also tell you to build that robot?" "Nah, that was my idea, although she was eager to see it in action," said Mei, who then leaned back to reveal her moist maidenhood and asked, "So, you want to please me with your mouth and tongue, or do you want to go ahead and stick that thing in?" Izuku gulped before he decided to touch Mei's body with his hands. Mei shivered in pleasure as he touched, stroked, rubbed, and fondled her body with his hands. She especially loved the way Izuku stroked along her muscles and teased her nipples and thighs. Before long, the longing for release was too much for Izuku to bear, and he placed his painfully irked phallus before her maidenhood. Knowing what Izuku wanted to do, Mei said, "Be gentle with me, okay? It's my first time after all." "I know," said Izuku before he plunged his irked into Mei's vna. Mei grunted in pain as Izuku's PP entered her fully, and it took a while for the pain to subside. Once the pain had subsided a bit, Mei said, "You can move now. Show me what you have got." Although Mei knew that Izuku was good in SEC, she did not expect him to be able to make her feel intense pleasure, as he not only moved his hips with experienced skill, but also teased her nipples with his mouth and tongue. She instinctively held onto Izuku's head in her arms and wrapped her legs around his waist as she tried to match the movements of his hips with her own. As her pleasure washed away her discomfort, she realized, no wonder people are so obsessed with section. Due to her passionate longing to create awesome support equipment which would earn her a lot of money and fame, she had never paid much attention to the opposite SEC or SEC in general until recently. While Izuku was having SEC with Mei, Momo and Tsuyu kept themselves busy. Tsuyu, as usual, inserted her tongue into Momo's 𝗔𝗨 and fondled her melons while Momo made a green-colored replica of Izuku's PP and shoved it deep into 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 moist maidenhood with one hand while her other hand fondled her backside. Both Izuku and 𝗔𝗓𝗓 nearly passed out from the intense pleas of 𝗔𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗓. He then her and she happily accepted the embrace as the thought to herself, I can definitely get used to this. Izuku soon recovered and pulled himself out of Mei before he carried her bridal style to a futon for her to sleep on and put a blanket over her. Once he was done, he turned around and saw both Momo and 𝗓𝗓 waiting for him expectantly. He then asked, so which one of you want to go first? 𝗓𝗓 raised her hand and said, Momo-chan can start first. She then showed Izuku the DLD replica of his PP and said, she made something that will keep me occupied for a while, Kero. Izuku blushed at the sight of the doll replica and said, okay, Momo's turn it is then. Momo giggled at Izuku's reaction and said, in my defense, I needed something of sufficient prowess to stop Azui-san from overwhelming me. Her tongue is quite the potent appendage after all. Unable to argue against Momo's statement, Izuku approached her while trying to ignore 𝗓𝗓, who was using her tongue to move the DLD in and out of her drenched private part and knelt down to her eye level. He then bashfully said, Momo-chan, you were the last one to have SEC with me last night, and I want to make you feel good before we have section. Touched and excited by Izuku's words, Momo nodded with a smile and offered herself to him as she spoke. Please, make me feel good, Izuku. Izuku needed no further encouragement as he reached out in her. Realizing that she was having her first embrace with a boy, Momo happily accepted it and placed her hands onto Izuku's cheeks so that the embrace would be deeper. Soon, the loving embrace became lewd as their tongues wrestled with one another, and Izuku started to slide her shoulders before and onto her melons and teasing her nipples. As for Momo, her hands wandered around to slide his muscular upper body and stomach before they started to slide his 𝗓𝗓𝗓. In response to the pleasure on his member, Izuku moved his hands so that they stroked her side and back before they fondled her buttocks. Eventually, they both had to stop to breathe and they both looked into each other's eyes as Momo spoke. Echo. That was wonderful. She then lay onto her back and spread her legs open as she spoke. Make use of me as you please. Needing no further encouragement, Izuku plunged his PP into her eager 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗛𝗏 and moved his hips vigorously. Loving the sensation, Momo wrapped her arms and legs around Izuku and moved her own hips so that his phallus could go deeper into her. She then Izuku's collarbone, causing Izuku to move even more furiously as a result. The two of them soon together and Izuku Momo one more time before turning his attention to 𝗓𝗓. Eager for SEC, 𝗓𝗓 immediately abandoned the DLD and leapt onto Izuku. Her eyes were hungry with longing as she spoke. This time, I'm the one on top, Kero. She then slammed her hips onto Izuku, driving his still stiff 𝗓𝗓𝗓 into her. As Izuku gasped in response, 𝗓𝗓 him passionately while shoving her tongue into his mouth. Their tongues twisted and wrestled as she moved her hips like a beast in heat. In spite of the furious rutting, Izuku was able to move his hands and quickly grab onto her backside, causing the frog girl to croak in surprise. She then in pleasure as he started to knead and fondle her backside with his strong yet gentle hands. Suddenly, Izuku received a suggestion from 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏, who was enjoying the sensations that they were feeling. Spank her but, trust me. Although surprised by 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏's suggestion, Izuku decided to trust her and gave 𝗓𝗓 a firm smack on the right side of her buttocks. Although he was not hitting strong, and certainly not out of malice, 𝗓𝗓 croaked in shock and her backside became incredibly tight in response, which caused her vaginal walls to tighten as well. Izuku almost due to the sudden tightness when 𝗓𝗓 looked at Izuku with wide eyes and asked, Did you just spank me, Kero? Well, a certain someone suggested it, replied Izuku. 𝗓𝗓's blush deepened as she realized who gave the idea to Izuku and said, of course she would know about that. So you liked having your butt spanked? Asked Izuku. Well, I do enjoy having my butt fondled and I was getting curious about the feeling of getting spanked, admitted 𝗓𝗓, who then said, that said, I never expected it to feel so good. You want me to spank you again then? Asked Izuku. 𝗓𝗓's meek nod was all he needed to know before he smacked the left side of her backside. 𝗓𝗓 croaked again, although it sounded more like a throaty as she started to move her hips again. Encouraged by her response, Izuku started to alternate between up and down to her backside and smacking them, causing 𝗓𝗓 to and croak shamelessly as she loved the sensations she was feeling. Eventually, the two lovers as they reached their climax, causing 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴's sore bottom to shake in orgasmic pleasure. After they both calmed down, Izuku lifted 𝐒𝐮𝐬 off his member and placed her next to Mei, who was unable to sleep due to 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴's encroaks. Mei grinned at Izuku and said, "So, you're good for another round." Izuku blushed and said, "I think I am, but are you sure you want to go it again? I don't want you to get too sore to move tomorrow." "Who says anything about putting your PP in me?" asked Mei, who then pressed her melons together and said with a grin, "Plus, I'm pretty confident my bub will make you feel good. If we're talking about melons, I'm quite sure that mine will not lose to yours, Hatsune-san," said Momo, who was hugging herself to push her melons upward. Mei grinned at Momo and said, "Then let's combine our bub together and wring that naughty boy dry." Momo smiled and said, "I can agree to that." Izuku was both nervous and excited as his PP became irked again at the idea of having Momo and Mei pressing their melons onto it together. Knowing that Izuku was eager for another round, both girls got him to lie down so that they could use their melons to pleasure him. They then pressed their melons together with Izuku's phallus between them, enveloping it with their warm, soft bosoms. Izuku's back arched a little as they both moved their melons, a clear indication that he was enjoying the feeling. Momo and Mei wore lewd smiles as they watched Izuku's PP twitch in an almost helpless manner between their melons while leaking 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘. Between the two buxom girls who started the glands of his erection, Izuku's member did not last very long before he ejaculated for the fourth time that night. His 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 shot upwards with impressive force, covering the melons and faces of the two girls. Although surprised, both Mei and Momo got curious about the warm 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 which covered their faces and melons and tasted them. Momo wore a thoughtful expression and said, "Izuku's 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 doesn't taste too bad actually." "So do you two want another round or get some rest for tomorrow?" asked Izuku. Momo made a handkerchief with her quirk to wipe the strong-smelling 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 off her skin as she answered, "While the idea of having some more SEC is certainly appealing, I think that it is best that we rest for tonight. We didn't get much sleep last night after all. I want to continue working on my latest baby, so I'll need to get some rest and finish making the requested support items as quickly as possible," said Mei, to received a different handkerchief from Momo. Understanding their reasoning, Izuku decided to get some sleep as well. As Izuku, Momo, Mei, and even 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 cuddled together, his member became strong again, but his sexual longing was satiated enough for him to ignore it for the moment. Besides, it was only a matter of time before he would be having SEC on school grounds with Mina and Toru on the loose, so he definitely needed to conserve his stamina. Meanwhile, everyone sure went all out tonight, swore Kyuka, who was currently in Toru's room. Although she was not directly below the common room, she could still hear most of what had happened thanks to one of her earjacks. There was also the matter of Ochako and Mina fighting, right above Toru's room. Kyuka was sweaty and breathing heavily as Toru was in the middle of eating her out. Not surprisingly, she did not have her or panties on. Toru, who was only wearing her top and had one of Kyuka's earjacks deep in her private part, looked up and curiously said, "Is Dekuin's group stopping now?" "Yeah, Midori seems pretty certain that either us or Ochako and Mina will go after him tomorrow during school hours," said Kyuka. Toru giggled and replied, "Well, he's not wrong." Kyuka's blush deepened as she spoke. "Hate to break this to you, but I can't help you on that one. Momo needs my help to get the girls in Class 1B involved in the HRM plan." "Well, if that's the case, why don't I give a helping hand to you too?" asked Toru. Kyuka smiled and replied, "I'm sure Momo will be happy to have you on board." Elsewhere, Ochako, who was in Mina's room, was gasping for breath as she had just fought with the pink-skinned girl who was currently lying on top of her. Both girls were exhausted, naked, sweaty, and covered in Mina's weakest acid. Not long after they had received Nezu's message about the places where they could have SEC within school grounds during school hours, Mina wasted no time in suggesting to Ochako that they attack Izuku during lunch break. Ochako was against the idea, but Mina was determined to make her change her mind by effing down to her breasty and teasing her private part. Although caught off guard, Ochako's competitive side made her refuse to admit defeat, so she retaliated by Mina and effing her backside. Things quickly escalated between the two girls, which led to their current state. "And I never thought you could be so kenkawaii," said Mina. Ochako's blush deepened as she recalled using her gravity-negating quirk to make Mina weightless so that she could lift her up and bury her face between her thighs to lick her nether part. She also recalled how Mina, after due to Ochako's counterattack, suddenly pinned her down and started coating them both in mildly acidic lubricant. Although Mina could not use her hands as she had to prevent Ochako from making her weightless again, she could still rub her lubricated thigh against Ochako's groin. Ochako responded in kind, and the two of them soon started and rubbing their irked nipples together. Inevitably, the two of them were on the verge of passing out. In spite of her initial reluctance, Ochako asked, "So about attacking Deku tomorrow, can we keep it short?" "I don't want us to be in trouble." Understanding Ochako's worry and all too happy to compromise, Mina grinned at her and said, "Sure thing, Akadon." The following day, Itsuka and Yui were walking towards a secluded part of the school. Earlier that day, they received a message from Momo who wanted to talk to them about matters of romance which were somehow related to the recent rumors of Izuku's HRM and impressive 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘. Although Itsuka was not one to blindly believe in rumors, the fact that Momo did not outright deny the rumor when she asked her about it was already a clear indication that it was actually true to some extent. There was also the fact that 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧, a boy with messy gray hair, black eyes with jagged tan-colored eyelashes and sharp teeth, talked to Izuku, who confirmed that Izuku did in fact have a HRM which included all the girls in Class 1A. Itsuka blushed at the mere idea of Momo and the girls in Class 1A being a part of a HRM and wanted to know the details. If nothing else, she would be able to determine if she should continue stopping Monomanito, a reasonably tall boy with slick blonde hair and periwinkle purple eyes that have white irises, from claiming that Class 1A is full of SXL degenerates. Itsuka sighed as she thought about the overly competitive wacko of Class 1B. "Thinking about what Monoma-san did this morning?" asked Yui. "Among other things," admitted Itsuka, who had to karate chop him on the head to stop his latest outburst. That outburst aside, "Do you really think Izuku actually has a HRM?" asked Yui. "Honestly, I wouldn't have believed it if both Momo and Tetsu hadn't confirmed the rumor to be true," replied Itsuka. "There's that," admitted Yui. The two girls soon arrived at the meeting place, which was an unused club room. Waiting for them were Momo and Kyuka, who were seated around a large foldable table. Momo smiled at Itsuka and Yui and said, "Greeting Kendo-san, Kodai-san." "Hey there, Irozu," replied Itsuka while Yui nodded in response instead. The two girls from Class 1B were soon seated after closing the door. Itsuka then asked, "So you wanted to talk about romance, right? As well as the rumors concerning Izuku?" "Yes," replied Momo. Both Itsuka and Yui raised their eyebrows at the way Momo was referring to Izuku, as she had previously called him Midoriya-san. Their curiosity were piqued as a result as Itsuka leaned forward and asked Momo, "So it is true? He has a HRM of all the girls in Class 1A, including you, and an impressive member." "Both rumors are indeed true," admitted Momo, who blushed at the memory of having SEC with Izuku. Itsuka and even the normally expressionless Yui blushed before the ginger-haired girl asked, "And how did it happen?" Neither Itsuka nor Yui realized that a certain naked invisible girl was ominously approaching them from behind with visible pink tendrils emerging from her ears as Momo explained, "Well, it's a bit of a long story which all began with Uraraka-san and Azui-san wanting to." Meanwhile, Izuku, who had been dragged into an unused meeting room by Mina and Ochako, was currently having doggy-style SEC with Mina. She was pressed against the wall as Izuku furiously moved his hips so that his 𝗒𝗏𝗏 could penetrate deep inside of her. Mina's eyes were rolled back and her tongue was sticking out as she thought, "God, I love this position." Ochako, who was both on lookout and stealing glances at Izuku and Mina, was rubbing her legs together impatiently for her turn. Thankfully, everyone agreed to make it a quickie, so Izuku was soon done with Mina, who fell onto her knees while his 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 leaked out of her twitching 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘. Unable to wait any longer, Ochako actually tore her tights so that she could pull her panties aside and present her wet nether part to Izuku. "Please, I can't wait for much longer, Deku." Turned on by the sight, Izuku swallowed his saliva before he passionately pushed Ochako against the wall and her while his 𝗒𝗏𝗏 entered her 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘. Ochako happily accepted the embrace and wrapped her arms and legs around him as he pressed her back against the wall and made love to her, back at a certain unused club room. Ōtsuka and Yui were both blushing furiously as they realized that they were not only brainjacked by an ex-villainess who had read their memories, but were also aware that Izuku was having SEC with both Ochako and Mina. Although Sumamo was able to do her actual job properly due to reluctantly ignoring the ongoing sexual intercourse, she did cheekily tell them both about it. Ōtsuka placed her hands onto her cheeks to hide her growing blush as she spoke. To think that 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟 would actually allow such a thing to happen. To be perfectly fair, he does have a good reason for allowing this to happen, argued Momo. Ōtsuka sighed and said, I know that, Hirozuzen. It's just, this is the kind of crazy SHT that a perverted dumbass will dream about while masturbating to porn, said Yui, who was frowning slightly. Considering her usually expressionless face, the slight frown and blush were very clear indications of her current state of displeasure or agitation. Yeah, I'm not going to even try correcting that statement, said Kyuka. So will you help us get the rest of the girls in Class 1B? Asked Momo, who was glad to know that neither Ōtsuka nor Yui were spies or even sleeper agents. Well, considering what had happened at summer camp, I suppose we should give you all a helping hand, said Ōtsuka, who then added, however, we're not going to officially join the HRM until we get to know Midoriya-san better, understand? You might want to avoid knowing everything about Midori and a certain someone until you're sure that you'll not regret it. Trust me, their pasts are seriously messed up, said Kyuka. Ōtsuka raised an eyebrow and said, I can understand that other person, but Midoriya-san, you'll need to speak to him to know a bit more about his past. It's not our place to speak about it to anyone, said Toru, who was wearing her school uniform and sounded unusually somber. Surprised by Toru's unusual tone, Ōtsuka was about to ask when Yui said, if we're going to get the remaining girls, we'll have to be careful. Their quirks are quite troublesome to deal with. Ōtsuka nodded and then explained to Momo, Jiro and Toru about the quirks of the 5 remaining girls in Class 1B. Start of explanation. Komori Kanoko, a short and thin girl with honey-brown hair that forms a mushroom-shaped bob and cat-like eyes with irises that resemble cross-sliced shiitake mushrooms, possesses a quirk which allows her to grow various mushrooms around her. Although the mushrooms only last for 2 to 3 hours, they can grow in places where they should not be growing, such as inside a person's lungs. Tsunatori Pony, an American girl with wavy blonde hair, large and round blue eyes, rounded calves with hooves in place of feet, a short horse-like tail, and a round race with a short equine muzzle, has a pair of lyre-shaped pale tan horns on her head which she could send flying and control at will. She can currently control up to 4 horns at the same time and use them for various tasks, including attacking enemies and even using them as a means of transport. Tokage Setsuna, a girl with large dusky green eyes which have long lower eyelashes, long and pointed teeth and dark moss-green hair, has a quirk which allows her to split her body up to 50 individual parts which she can levitate and control at will. She can even regenerate destroyed body parts, although the process does consume her energy. Yanagi Reiko, a ghost-like girl with pale gray hair that obscures the left side of her face, dark bangs under her blue eyes and a small mouth with full lips, has the ability to manipulate objects around her. Although she can only move things up to 1 person's weight, she can easily lift something alive that is not as heavy as a single person. Shiozaki Ibra has vines on her head which she can freely grow and manipulate to attack and restrain others. She can also detach them at will if necessary. End of explanation. So to put it simply, we cannot afford to be careless with any of them, explained Ōtsuka. In other words, you'll have to ask them if they want to consider joining the HRM one by one to avoid any complications, said Momo. Ōtsuka nodded and said, that's basically it. Also, I may be the class representative, but there's only so much I can do without attracting suspicion. We may have the support of 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗍, Aizawa-sensei, Shizenji-san, and even All Might-sensei, but we could use further support from the teachers, said Momo. Kyuka had a look on dread on her face as she spoke. The thing is, the only one whom we can make sure is truly trustworthy is Midnight-sensei. All the girls shuddered as they could only imagine what kind of unholy hell Namuri would unleash upon them if she joined the harem. Never mind the fact that she would happily join in the fun regardless of her current age and status, she would probably single-handedly 𝗧𝗑𝐼 as soon as she got her hands on him. Momo sighed and said, as much as I hate to admit it, she might be the only one who can and is willing to help us out once she learns about the HRM plan. Also, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 is basically allowing us to add her in the HRM, and her quirk could be of tremendous help in getting the girls of Class 1B as quickly as possible. Maybe so, but we need to discuss with Deku about this. Midnight Sensei is a pro-heroine who is twice our age and is infamously shameless after all, said Toru. You definitely should, said Yui, who then added, your boy toy's PP is on the line after all. Deku's not our boy toy. He's someone who's really dear to us, argued Toru. Itsuka cleared her throat to get everyone's attention and said, well, break is almost over and Yui and I will have to return to class. We'll let you know if we need any help or have managed to get any of the girls in our class. Momo bowed and said, thank you, Kenta-san. We wouldn't be able to get the other girls in your class without your help. Itsuka smiled at Momo and replied, just make sure that you spare us the details of what you girls do with Midoriya-san, okay? You sure you want to be ignorant of the details? I'm in your head and I can tell that you're at least a bit curious, asked Sumomo, who was mentally speaking to Itsuka in a cheeky manner. Itsuka wore a deadpan expression as she mentally replied, yes, I'm sure you perverted blob and I'm not going to join the until I'm sure Midoriya-san is worth the effort. If you say so, replied Sumomo, who seemed pretty confident about Itsuka joining the HRM eventually. Back in Class 1A, break time was over and almost everyone in Class 1A were stealing glances at Izuku, Mina, and Ochako, who seemed a bit sweaty and disheveled when they entered the classroom. Even their teacher, Nemuri, was stealing glances at the three of them with a knowing smirk on her face. Izuku just knew that she was going to teach his class a very XPLCT version of SEC education or hold a NDE art class at some point in the near future. The fact that Nemuri had been acting flirtatiously towards him not only made her SXL interest towards him very clear, but also made Minoru, Denki, and Hanta extremely jealous of him. Izuku sighed as he had to consider if he should include Nemuri in the HRM after Sumomo mentally told him about the idea. On one hand, he was allowed to do so and having another teacher on his side would certainly help. In addition, her quirk would be very helpful in knocking out the remaining girls from Class 1B for a quick mass brainjacking. On the other hand, he had to agree with the girls of Class 1A that Nemuri could easily SCK him dry if given the chance. As appealing as the prospect may be to some, especially for the likes of Minoru, he did not want to be effectively disabled for the rest of the day to recover his lost stamina. He still wanted to train properly and be a pro-hero as soon as possible after all. Oh, is that right? Shocked by the sudden question, Izuku turned around and saw Nemuri, who was not only standing right next to him without his notice but was wearing a wide grin as she spoke. You were mumbling a bit just now and I couldn't help but overhear you mumbling about me dry and how it would affect your studies. Izuku's face was frozen, as it could not decide between becoming as pale as a sheet or as red as an apple. Amused by his reaction, Nemuri seductively stroked his jawline to his chin with her fingers and said, I'm flattered that you would think so highly of my adult prowess, but you're not necessarily lacking in that department either if the rumors about you and your HRM are true. Izuku gulped nervously as he tried to reply, I'm not that great really. Nonsense. Any boy who is able to satisfy a HRM of at least 6 girls in a single night has got to be a pretty good stud in bed, argued Nemuri, who then added, also, I'm not against joining a HRM myself. In spite of himself, Izuku was sexually aroused and his erection was ready to burst out of his. Nemuri was an attractive pro-heroine after all. At that moment, the jealousy which Minoru was feeling was so powerful that almost everyone in class could have sworn that it took the form of an oppressive dark aura which threatened to engulf the entire classroom. It should be noted that Nemuri soon officially joined the HRM and convincing her was ridiculously easy. Later that day, Netsu was in his office and he blinked in surprise as he stared at Nemuri hugging Izuku as though he was a teddy bear to dote on. Standing beside them were the girls of Class 1A and Mei, who looked worriedly at Izuku as he was blushing to the point that they could have sworn that his face was steaming. While I'm not surprised by the fact that Kayama-san has joined the HRM, I'm surprised by how affectionate she is towards you, Midoriya-san, said Netsu. He knew that there was a high chance that Nemuri would join the HRM, and he knew that Izuku and his HRM might need her help whether it was because she was a teacher or they needed her abilities. That said, even he did not expect the level of affection Nemuri would have for the boy. Well, after Sumomo-chan brainjacked her, she demanded to know the full story and while this happened, explained Izuku, who tried his best to ignore Nemuri's affectionate embrace as her soft melons pressed onto the back of his neck. How can I not be after getting to know him and Sumomo-chan? asked Nemuri, who was rubbing her chin onto his fluffy hair, and then said, "They're the kind of people whom I just want to cuddle while wrapped in a warm blanket and naked." 𝗏𝗪𝗓 and 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏, who were standing on either side of Nezu, groaned at Nemuri's innuendo and felt sorry for Izuku. They both knew about her infamous energy, and there was no doubt that she would see him dry before the day was over. "Anyway, I'll be helping Izuku with the HRM plan and hold some special team-building exercises after school hours," said Nemuri while wiggling her eyebrows. Izuku, the girls of Class 1A Mei, 𝗏𝗪𝗓, and 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 all blushed at the mention of her special team-building exercises. Sumomo's mental image had an almost diabolical appearance as she grinned and rubbed her hands together while mentally speaking to Nemuri. "Oh, this is going to be so much fun, Nemuri-chan." Nemuri her lips and mentally replied, "And I can't wait to get started." Izuku, the girls of Class 1A and even Mei paled as they had one common thought: mistakes have been made. Class 1A dorms, save me. The boys from Class 1A, including even Katsuki, stared in dumbstruck shock as a wailing Izuku was being dragged into the girls' side of the dorm by none other than Nemuri, who was laughing with apparently insane glee. The fact that they pair was soon followed by the girls of Class 1A and Mei, who were all obviously worried for the boy, did nothing to reduce the shock of their unexpected entrance. Hanta turned his attention to Denki and Minoru and asked, "Should we be jealous of him or feel bad for him?" "Honestly, I think a bit of both sounds like a good idea at the moment," said Denki. Shudo, who overheard Hanta and Denki, decided to speak to them. "Considering the rumors about Midoriya-san which have been spreading lately, I'm almost surprised that this didn't happen sooner. This is Midnight Sensei we're talking about after all." "Okay, good point," admitted Denki. Mineta fell onto his knees and screamed heavenwards as bloody tears streamed down his contorted face of jealous rage. "What does that lucky son of a beach have that the rest of us don't?"